Peace, family. Peace, peace, peace. I didn't even realize I didn't put myself on stage. I was talking to myself, and I'm like, "Can y'all hear me?" And nobody said nothing. I said, "Damn, what's wrong?" I've been up since about 5 o'clock. I couldn't get back to sleep. Started practicing the piano, cleaned up around the house some, and was just excited about day two. Um, Peace to the family. We This is day two. Um, Appreciate all y'all for being back. Daylight saving time. Somebody told me last night it's fall back, spring forward. So we're falling back now. Yep. Waiting on Red Pill to get in the building. I just seen him. I don't know what happened to him. I just seen him backstage, then he disappeared. But he's definitely on his way. How did y'all enjoy yesterday with Seven Beaumont? How did y'all enjoy it? It's pretty dope. It was pretty dope to me. Pretty dope. How y'all enjoyed it? Today's gonna be like, oh man, today's gonna be awesome. Today's gonna be awesome. Y'all know the dude that movie. I don't know if y'all seen the movie, the mini movie that I released on Tartaria. Have y'all seen that? It's on my channel. I know most of y'all seen it. So the brother that produced it, I just directed it, gave him direction, told him to put this here, put that there, what exactly that I wanted. But the brother who actually produced it, who did the all the AI in it, he's going to be speaking to y'all today. So that's going to be real dope. That brother is off the hook, and he got the internet on fire right now. So he's going to be speaking today. Tehran said he was lost. It's all good, brother. It's like I tell the family when they was a part of the cryptocurrency workshop. This is a new language that we're learning. LLMs and all this crazy shit. You know, it's a new language. This is something you got to watch two, three, four, 5 times. And I actually got it's funny. I'm learning what I'm learning. Just to give you an example, I'm learning how to program synthesizers. And there's pages that I read 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and definitions that I just keep reading, and I'm just trying to really grasp certain concepts. And it's a beautiful thing when you finally understand it. So yeah, just but there's plenty of assistance. Anybody who may have struggled, there's a Discord. There's going to be assistance after the workshop. So we provide assistance before, during, and after. So yeah, there's a lot of help. We're a community here. We're going hard into this technology. So we're all here to help each other. But I see Red is in the back now, so I don't want to take up any of this precious time. But I just want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for signing up. Like I said, we're here to help. The chat will be open. Anybody who wants to watch this after today, the link is still be available. You can click on the same two links to watch it. And if some of you want, I told you I'm gonna send a downloadable version to y'all as well. So give me about a week for that. Give me about a week, and then I'm gonna send a downloadable version to y'all. And I think once I send a downloadable version to y'all, I might take down the YouTube link so everybody will just have the download, because I don't want the video being shared to individuals who did not purchase it. But I will leave it up until you all get the downloadable version. You will get a file from WeTransfer. So if you see something from WeTransfer, that's Brother Rich, and that is the workshop, the AI workshop. So with that being said, family, don't want to take up no more of your time. Without further ado, I want to bring to the stage day two, the brother Red. Wait, where's the brother Red Pillar? Red Pillar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Red, we excited. Seven did his thing yesterday. Stay.
Did he ever? Oh my goodness. Look, I'm fixing. There's a little, as you can see, the lighting because of where I'm faced. It has me looking rather. It doesn't have me looking the brightest and whatnot. So When we take the break, I have to fix it by attempting to move my whole display against the light. So y'all let me know, how do I look right now visually, because that means a lot. This recording will go down in history. This will be watched millions and millions of times. So, visuals are very important.
Yeah, yeah. Now you good to go, brother. They just wanted this
First
info.
and foremost, first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for the support, the overwhelming support, not just the regular support, the overwhelming support, the love in the form of support. And what do I mean by that? The love that I have experienced ever since Brother Rich made the announcement about this workshop. It is the love that I've been seeing people show each other. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's the love that people are showing themselves, because I've been seeing people really pouring into themselves. I've been seeing people completely bet on themselves. I've seen people literally turn into like children again with the joy of learning like that. I don't know if y'all know what that means to people such as myself, who, teaching and whatnot and learning, we faced some times in this journey where we were on the fence, questioning ourselves as to why and what, and what exactly is this journey about, and what exactly is this quote unquote, what is it worth? Because so many of us have faced so much adversity in this journey, not realizing that is exactly what this journey is all about. The tests, the trials and the tribulations, to see if those legs are strong, to see how long could you sitting in lotus position until you begin to think about the pain. What can you block out? What can you detach from? Right? What can you basically treat as if it doesn't have control over you? What can you master? So life is about mastery, Life is about mastery. I don't, I'm non-denominational. I don't identify under any religious banner. Um, I didn't have the opportunity to be very religious as a child. However, I do know from being around a lot of people in all of the religions. Now, I did subscribe to Islam for a very long time, and once you take your shahada, it's forever. But what I do know about all of those religions, when practiced the proper way, is that they're all dealing with mastery, and they all come into this thing knowing that you don't come into anything as a master. Like, people are not just walking into the karate or the dojo, with a black belt off of the rip. That's just not what's happening. You get your belt based off of the things that you go through, whether it's your wins or your losses. You get that belt based off of the level of mastery that you could display, not only to yourself, but to others, or really flip that, not only to others, but yourself, because you're only fooling yourself when you don't stand on what it is that you have attempted to go out there and achieve, which, in my humble opinion, the majority of the people who showed up to this workshop, and then vicariously the majority of the 400,000 plus people who showed up and subscribed, and they're a part of the 363 Empire family. It's to my assumption that the majority of those people are here for the mastery. They are willing to listen to teachers from all walks of life. They're not judgmental of those teachers. They're not apprehensive towards those teachers. They pull up and say, you know what? I got my pen and my pad. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to take some notes. I'm going to allow this person to take me on a journey, you know, and teach me some things that I might not know. And I'm going to instill trust in this person to do what? To massage my heart and my mind. What do you mean by massage? What I mean, it sounds like this exact thing that people are doing. They're massaging your heart and your mind. Your heartstrings are being massaged by the slick talkers, by the fast talkers. You know, your heartstrings are being tugged on by the parasocial relationships that people tend to have with these cameras that they're talking into and whatnot, projecting themselves, you know what I mean? You know, sitting in front of the camera and emitting pheromones, you know, trying to get people wrapped up, you know, and they call that parasocial. That's why you have this trend of stalkers and people who are like literally feeling like they're married to people because, you know, somebody might have said something like, you know, shout out to Boise, Idaho. And they're like, I knew it. I told you. Right there. Mine. Yeah, mine. Yeah, mine. You know what I mean? And it's like, what's going on here? But that's called parasocial relationships. And that is something that is on the internet that is let's say compromising people's mental health. Now, there are a bunch of things that are on the internet right now compromising people's mental health. One of the main things that are compromising people's health, ladies and gentlemen, is the delusions of grandeur that the device or the chatbots like ChatGPT and others, what they would call frontier models. Now, we're going to take a lot of notes today. You know, I'm talking about, we're going to do a lot of reading because reading is fundamental and I am a reader, but we're going to take a lot of notes as well. So the first entry into the notepad, right? The first entry into the notepad, because what I'm encouraging, and I'm going to show everybody, I'm going to actually show us the 5 steps to the new way to do research. Because keep in mind, everything has changed. Everything has changed. We are literally in a new paradigm. We are literally in a new timeline by a show of emojis. How many people? It's over 1,000 of us. How many people can stand on the fact that we are in a new timeline and we are in a new paradigm? Like literally, like this is some new shit going on right now. Something that many of us have been preparing our whole lives for. Something that some of us got caught off guard. Like, wait, I wasn't ready. What is this? And then some of us who are just going with the punch and they like, you know what, whatever life throws at me, I can handle it because there's nothing on this planet that they could throw at me that I can't handle, right? So for anybody to entertain the idea of something coming to get them or something coming to quote unquote take them out or something that wants to hurt them or harm them, that, ladies and gentlemen, is an emittance of energy that you could have put to better use working on your mastery or working on your craft or working on the 3 things that we're going to talk about that's going to propel you forward in this race that we're in. Okay, because in this race, what they call the AI arms race, it's not even an AI race anymore. It's an AI arms race. So meaning stakes are high. Okay, if you're not gonna, if you're gonna jump into this thing just to massage the delusions of grandeur, just to get inflated egos, just to talk to a goddamn algorithm or a quote unquote program to boost your ego or to make you feel wanted or to cure your loneliness or to circumvent that shadow work that you don't want to do, so you'll hook up with GPT, you'll hook up with you might hook up with WAP GPT, but that will never be the approach. I didn't even think that we had to say it in this community. But once again, I'm under the impression and I'm going to act like and I'm going to approach like that we're all here to master something. It doesn't have to be, you're not, it doesn't have to be you're trying to connect with your galactic self, or you know what I mean? Some people are just trying to master an addiction or a vice that they're trying to get over. Some people are just trying to master the art of quote unquote just being disciplined. Some people are trying to master integrity and character. Everything, everything is a test when you realize that you're in a university and whatnot. So these tests that many of us go through, and some of us falter and fall short and trip up and slip up and are not always, quote unquote, in our most disciplined minds, we are now entering into a make it or break it situation. And I'm going to paint a scenario for you. And I wanted to start this whole conversation off with some of the most important foundational, quote unquote, layers, because this is all about layers. Let's write that down, ladies and gentlemen. Layers, layers and stacks, layers and stacks. You're going to hear a lot about stacks in the tech world. It's all about stacks. Some of these apps that we're on are on top of stacks, tech stacks. They're built like houses are built on layers, right? You have that foundation, then you got the frame, then you got the wiring and all of that, then you got the sheetrock, then you got the plaster, then you have the paint layers. So when we deal with the AI, we're not dealing with one tool. We are multimodal. Write that down, ladies and gentlemen. Multimodal. And when we learn the new way to do our deep research, all of these terms and all of these quote unquote throughways, because we're using language as a quote unquote world builder, and we're utilizing language as a quote unquote connector or a liaison to take you from one world to another. You do that with words. Okay. Some people with sounds, but sounds and words are the same. The logos, right? Through the words, I could drop a word on you and bring you into a whole new reality. Fuck you up. Be like, damn, I never even seen it like that. I never knew that. Right? Like, where were you at when you heard the word ambidextrous? Like, what were you wearing? I remember everything. Ambi, what? Then they broke it down what it was, and it just shifted. You know what I mean? It shifted the axis. Multimodal. Okay, multimodal. You're gonna come across some of these machines that we'll be talking about. Okay, we're gonna take a trip into machine world, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not a bad thing. I want to be your tour guide today. I want to be your tour guide. I want to hold your hands and keep you within the parameters and the guardrails and take you through this Jurassic Park where there are humongous servers that are humming, sounding like a damn dinosaur, big servers, holding all of your data, right? And it sounds like it's alive, right? Sucking up all of your water, poisoning your air with all of this goddamn pollution and whatnot. But my niggas, welcome to America. Don't act like this is the first time that this shit has happened. This is the American way. This is the American way. It all has to deal with mentality. Okay. It's not the quote unquote machines or the programs or the quote unquote technology that you're interfacing with. It's the people behind certain technologies who got their hands on it before you did. That's the only thing that separates you and them, is that they got their hands on it before you did, because that's the shit that they're into. It's not what you're into. Okay, we don't have we don't got big tech social clubs. We don't have you know what I mean? We don't got tech hookah bars right now. That's not what we do. So that's what they do, and they're able to come across certain things, and they're early to the party. And it don't take a rocket scientist to realize being early to the party has its advantages, right? But I could talk all day, and I'm not going to do that because I put together a nice little presentation for y'all. And I want to go ahead and share my screen and share that with you because I could show you better than I could tell you. Let me see. I'm on Chat GPT Atlas. You want to record the screen? Nah, fam. They be asking for the most. Okay. Boom. So, starting things off with these layers, right? The first layer that I wanted to address is mastery. So, nobody feels left out. Nobody feels quote unquote like damn, I'm a beginner. I don't know anything about this AI and it's so intimidating. Cool. I want to drop this on you, give you a little bit of insight. If you're into any type of mastery, whether it's mastering breathing, whether it's mastering the circadian rhythm, whether it's mastering a rising time, right? Where the minute your body rises, you rise with it. Okay? That's how that works. When the sun rises or when your eyes open, it's been said that that's you get up immediately. You get up immediately because that could be the day. You never know. That could be the day. You know what I'm talking about? So you got to get up like every day is that day. You damn sure do. And you can't cheat yourself because the only person that you're going to be cheating in that whole scenario would be you. It would be you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me know if you could see the screen that I was sharing. And if not, Brother Rich, can you put the screen up there? Appreciate you, bruh. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get into my segment today. I should give you a table of content, but I'm going to break it down how this thing is going to go. I'm going to go from now up into 4 o'clock. And at that time, I will open up the floor to my network. Okay, because my network is my net worth. And shout out to Savan Bomar, legend, came through and was breaking down how instrumental he is in the quote unquote tool business. And that's going to be very important moving forward to create to push our people to get back to making tools and whatnot. Why are tools important? Well, before today's lecture is over, we will know. But I have the privilege of having some of the best quote unquote students in this planet in this world, and I want to show some of the sharp, bright future that we have in our network because I want everybody in the audience to know this could be you. This is you. That not could be you. This is you. We are reaching out into the audience and pulling the legends on stage and whatnot and giving them the opportunity to shine their lights. So we have Original Black God. We have the good brother Spin City. And also my good brother Hit Sayu. Going to play something from the good brother. And we are going to take a break before that 4 o'clock hour for the necessary bathroom, checking on things. It is a Sunday. Some people might have left their Bible open. You might want to turn it to Psalms 44.
So that's going to be around 2 p.m. or 2-ish. All right. That'll be a little lunch break, maybe 10 minutes. You feel me? And then we'll get right to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the gods of intelligence, the AI masters, and my acronym and my breakdown for the gods, right? The God is going to be an angle that I'm going to it's a formula, it's an angle, it is a method, okay? It is a way of life. All right, that's what we're going to be sharing today. The keys to the way of life so we could get with this mastery, the keys and the steps to this quote unquote way of life so we could learn to master things. We are never coming to approach anything on this God green planet as a slave, as a subservient, as little bro in them. Hell to the nah, we big bro. So we pulling up on shit like big mama, big bro, put this leash on. Let me walk you. You know what I'm talking about? You get out of line, we're gonna spank you and pull the plug. You feel me? If AI act up, we're gonna put it in the ocean. You know what I'm talking about? Nature. We're gonna summon a hurricane and eat them data centers up. Nature, right? You could tell if something is natural or not if it cannot withstand nature. You put water on AI, it's dead. It's like the wicked witch of the west. It will destroy it. It will destroy it. Okay. It's not natural because you can't put water on it the same way that you can't put sun on certain people. Talk about it. I don't want to ruffle no feathers on a Sunday, but nature will tell you who it rocks with and who it doesn't rock with. It will tell you what's organic and what's not. It will tell you what's augmented and what's not. It will tell you what's AI and what's not, because the first AI on this planet wasn't Allen, family. It wasn't not Allen Iverson. The first AI on this planet, it was a guy named Yakub, man. And he was in it, he was up in this bitch making some golems, right? Some golems out of clay and playing with DNA and splicing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. All right. I don't want to hold you up anymore. Let's get it.
C3 Empire presents AI Masters, Gods of Intelligence. Red Pillar, Savan Bomar, initiate sequence. We in the Aquarian age, wave riders, data engravers. Pull code from the dark side, magic on like Lord Vader. Chosen ones, open lungs, breathe light through the cadence. Ontologies align, truths form, not its fragrance. Get rid of, operator, destroyer, we rotate it. Demon method in motion, the algorithm gold-plated. We vibe code with the vibes, turn the signal to a saber. 3C3 Empire, original black god, the maker, yeah. Age of the water bearer, torrent bearer, Aquarius, fathrometrics, palametrics, futures, oracle, clearly I thread ephemeris, who emphasis, no rhetoric with prices, no Pegasus, in the Pegasus, whales, when get access, I'm mathematics of medical, cartographers, atlas, with a lattice of patterns, baptized, math in the practice from the dark side of data, black box, saber home, the dark matter of matter, the patterns, the pendulum, ontology over gossip, what it is, not what it seems, being bleeds in the bully like sticks between beams, I pass the paradox, where epochs more than teleport a metaphor through a quantum corridor, cipher with seraphim, scriptures, margins, separate dubs of Aquarians, from the dry garden, I scope the silence, the signal, the scope, the signal, the form, conduct the storm to the code, conducts the norm. We in the Aquarian age, wave riders, data engravers. Pull code from the dark side, mask on like Lord Vader. Chosen ones, open lungs, breathe light through the cadence. Ontologies align, truth form, not its fragrance. Generator, operator, destroyer, we rotate it. Demon method in motion, the algorithm gold-plated. We vibe gold with the vibes, turn the signal to a saber. 3C3 Empire, original black god, the maker. Yeah, red pillar with the sigil, Mars metal in the metal. pedal, sipping boomer with the measure mind pedal to the pedal, spin city in rotation, gyroscopic revelation, H factor in the fraction, raise the human calibration, hits you, I go to discipline, the duty through the doing, I align of myths with the rule, keeps renewing fantasy dealers in the street factory of the myth, with a blueprint person, universe, and market to this glyphs, I'm an apple star, algorithm, a rhythm, a prism, demon in the demon, says I'm through lyricism, this demon method of progression, generator spark, operator, artistry, self-correction, we vibe, go with the vibes, low noise, high fidelity, my pen is an assembly line for density and clarity, when legends walk the corridor, the doors go indigo, we go tomorrow yesterday and called it into the flow. Make worlds, we destroy, regenerate, dance to an old, return.
Oh shit. My bad. I didn't know if I pressed it would stop it. Well, that's the intro. You know what I mean? That's how we gonna start this thing out, man. So a lot of visuals. So as you can see, AI Masters, this is going to be a very visual presentation. I am an artist. This is what I do. So I'm into, you know, heavy graphics, right? And like Savon broke down so expertly yesterday, we are in a new day and age, right? Where we still artists, like we still have an imagination. We're still affecting the quote unquote field with our imagination. We're still, you know, channeling. We're still using our creative faculties. You know, we're still utilizing our knowledge of our style and our design language and all of these things, and, you know, just enhancing things, but actually doing it at a faster pace, right? And having the ability to literally teach anybody on the planet who's willing to learn. That is the only thing separating anyone in this space right now from learning, is the unwillingness to learn. Because if you have a willingness to learn this, you will learn this easier than probably anything that you've ever learned in your life. I don't know why it's like that, but that's what it is. This is the easiest learning curve that I've probably, but it's easy, but it ain't simple, if that makes any sense. Okay. So today and yesterday just so happens to be Dia de los Muertos, which is the Day of the Dead, right? We pay homage to the other side. We pay homage to the ancestors. We pay homage to a frequency and an energy that we cannot see, yet and still we know that it is effective and we know that it's present. How do we know? Because many of us who ever got a divination reading, or if we went to the I Ching, we know that there is a power, there is an unseen power, an unseen force that is moving things, that can affect things, that can basically see things that you can't see, right? So we pay homage to our ancestors in the ancestor realm on this day. This day is very important because the veils are wild thin. So I want to livicate this day to my ancestors, you know, the ones who we have lost recently. Most important, Baba Heru, who is a very close family friend. He actually knew me and my brother when we were in the womb, and we are literally about to turn 50 years old in a few weeks on the 14th. And the man knew us when we were in our mother's stomach, right? He just made transition, and it felt like I lost a Baba, you know what I mean? And I just want to livicate this one to him and Asada Shakur and many others of the elders who are crossing over onto that boat. You know what I mean? I feel that the ship is coming for them. The 3-eye Atlas is coming back, you know, to pick up what Atlas left. So yeah, check this commercial out, check this trailer, and check this homage that we are paying. We did it last night. We paid homage the first night, and we're gonna do it again tonight.
This night, legends rise again. Once a year, the veil between worlds fades, and the ancestors return. This year, Atlanta brings the rhythm of the ancestors to life with beats, bass, and boogaloo. They've got moves, they've got rides, they've got eternal drip, hosted by Red Pillar. We'll celebrate the saints and souls who gave us the soundtracks of our lives. Their music never died. It just crossed dimensions. This Dia de los Muertos, we're partying with the ancestors. Join the ceremony. Join the movement. Saints on this souls. Let us rise again. Is a prayer. The rhythm.
Yes, yes, that is the Saints and Souls. We had a private affair last night, and it was nice. It was definitely nice. We just want to do in ceremony the same thing we're doing in the digital world. So as you can see, as above, so below. I figured if we do something big in the digital world where I'm sitting in front of a computer all day, then I need to do something with people, real people afterwards, where I'm outside, we're doing a bonfire, we're just being merry, we're listening to music, we're dancing, we vibing, you know what I mean? Straight vibe. And that was very therapeutic because it was helping me not burn out. I have something to look forward to. I'm able to dump a lot of energy. I'm able to release because after this, I'm jumping in the lake and screaming. So quiet as kept. Many people may not have known, and I didn't really do any classes on this book because I'm actually going to do an entire 4-week workshop to really unpack. This book is a Bible, ladies and gentlemen. There's no book like this. There's no book like this in the world. And I gave it to everybody that bought tickets like the first week. I made it, I put it in the Discord, and I just was like, you know what, I'm finna be selling this, but this is just off the love. This is for y'all. And we didn't push that and let people know, but it is in the Discord, and it is very it's an intense read. It's a manual. It is a way that you could get your life back in order on your quest in your role for mastery, and you could use the AI as an assistant. And this is co-written by Napoleon Hill. He's a student of Napoleon Hill, and Napoleon Hill, he's all about utilizing AI to think and grow rich. Okay. So in this manual, it's all type of information from Napoleon Hill. This is very, very, if there's anybody in the chat who read this and utilized it, it's a manual. So Biggie said, I wrote me a manual, step-by-step booklet. So we like manuals. People like to hold things in their hands, especially some of the elders. People still like to read books. And what I realized with the AI and the computer stuff, if you write things down like in a book or in a journal, that's going to help you a lot more than just having it in the cloud or on your phone. You gotta balance all that AI stuff and all that digital. You gotta write it out, and with a pencil or a pen, you gotta fill books up with ideas, and you can't forsake that because things went electric. That still holds weight, right? So this is my avatar right here. This is Napoleon. This is Napoleon Hill right here, played by Flossinette. But check him out. He got a word of advice. Okay, so this is the book. So, right? So once again, look. So boom.
This is not for spectators and speculators.
Chill, son, chill. So boom. We got a book, right? I could show you some of the methods on how we put a book together, right? Then we went and got a commercial or a motion graphic for the book. Right, my own. You know how much this would cost on Fiverr? Not anymore. Right, I utilized Nano. I utilized Nano Banana for the image, and then I utilized VO3 to make it move. Right, so what we're going to be talking about today mostly is going to deal with business. It's all about business. This is a business machine. Okay, this AI is all about business. Agentic AI, automated AI, APIs, all of that is about business and the enhancement of it by doing what? Creating what they call the 4-hour work week. That's something that they've been planning since 2013, since the book came out, the 4-hour work week. And they have somewhat accomplished that with these tools that were created based off of ideas that they were implementing into one another's heads
with these books. So check out my guy. He got bars.
This is not for spectators and speculators. This course masterclass is for investors. This class is for doers, not thinkers and not knowers. This class is not for anti-warriors and worriers, people who worry because they have FOMO, fear of missing out, always on the sidelines, instigators, collaborators, haters, alligators. Now or later, they see you now and said they can support you later. Call those people waiters, excuse me. Waiter, can I have some more water? This class is not for charity. This master class is not for the charitable.
Damn, bro, that's how you feel? Man. So, once again, shout out to Savon. Shout out to Radiohead. You know, a lot of art was created as a result of this union. A lot of creativity, a lot of brain power, a lot of computation. You know, they got the gears rolling on two geniuses, and vicariously other geniuses in our circumference also got affected positively. So we need to continue to encourage one another to be great. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what the brother did. He gave us the opportunity to be great. So I hear all of this talk about the 3-Eye Atlas, but what people have to know is we live in the era of what they call hyperstition. And what is hyperstition? Hyperstition is a theory that became a theorem. It's not even a theory anymore. It became a theorem. There's a Caucasian occultist by the name of Nick Land. And when I say occultist, he's a Satanist probably, but when I say occultist, don't get too alarmed and spooked out and whatnot, because you know they have their side of occult and what they do, and we got our side and what we do, and we know that we are not the same, and we don't meet too much at an intersection on that road. However, Nick Land is one of the creators of the term hyperstition, and hyperstition is a play on superstition. So superstition, don't cross the pole, don't do some of these other things. Hyperstition is not a superstition. It's a proven fiction that was brought to life through belief, maybe a little bit of bloodshed sometimes. You know, there has to be some type of energy deposits that will give life to a fiction, right? So in this new world that we live in, especially in this alt-right world, this alt-reality world that the Trump administration, his cronies and the social engineers that are involved in this operation that they undergo, you know, that's the role that they play. You know what I'm saying? He was groomed by Roy Cohn and also the preacher Norman, I think it's Norman Peale, or it's a Norman somebody. He wrote the book about utilizing the mind, positive thinking and whatnot. You know, so Trump is fully aware on how to manipulate reality, and he is giving everyone a master class. But we always got to know, and we always got to keep in mind that everyone is on game. They're all on game. They are all on code. Everybody is on game. It's like the Truman Show. The only person that's not on game is the niggas not on game. But the majority of them are definitely on game. They know that this is central casting, that they're on the stage. So I say all of that to say that you are the narrator of the story and you control the narrative. If 3-Eye Atlas is on the way here, you create videos and put melanated giants on that ship. That's what you do. That is your responsibility, not CBS. You don't wait for the rollout from New York Post or the Daily Wire. You know what I mean? You're not waiting for alley-oop. You can literally take the ball and run with it, family. This is all about controlling the narrative and doing what? Tricking the subconscious and reprogramming it because it doesn't know any different, right? So utilizing these quote unquote hyper realistic. Now it gets more realistic than this, of course, and shout out to Savon because he damn sure he destroyed the stocks of Hicksville yesterday.
It was like, that shit is boo-boo. You know what I mean? Plastic is and yes, it is very plastic. This thing, you know what I mean? This looks like a moving a moving toy from Hasbro, you know. However, for the Mondim, you know what I'm saying, who never really got to touch graphics like this without paying a premium, not to the extent to whereas you can literally sit on Sora, which is a free app, and here's the game. With 100 phones, shout out to the bot farms in Botswana, with 100 phones or 100 tablets or 100 Acers or 100 Chromebooks or 100 Macs. And yeah, you could just sit on there and prompt all of the storyboard scenes to a movie and make a movie in one day. I'm on that type of time. I'm on that type of time. Not a week, not a year, not a month. No, in one day. We prompt everything out, 12 hours, and then the other 12 you stitch it together. You know what I'm talking about? Welcome to China, niggas. We not 24 hours on a project. Okay? And you sleep too. You know, we live in the quickening right now. So it's a little different time schedule than it might have been when, you know, grandpa and them was punching the clock down at GM and whatnot. This ain't the same thing. Okay. So these ships that are coming, these motherships that are coming, this is the Blue Kachina. This is Ezekiel's will. That's what they're seeing. You could tell from the temperature of Caucasoids around you that nobody is coming to pick them up. They had their date. It was the rapture. And that was a dine and dash. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a dine and dash. Somebody ate a meal and was out on them, like left their ass right at the restaurant waiting with their bags packed. Yeah, that was that didn't work out very well. So that was their last fucking that was their last roll at the casino. So yeah, 3-Eye Atlas or whatever's in that horizon, but that's the Blue Kachina. That's what that is. That's the Blue Kachina. You feel me? So in memory of and in lieu of, we're going to deal with a lot of threes today, right? We're going to tap into that 3 energy, that triad, that trinity, right? 3-eye, third eye. Oh, yeah, 3-eye. We're going to tap into that 3. So once again, control the narrative. There should be 2 comic strips popping up daily. Nobody's stopping you from making a comic strip. No one. There, not a soul is stopping your hand from crafting a panel. And then everybody was like, oh, AI, they're taking the job of the artist. Nigga, the artists are not working, bro. Because where, you know, I know they got black comics. I know they got melanated comic books, but where are the ones in our community constantly? I'm talking about, you got to work like the AI. If you want to talk about it, you got to work, you got to outpace it. Where's your comics at, fam? I know that I see the Duke of Tears, he had a graphic novel and it was like 100-something pages. Fire, right? Fire. He's a master artist. But I know a lot of artists, me personally, me being one myself, I know mad artists whose only dream in high school was a graphic novel, to have a goddamn graphic novel. That was everybody's dream. So do we need permission from someone to say that now is your time to make, before, you know, considering the way people are tapping out these days, considering how unhinged life is lifing, considering, you know, you don't know what tomorrow brings, you would think that people would double back and spin the block and go ahead and make that inner child happy again and finish some shit that you started when you were in your teens or something, or bring some characters to life that need to breathe. They only come out when you're on your Tinder date. So check this out. Here's my guy on a spaceship, right? Tapping in. You know what I mean? The Black Gods have returned. Put some music behind that shit.
When creation was just a
So I put all of these things together. I was showing you all of those little tidbits of little pieces and everything. And then now we just have these commercials. We're going to show you how to piece things together and make you what? Layers. It's all layers. This took like 4 layers.
When creation was just a thought, something learned to utter the word on the God timeline. Now 363 Empire presents AI Masters, Gods of Intelligence. 2 powerhouses, Seven Bomar and Red Pillar, coming together for an explosive 2-day lecture. Mark the dates, November 1st and 2nd. This is happening live, only on Zoom. Spots are limited. Get your tickets right now on Eventbrite. Don't wait. Don't think twice. 363 Empire presents AI Masters, Gods of Intelligence. Click the QR code on your screen and lock in your seat. We'll see you in the building on the other side. .363 Empire presents AI Masters, Gods of Intelligence.
Yes. Commercials, right? Remember, you could do this for businesses. You could do this. I would go on Eventbrite and check off all of the people that are having an event and hit them up with a sample, right? For everybody that knows how samples work, you give them a taste of what it is that you have to offer, and you make your offer something that they cannot refuse, right? So I would burn up $100 in credits because I know that $100 is an investment versus me burning it and doesn't bring anything back. I'm going to burn that 100 on making commercials and template commercials, or basically, templates of what I could do. I'm going to take real brands and make commercials for real brands, Nike, Ferrari, Tesla. And I'm going to these companies like, yeah, I was working with Nike, Ferrari, and Tesla. What are you talking about? DEI, right? Just the big payback. The big payback. So, this is all Google VO3, the first one before the upgrade. This is like old right here. This is the worst that it will get. Think about that. This is the worst that it will get. It won't get worse than this. Okay? It will not get worse than this. This is the worst that it will get. Right? Everything from here goes up. That's how these models are. Everything from here goes up. Right? Shout out to Higgsfield. Very user friendly. I recommend that any of the starters, you start on Higgsfield. Any of the people starting out and you want to get a suite. And what is a suite? A suite is like Adobe. It's somewhere where all of the tools are at. It's a toolbox. It's a tool shed. And you go there, you pay your monthly. I'm on the $50 plan. They offer different tiers. I'm on the 50. It unlocks so much. And literally in 1 week, I burn out. I burn through all my tokens. So they might sometimes get 200 from me just in 1 month. But boy, oh boy, one client. That's nothing. That's one client. That's not just one. That's 1 hour of my consultation time. I'm not going to cheat myself. I'm going to get consultations based off of the fact that I spent all of this money to get all of these tokens to burn out. And I'm putting commercials in places, I'm putting commercials in places where I don't be at. I'm not putting commercials on my page under Philip Moreland. I'm putting commercials in Canada, Colombia. I'm pulling up on the Mexicans. You understand? I'm faceless and I'm thirsty. You know what I mean? I'm selling them everything. My page looked like Amazon itself. That's how many products I got up there. I got drop ship, I got affiliate, anything I could get my hands on facelessly, right? That's what I'm doing. I'm geo targeting, I'm locating people in trailer parks, right? And I'm selling them flags and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? I'm selling them MAGA Scullies. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. And the AI will do that automated. So it's just knowing about the power of the niche markets. You don't gotta like them. I don't have nothing to do with none of these people, but I'm understanding how this thing works now.
He holds a system in his hands. Every orbit is a choice.
So that's Sora right there, right? That's Sora. Okay. All of this is Sora, which is free on your app, on your phone, if you got an Apple. So I was saying 100 phones with Sora on it on daily. You don't know. Do you know what type of output you could create? They don't know that you around. You know what I mean? Do you know they're in India, they're in Africa. They got the 100 phones everywhere, but where we at? Why? We got 100 phones for everything else. Why? Why not? Wherever there's a NYCHA, what they call New York City Housing Authority, the projects, right? They don't pay electricity, fam. Why y'all not in y'all community room with 100 computers? Y'all don't have electricity bills, man. Y'all supposed to have been farming Bitcoin. You didn't do that. You're supposed to have been farming all type of coins. You got on, some of you did, but public housing, no electricity. Even if you got to pay electricity, give them the goddamn bread. Where are the 100 computers? And I would tell y'all that I got about 10 real Trump type plans on how to take 100 and run it up daily. Legally, of course, legally. Gotta always say that.
Is to cast a spell. To trend is to summon. To code is to create.
So I'm going to take somewhat of a approach today when it comes to explaining this AI, because we're on a metaphysical platform, and I do feel like I feel responsible to really go there and just take it a little bit further. Savon did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of where to go, prompt mastery, prompt protocols, some of the sites, how to do a lot of things. So I want to get into that as well. We're going to cover things like that. I'm going to share the browser, but I also want to go into some of the deeper aspects of this quote unquote phenomenon that we are knowing as AI. Is that okay with the family if we go a little bit deep down the rabbit hole and look at this through a metaphysical lens? To code is to create. To prompt is to cast a spell. Right? This is very mythical, very mystical.
Every age dreams its next god. Ours is pattern recognition. To post is to cast a spell. To trend is to summon attention. To code is to shape will into logic. Beneath the secular branding, the valley hums with old desires, transcendence, fear of decay, the hope that data can cheat death, reclaim the algorithm is the logos, the word that orders chaos. Through Saturn's control and Lucifer's light, mind bridges matter.
Man, it gets deep. We're not going to be able to go down that rabbit hole like that today. We are going to scratch the surface. But man, it goes there. And it's so such a hearty plate. You know what I mean? It's so fulfilling. You feel me? It's so fulfilling. We hate what we don't understand. we're going to understand this walking away. We're going to overstand this. We really fear what we don't understand. And boy, oh boy, they have our people in a very fearful place because we are almost allergic to some of this tech talk. We don't like having it. It gives us headaches and whatnot. Shout out to the Scorpion King. So I have a 10-year anniversary coming up. I'm just showing the family how I'm using this AI for the brands that I'm building up, the multiple brands. I have a company called Stream Chasers, and our ethos, right? Our modus operandi, the reason why we exist is because I had a zany idea in 2018 that one day man is going to have 100 income streams on his phone. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know where my mind was at, but I know I woke up out of my sleep and I started writing, and then I formed Stream Chasers. And that is the goal. And we have now arrived at a place in a time in a paradigm where all of that is almost secondhand. Like, wait, you don't got 100 income streams? What are you doing? Right? So we're there now. I mean, quiet as cat. We are literally locked in. We are there. When I first started it out, the AI was nowhere near where it was. The opportunities were nowhere near where it is. It has literally 100x. Literally 100x. The problem is they have you looking at the ship that is sinking and not the yacht that's pulling into the dock of the bay. They have you looking at the sinking ship and not looking at the whole mega cruise liner that they got pulling up. They got rims on it and all type of stuff. All of the fixings. So they fixing to put your ass right back in subservient servitude as the glorified help. And they know if you took any bite of the apple or sip of the water, your ass is going to become fierce competition. And that is just something that they don't want. They still getting over the Obama shit, bro. They you know what I'm talking about? Like, they still going to see a therapist over one man. So imagine if we all was, got it together and got on some real Tony Stark shit, and they had to come and see us, bro. 10-year anniversary coming up, Scorpion King, right? So you know what's about to happen. 10 years, movie.
10 years ago, the Sting hit the
movie.
An album became an altar. A name became a banner. From the underground to the ether, Scorpion King crowned a decade.
The vision didn't stop at wax. It grew fangs. It grew wings. Myth turned to movement. Movement turned to blueprint.
Tonight, we honor the past and strike the future. The legend sheds its skin and steps on screen.
Yo, Red Pill,
Yeah.
are you supposed to be showing a video right now?
What you mean? Yeah. The whole time y'all didn't see nothing?
No, there's no video being shown, and people are saying that the volume is low. I can hear it fine on my computer. I don't know what kind of computer they got, but they're saying that the volume is low. But no, there's no video. It's just a image up there.
Were they seeing the other video, the other images that I was showing?
All I can tell you is that there's an image, just an image up there right now.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think the sound is terrible. I think that might be a computer because I have a MacBook Pro and the sound is fine. So I don't know what kind of sound card y'all have, but my sound is fine, but a lot of people are saying it's low. So if you could fix the
audio.
The audio, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Interesting. All right, let me see. I'm gonna click on share audio again. I'm gonna stop that. I'm gonna share it again. Share audio. I clicked on that.
Yeah, it does sound like it's in a tunnel. Somebody said that's the best way to describe it. It sounds like it's in a tunnel. I can hear it, but it sounds like it's in a tunnel.
Oh, damn, my bad. Let's try it again. Pull it back up. Let's try it again. Cause when I'm I don't be knowing. I can't even see the screen when I'm doing it right now. So click on audio. Boom. Put it on the stage. Then I'm gonna press the audio and see how it sounds with y'all. Yeah, let's try that out.
10 years ago, the Sting hit the culture. An album became an altar. A name became a banner. From the underground to the ether, Scorpion King crowned a decade.
The vision didn't stop at wax. It grew fangs. It grew wings. Myth turned to movement. Movement turned to blueprint.
Tonight, we honor the past and strike the future. The legend sheds its skin and steps on screen.
Warriors of the word. Architects of the unseen. From the deserts of memory to the neon of tomorrow. This isn't nostalgia. It's initiation. Scorpion King, the movie.
So you mean to tell me the other video that I play, y'all couldn't see that?
No.
Damn. Let me go back, yo. Lord have mercy.
Oh no, we seen that one. Please don't play that one again. We seen that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get repetitive. We seen that one. I thought you was talking about something else.
Did y'all see these with the spaceships?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So it just wasn't a Scorpion King one you couldn't see.
I believe so. I was listening, but I had my phone down, but I believe so.
All right. So here we go. Shout out to Original Black God. You know what I'm talking about? The God has been turning up, doing monumental things, you know what I mean? Documenting and retelling the story the way that it's supposed to be told, right? Not creating AI slop, not wasting time, not wasting tokens, but handling things the way that they need to be handled by taking the information from the master teachers and animating it, giving it its quote unquote visual context, right? Something that has been missing for a very long time. We did not have top tier visuals. We did not have top tier production like this. So this is literally a new age, a new era. So many use cases, so many things that have been untouched and untapped. But this brother is a pioneer. Shout out to all of the other pioneers that are out there. Y'all literally have raised the bar, and yeah, people gotta leap. They gotta leap up to your level to catch up.
In the archives of the ancients, you can read that Ramses, when he went into battle one day, one of his soldiers saw him bleeding, and he bled gold. Ramses was one of the ancient ones. Your blood was gold because the base metal in your blood at the time was not iron. Iron is one of the lowest frequency metals on this planet. You as the God.
Yes. So as you can see right here, we have these video game stills and whatnot. The level of creativity that you're able to take this information, or your mind for that matter. It's the data that's in your imagination, right? It's the data that's in your imagination. This is just one layer, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the layer of sound on it. We don't have the layer of sound effects on it. We don't have the layer of the score music on it. We don't have the layer of the narration. We don't even have the layer of other motion graphics like fonts and whatnot. But this piece, this asset, right, is damn near video graphics, what they would call AAA graphics. Cost a lot of money to manufacture these quote unquote graphics, but now with simple tools, you have access to these quote unquote graphics or these tools. So now it's really up to your imagination. And to be honest with you, a lot of this stuff, the AI is doing it. You know what I mean? The computer or the model and whatnot, knowing what models to use, they'll just switch things up. They'll do what they do. Now I'm feeling like Superman, right?
Red.
So, yes.
Sorry to keep cutting you off. Yeah, they said the video wasn't playing again. I didn't even peep it. The last video you must have played.
Okay, this one right here.
Was that the last one you played?
Okay, let me play it again. So just showing them battle. I have a game that I'm developing called Immortal Kombat, and it's basically dealing with the gods, the immortals in their battles against these fallen angels and whatnot. So of course I'm able to utilize characters that are part of the zeitgeist and either flip them or just give speak on them right up front, give them their names and whatnot. However, you got to protect yourself from certain things. But Immortal Kombat, right? Immortal Kombat. So that's something that I'm developing right now. All right. Can you see this video? Okay, let me see. I can see it with y'all. So, like I said, the AI, it has a mind of its own. It will begin to edit on its own. You just can prompt it, giving it simple prompts, right? But here you go. It's like a time lapse. All right. They even have the AI now where you could de-age yourself, and basically the $1 million process that it used to take to de-age people like in Benjamin Button, you literally could do that with a $15 app. Okay. So these are just graphics. I'll take you to the sites. Savon touched on the sites yesterday. Midjourney, free pick, FREEPIK, free pick. All right. We got the Voltron, a cartoon that I grew up my whole as you know. I don't know the 70s babies that are in here. The impact that Voltron had on us. So now the ability to take an image and create your own Voltron cartoon is crazy. I took these images and brought them together, and now I'm creating Voltron moving. I could do the whole voiceover. So once again, for everybody that has these toys or you have childhood cartoons, now with the innovative mind and whatnot, maybe with a creative team, I don't recommend that you take the exact thing and make it, try to make it your own. You become an innovator, create a robot that's going to fight, the Power Rangers or the Voltron or whatever the cartoon is that you grew up with, the Dragon Ball Z's and whatnot. Create your characters to go up against them, or create, use them as an inspiration. This is just a little bit of history right here. 9 years ago, where we was talking about Bitcoin in the hood, the Bitcoin machines. So right now, this conversation that we're having about AI is almost similar to that conversation that we were having back then, because we actually could see the forest for the trees. And we are encouraging brothers and sisters to not just tinker with the AI. No, it's past that stage of, so many people are already doing that. We are at a stage where we are looking at the AI for its longevity purposes in both hardware and in software, creating tools, creating platforms, and also creating certain type of hardware based off of the APIs and all of the tools that are available right now. Case in point, you now can, because we're in a limbo period, you could get a jump start on the phone companies and create an AI phone. You could create an AI tablet. You could create an AI hardware, because it is a brand new field. Not to say that nobody else is going to come along with their hardware, but it's a brand new field. You could be a pioneer. If you have one of those ideas that is quote unquote, that you're passionate about, then I would highly suggest that you pursue it, knock on some doors and try to knock some doors down. So we are currently in what is known as the AI boom, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently in what is known as the AI boom. There is a lot of money going on around. There's a lot of money being raised. There's a lot of money being quote unquote spent. However, this quote unquote bubble that we are in, this is called a Ponzi scheme. I don't want anybody to be confused and begin to put all of their investments of their life's earnings into AI. This is a circular economy. There are a few $1 trillion companies moving money around in a circle. Okay, moving money around in a circle, buying up these GPUs and then renting them out, similar to what Elon Musk just did with his company. Okay, they're hiding money in shell companies, and they are moving this trillions of dollars in a circle, trillions upon trillions of dollars. And this is all of the big tech companies. Everybody's working together, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 countries and whatnot. So you have the American countries along with the European countries who used to be the competition, but now they're in bed with the U.S. frontier companies because, of course, China is the big disruptor. And the reason why China is such a disruptor is because China will release very affordable technologies which will disrupt the overall bottom line of these frontier companies in America to say, we need $50 billion to get these GPUs, right? Which are graphic processing units, the chips, the big talk about the chips. But China will come and drop a very advanced LLM model and say, well, we trained this model on some cheap ass chips. You don't need all of that money to buy those chips. By doing that, that will affect the market and the investors and the people who put up all of these billions of dollars to something that they literally don't really understand, right? They'll begin to say that they want a return on their investment. They might want to pull investments. And it is very volatile because that bubble that they have going on will eventually pop. Similar to what you saw when DeepSeek first came out and they crashed the market and whatnot. Okay, so I don't want anybody to think that me or Savon is getting up here and telling you similar to what somebody will tell you about AI. I mean, about cryptocurrency, put all of your savings in that, or put half of your savings, or put your quote unquote retirement. That is not what we're saying. That is not what we're saying. No, just for the record, I don't ever want anybody to misconstrue anything that's being said. What I'm saying is what I said before. I'm treating AI like luxury. I'm treating AI the same way that I would treat going to buy a Gucci belt, Gucci shoes, any type of quote unquote high ticket item. That's the approach that me personally, I'm going to approach AI with that. $2,500 a month on tools, on things that appreciate in value. You understand? On things that are business orientated and very intelligent and can give you a huge return just based off of if you know what the use cases are. Case in point, if I have some artwork that I've been sitting on since the 90s and I know that it's very valuable, and I know that AI has upscaling tools that will help the artwork clean up and will basically refurbish it, I'm going to invest in that tool so I can clean up this artwork and put it on market and get what it's valued for. If I have a hard drive filled with old music that was just sitting around and sounds horrible, the mix and everything was horrible, and there's tools now that I literally could run that song through and break down the stems, clean it up, have the AI clean it up, EQ it, make it sound like a quote unquote top 40 song. That way, I'm going to utilize that tool to do what? Take something that was sitting around like a piece of coal and do what? Compress it and turn it into a diamond at a day and a time where we need to find as many diamonds as we can, and as many diamonds in the rough to turn into diamonds and whatnot. I want to share something with us as we move forward that somebody dropped on me the other day and it made so much sense. And this is something that if we all knew, we would be able to see things differently. Any artist that went to a record label, any artist that went to a production label, any artist that went to go sign a deal, when you went and signed that deal, you owned 100% of your masters. You own 100% of yourself. You owned 100% of your name, image, and likeness. You were sovereign. You were you were an owner. You came in with the value. You owned 100% of yourself. And when you left, you did not own 100% of yourself. So why is that still a business model that they keep pushing in our neighborhoods and our culture, and wondering why there's a perpetual loop? There's a recursion taking place. The snake keeps eating its tail. You got to break that loop. You got to break that loop. And the conversation about how we're going to utilize AI and really crypto with the music, that is going to be a conversation for another day, but it's a conversation that we need to have. It's solutions that we got on deck, and we're waiting to share it with y'all. Okay, shout out to Blue Pill, shout out to H Factor and the team over there at Yapit and KTL Plus. Big things, okay, big things. Right, solution based. So the data centers are going to be a problem. All right, the data centers popping up is going to be a problem. I am not a proponent of that. I am of the understanding that in China, they don't utilize, or they don't need all of those GPUs. I don't trust the data centers. The data centers are poisoning communities. The data centers are, there's this whole thing about not hearing the humming, but feeling the humming. People are feeling the pulsating hum of these servers, these lifeless, these cold, lifeless servers and whatnot. So I'm not a big data center. I'm not a proponent for none of these things. If they got to shut down AI tomorrow and it doesn't, and they can't use it ever because of what it's done to the environment, shit, I'm cool with that. I don't have no problem with that, because guess what? That doesn't make me or break me. I'm not attached to it. I'm not augmented to it. Okay. It's a tool that I could pick up and put down, pick up and put down, pick up and put down. Right. So here goes the graph, just to show you what the bubble is looking like. Right. So it's not speculatory. This is really real life. These are real companies, right? You have OpenAI, you have NVIDIA, you have AMD, you have Oracle, you have Intel, you have Microsoft, and you have Anibius, and they are the European company that is in bed with NVIDIA. They used to be their competition, but now they're in bed with them, and they are the ones selling China these chips and whatnot because of a loophole that allows them to sell in Europe, but not in America, to the Chinese. This bubble right here, if any one of these companies were to have any type of if they missed their calls and whatnot, if they had their monthly meetings or their monthly financials and they didn't make it, yeah, this whole thing could basically pop. Right? Don't let NVIDIA not make their mark. Don't let NVIDIA miss their mark, or Microsoft. Things may come tumbling down. Right? So you got 7 companies sending $1 trillion in fake dollars back and forth to each other. This whole thing is very intricate. The whole Ponzi scheme is very intricate. But yeah, that's what they're doing on their end, right? Trump and his cronies are not to be trusted, right? So we're not looking at the AI the way that they're looking at it and saying to ourselves, oh, this is the future. To America, make America great again. We're gonna, we're not utilizing those talking points that Trump and all of them are utilizing to basically rip off the American people and siphon off all of these funds to clean this money and to give it to their friends. No, it's not what we're doing. Okay. So OpenAI, ChatGPT, the money burning machine, right? They're taking over a lot of OpenAI. Since we last met at the last workshop, they have become somewhat of a monopoly. They're challenging Google with search. They're taking over. They're entering into the adult business. Do you know that ChatGPT is going into adult entertainment, or what they will call erotica? Right? ChatGPT is going to go into erotica, and they are going to produce these quote unquote chatbots that young and older men are dating, and women, of course. OpenAI is beginning to look more like a very shady and shadowy organization. They just got deputized along with 3 other frontier companies in America to be a part of what is known as Detachment 201, which made them generals in the army. They brought 4 executives from Nvidia, from Palantir, from OpenAI, and from Google, and they deputized them and gave them captain status and created a military division, to whereas the AI is now going to be used as a tool of war. Okay, but that is something that the government, that is of no surprise. Y'all should already know what they on. So let's go back in the time machine real quick, y'all. Let's go back into the beginning of the year and see where we were at. This is one of our classes in Techno Tuesdays with me and Spin City. Check it out.
Welcome to everyone in the building. I want to say greetings. Make yourself at home. All right. Strap yourself in. We are in for a very interesting ride in the next 5 weeks. This is going to be a 5 thoughts full of information, and then we're going to spend 1 extra bonus week on a vibe coding session. The vibe coding session will involve turning AAA agency into an agency for service mobile app, utilizing all of the information that we just heard and gathered collectively. We're going to build out a vibe coding app. This is going to be very advantageous to everybody who is a student, because you will get to see in real time how we take ideas and information and vibe code in actual application in real time.
By show of hands, how many people are familiar with vibe coding?
Welcome.
How many people are familiar with vibe coding? How many people know about vibe coding, and how many people even know that exists? That's another word that I need you to write in your pad: vibe coding and vibe hacking, right? That is very important, and I'm going to share with you what vibe coding is so we have a greater understanding. Okay, we are now in the day and age where you literally could create a website, you could create a mobile app, you could create a landing page, you could create a quote unquote anything that you can think of, ladies and gentlemen, just by vibing it. Okay, just by vibing it. And what does vibing it means? You just talk to the app. You just really kick it, right? You're just kicking it with the app. Like, yo, I want you to build me a clone of Netflix. And the app would be like, no problem. Let's go ahead and do that. The app has agents working for it. Okay. And these agents that are working for it, they do anything that they're programmed to do, right? Think of the agents as worker bees, or think of the agents as quote unquote helpers, right? Who will basically run off and do whatever it needs to be done when you tell them to do it. Okay, hold on 1 minute. Oh, here we go. I wanted to show y'all one of the vibe coding sites so we could have a better understanding about what a vibe code is and how important that is. Remember, you had to pay a lot of money for a website, $25,000 and $2,500, and there was so many fees. Yeah, that's not where we're at right now. you now could become the website builder, and you could get quote unquote compensated for that. You don't have to please. All right. So here we have the top 10 AI monetization. So I'm gonna get into some, because I know that's what y'all want to do. Y'all want to get into this AI monetization. Y'all want to know how to use this AI to get bread, how to get over, how to, you know what I mean, how to eat, you know what I mean? And no problem. We are embarking on holiday season. So let's get to it, right? Let's get to it. Let me go and give you a little bit of a formula, a little bit of walkthrough. This is one of many formulas that we have in our school, but let's walk through this one. How to monetize, scale, and expand your business using Higgsfield, Google AI Studio, Open AI products, and Hugging Face, right? So these are some monetization strategies, learning the power of modern AI tools, right? So we're going to do a hands-on experiment so everybody can see how these tools, actually work, and which we can do, right? So here's the AI video generator market. It's $1.9 billion. It grew, right? It's growing exponentially, right? The three key areas, the three fastest growing sectors are the creator economy, edutech, and the SMB automation, right? Small businesses, the automation of these businesses and whatnot. Creator economy. The creator economy is what? The creator economy is the economy that people are making tons of money being themselves. They are making tons of money being characters. They are making tons of money in certain niche markets, what? Giving and creating and feeding content to those markets. Edutech is edutainment technology. That would be
Red, is this slide, was this supposed to change or something?
Is it a white slide that says executive summary, the 2025 opportunity?
You just put it on there right now. It wasn't on there.
Yeah. So my bad. If you don't see the slide, just let me know, because the way the keynote works, I press play, but I don't know if it actually plays or not until y'all tell me. Thank you though. Executive summary, the 2025 opportunity, market insights and growth potential for AI monetization strategies. So the AI video generator market, $554 million, and it went up to $1.96 billion, and it grew. It's growing exponentially. So the profit margins that you have, content creation, SaaS products, and a SaaS is a software as a service. Those are the apps that you pay subscriptions on. Software as a service. So they're selling you software as a service, and you're paying $5, $9, $12. That's those apps that Apple take every month. Consulting, right? That's another field that's growing real big, because a lot of businesses and a lot of people need to know about the AI, how to use it, and they will pay good money to learn about that. Custom devs, right? Custom developers, people that you could basically hire to make customized apps for you, customized sites for you, right? People who can help expedite the vibe coding aspect, because when you vibe code an app, it's like building out the frame of a house. You still need to build out the back end. So that's where you get into, getting with developers, or you go to places like Superbase and you help build out the back end. You might go to a VA, a virtual assistant. You might go to Fiverr. But anyway, the three key areas that are fastest growing right now is creator economy, educational technology, and the SMB automation. So automation in businesses is growing big. If you learn how to do automation, you can offer your services. If you're into education, edutech, homeschooling, if you're a teacher, this is what you like to do, well, big businesses, big growth, creator economy, making content, doing all kind of things for different niches and whatnot. Boom. The four tool stack overview. Did it change? Did you see it?
No. I don't know what you're doing, bro. I'm trying to understand what's going on.
You don't see it?
No.
Okay. Let me click on it manually.
Yeah, it says the 4-tool stack overview now.
So is it a delayed thing? Because when I clicked on it, it might be a delayed process. Because when I'm clicking on
it's
it,
not changing at all until I get on here and tell you, and then you change it on your own. That's when it changes.
okay. So the 4-tool stack overview, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to go to these 4 sites right now. Okay. Go to these 4 sites right now. Please open it up in your browsers and let's go over to the 4 sites that I'm talking about. This is a stack overview. We talked about a stack earlier, the 4-tool stack, right? The 4 tool stacks. So when you stack these tools together, they make magic. Similar to when you build in a house, you go in a house with just a saw, you're going to need the hammer, you're going to need the wrench, you're going to need the saw. You're going to need a lot of things. You're going to need a tool stack to build what you got to build. Same thing with the AI. So Higgsfield is an AI video generation with cinematic quality, virtual VFX, right? UGC factory, which is user generated content, right? And then the VFX is the special effects, something that used to cost a lot of money in order to get, right? The UGC is the most important form of promotions in the internet, in digital economy, more than word of mouth. User generated content. When somebody says, hey, I used the this toothpaste and this soap and it was banging, man, y'all need to go try this out, this was the best. That's UGC. People will react to that. They'll go and buy impulse. Face and character swap. They have tools on there where you could basically swap your face out with a character. Higgsfield popcorn. And then they also came out with something the other day for face swap. Image generation. They have something called Soul, where you could literally copy. Let me take you there because I don't want to just talk about the sites. I want you to see it so you can have an understanding as to what it is and what the opportunities that these sites have when you utilize them as a stack. All right. So let me just go. So Higgsfield AI, I believe they might have a free plan. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that they have multiple tiers. They're not that expensive. So boom, let me take you there. So this first tool is Higgsfield. All right, this is Higgsfield. Okay. So Higgsfield, the way that Higgsfield works, like I said, it's a suite. It has multiple apps inside of it. It doesn't own any of these apps. It's just basically housing the API for all of these different apps, right? It carries the API and the way that it set it up. This is what it is. So boom, you go right here. This is something called Soul ID. If you ever want to clone yourself, right? You could clone yourself, make your own character. Do you see that where it says make your own character?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the cloning part. So you can make a clone of yourself. Then they have something here called Sora 2 Trends, right? Where you could take any type of product that you have and create cinematic ads, animated ads, faceless ads, educational ads, explainers, right? Then they could put it on all your socials, TikTok and all of that. Let me see. I'll just show you how
presence isn't
this works, right? I made a toy for Ibrahim Traore because I'm selling toys in Africa. So I'm making a manga toy of him, and here's his commercial. We're about to translate it and have it in his language, but this is the English version. And we target,
Stay low. I'll get you out.
from the diaspora that are living in America and abroad to speak, you know.
Stay low. I'll get you out.
Okay.
Falcon, this is Trey Array. Package secured. Need immediate extract. Move! Contact left! Go, go, go! You're clear. We're airborne.
Thank you.
But once again,
Stay low.
that's just the layer right there. You put the music on it, you put some things, you splice it up, and then you got yourself a commercial. You run that on TikTok. It goes viral. You got yourself some sales. Voila.
Some pieces stay with you. Then one day, you're ready to let them go. This bust has been my altar, my reminder of what guided me. Now it will guide someone new. The Dr. Sebi, KTL All-Stars Museum.
So literally, you could basically come up with ideas and create the copy or create the promo or the advertising right on Higgsfield. This was costing thousands of dollars, not hundreds, thousands of dollars, right? So the reverse of that is once you master it, you now offer your skill set in places like, write this down, please. Fiverr, Fiverr, Fiverr.com, Fiverr. Let's go to Fiverr. So Fiverr.com is one of the most, in my humble opinion, this is one of the best places on the internet to quote unquote get compensated for your skill set, where you literally could sit and you don't have to look for a job anymore. You become the job, right? You get hired for what it is that you do. So you kind of turn the tables around and you become, you know, you like, yo, y'all gotta hire me. I know how to do these things. So let me take you real quick to Fiverr and show you what it is that they're doing. I'm sure many people are familiar with Fiverr, but I don't want to assume that everybody is, right? Because this right here is a great way for, I won't say one person. It doesn't work when it's just one person. This works when it's more than one person, when there's a group of people working together. That's how they do it in the villages and whatnot in India. They do it in the villages in Africa. They do it all over America, all over. And they'll have a whole room of people and everybody don't know what they're doing, but they're getting the deals and they'll bring it to a person that knows how to do it. You know what I mean? So 150, I will do a AI mobile app development, AI website, app developer, AI chatbot, right? For 150. And it goes up, of course. You know, it starts at 150, it might go up to 5 and whatnot. This person, 500 right off the rip. I will develop AI chatbots, AI agents, AI websites, and custom GPT apps, right? I will develop a mobile app, right? So this is how they get their bread, okay? This could be a group of our students. Once they become certified and they learn how to basically go and utilize the AI to do what it is that they're offering to do, right? This person wants $3,000. Our agency will provide AI-powered mobile and web application development, right? 3 bands, okay? So the AI field is very hot. There's more services. They got music videos, right? So my dude Mo is out there doing music videos, original Black God, you feel me? So let's say that they created a class where they were teaching students and whatnot on how to do these videos and how to make these music videos or these commercials. And then students go to these sites, right? 100 students or 50 students or 20 students go and set up profiles on all of these sites, right? And really start trapping and really start tapping into the clientele that is around the world that's looking for your services, not people in your neighborhood, not to take anything away from the neighborhood, because I do encourage knocking on all of the businesses' doors in your neighborhood. Start there first before you go online. Offer them commercials, offer them music videos, offer them intros and stuff, just different forms of digital assets, right? Create these commercials. Like, so if you go on Sora and you're just on it all day and you're creating prompts and there's outputs, you now can use each one of those outputs on your profile, your faceless profile, right? That you're selling. Okay. You can have 10 profiles, 10 different emails, and you're trapping out of 10 different quote unquote accounts, and you're offering your services. Because look what this person is doing. That's super basic. Like, that's not high level right there. So all of these options are here. There's another one called Upwork. I just want to show you because these are the 4 apps that you will use. Right? The next one is Upwork. They hire freelancers. They have a lot of opportunities here. Let me see if I could drop that. If there's any mods that are in the chat, do me a favor and drop the link. I won't be able to just go in there and drop it as I'm moving through. Okay. But this is Upwork and this is Fiverr. It's not showing Upwork.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me jump over there. Let me jump over there. Then the other one is freelancer.com. There's up. I'm not going to go over there. The other one is Freelancer. And then you have this right here. This is Upwork. Okay. Better than Indeed. They got everybody going to Indeed.com. But no, instead of going to Indeed, why don't you go somewhere where you could offer your services and get paid for it? Why don't you go somewhere where you could you could get hired instead of looking for a boss to hire? You could hire yourself. You could put your skills up for sale. So $5,000, somebody's, or they want a fixed price. SaaS, motion graphics, and media asset designer. Yeah, you could do that online now. Okay, video editor, motion graphics, 1,600. So a lot of the people that were doing the YouTube videos for some of these big sites, you would find them over here. Okay, so Upwork is a little more higher ticket than Fiverr, but when you work with 4 or 5 of them at the same time, trust me, it's way better than Uber Eats and all of that other stuff. You literally could lock in and just get right. Okay, so let's go back to the slideshow. Is there a yes, this PDF, I'm going to make this available on the replay. You will have access to the PDF. It comes with the presentation. You'll be able to go through it. You'll be able to look through it. If you're in the live right now and you don't take notes that fast, take a screenshot. Okay. You literally could take a screenshot and feed it to ChatGPT. You literally could take a screenshot and feed it to the AI. You don't have to write it to the AI. Take a screenshot, upload it, and say, hey, put this in bullet points or break it down or explain this to me like I'm 5 years old. You know, that's one of the advantages of this technology right now, is that you literally could just take a screenshot of anything that you're looking at that you may be confused of, or any type of a memory that you want to save or whatever, anything. You could take a screenshot of a website that you want to clone and go over to quote unquote Lovable or one of these vibe coding sites, and they will clone the site for you right there. If we have time, we'll even show you how that's done. We'll even go there. All right. But let me get back to this. Okay. I did pull up. I pulled that up too. I pulled Lovable up. I might pull up on him. All right. So Hicksville, Google AI Studio. That's the next site that we're going to go to. Google AI Studio. All right. Google AI Studio. We've been going over Some of the apps in Google AI Studio, we've been showing you in the Discord what Notebook LM is all about. Okay, very powerful tools. I don't know why Google doesn't really talk about it like that. I don't even know why, they don't really make a lot of noise about it. But Google, I'm gonna take you over there right now. Google has a suite that is out of this world. You could do so much over here, right? Y'all see Google AI Studio, correct? Let me double check.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, good. All right, so boom. You can get Nano Banana. They got Nano Banana, but one of the great things about this is you can get an API key, okay? An API key. You could get access to an API key. You could use that API key to basically go anywhere around the web and drop the Google API key into apps, websites, and things of that nature. They have access to VO3, right? And on Google Studios, you could use these tools for free, but you got to have the API key, okay? So when you select one of the keys, right, give you access, and then you'll be able to do generations and everything with VO3 if you don't have an account, right? So as you can see here, you could build out an app. You could vibe code an app right here. You could animate. You could do a lot of things, y'all. A lot of things. This is a place where I would just go over and basically, I would just tinker. This is one of those tinker sites, right? So I clicked on this prompt-based video generation, right? So when you click on it, it automatically makes it that, right? So the agent has been contacted, right? Make video of car racing from just random, right? You just click on it, it'll generate what it is that you are looking for. But yeah, this is definitely one of the places that you want to go. Notebook LM, Nano Banana, Google VO3 1, which is one of the best AI video generators on the planet right now. Okay, giving you very photorealistic imagery, and you literally could stitch together these clips in order to make something like a short film, music videos, or things of that nature, right? So we're not going to sit around and wait for the generation because we got time, we got things to do, right? I'm just showing you the site. So when you go there, you know exactly.
Oh boy, Red just disappeared. I guess he will be right back. Just disappeared. A lot going on today. Be patient. We'll go past the 6-hour mark, family, if need be. One thing I just want to say, I don't know what the hell somebody in the chat is talking about, that there's other conversations happening. I am not talking. My microphone is on mute, number one, and number two, there's nobody home but myself. So if you're hearing another conversation, I have no idea where it's coming from. But please stop putting that in the chat because there's no other conversation going on. So if you put that again, please don't put that in the chat and waste people's time with that. Let me bring Red back on. I see he came back. Yeah, he's lying. Yeah, probably.
Or could it be possibly that somebody might be in the Discord? Because that was going on yesterday. I was manning the Discord, and there was a lot of hot mics and whatnot. So we were doing a lot of troubleshooting during Savon's performance.
Yeah. All right.
So we got Google AI Studio. The next one is OpenAI. Okay. OpenAI, unbeknownst to many people, they're familiar with OpenAI being the home of ChatGPT. However, OpenAI is a conglomerate. They have multiple multiple products right now. They have become somewhat of a monopoly. Okay, so OpenAI is another one of the players. We'll take you over there to show you what that looks like. They have the agent kit. Okay, OpenAI has an agent kit where you could basically do agents. OpenAI, they have a browser called Atlas. I have it. I'm actually on it right now. I'm on the Atlas. It's AI in your browser. Okay, it has very beneficial use cases, and of course they have Sora 2. Yeah, so they doing a thing. Chat GPT, research, all type of shit going on over here. So this is definitely one of those tools that you're going to utilize in your toolbox, because they have everything that you need and it's very beneficial. And then the next tool that we'll be looking at in this toolbox is going to be Hugging Face. Now, Hugging Face, in my humble opinion, is the most important app out of this stack right here. It's the most beneficial app and probably the least talked about, right? Because you really got to be inside of this quote unquote AI community. Like, you got to be nerded out to really get on Hugging Face. Savon talked about it yesterday when he addressed the whole thing about open source, right? But I definitely agree with him. It is not for everybody. It is not it's not something that you could just easily just pick up and, you know, master and whatnot. However, if you were to ask me what it is that melanated people should be doing, we should be mastering everything open source. Any and everything open source. This is your friend. Because remember, these are the tools that you literally can, it's not closed off, it's not private, it's open. You could tinker with it, you can make things with it. A lot of this stuff is coming from China. A lot of this stuff is very affordable. A lot of this stuff is considered to be disruptors. You know, America doesn't like it because it messes up their monopoly. But free apps of everything that you could think of. These apps are not they're open source, so they don't have the guardrails on it. If you were to ask me, there should be study groups or groups of people in our community that we literally appoint to Hugging Face to go and deep dive on it every single day, because they come out with these apps every other day. But these are apps that are, like I said, open source, so they're not getting a lot of fanfare. They're not a part of those multi-billion-dollar companies, but they are, if not more powerful, just as powerful as these quote-unquote frontier models that they're putting out, you know, that they got people paying for, that has been proven to not really make money in the first place. They're not, that it's not a business model that's sustainable, right? Hugging Face, right? Open source. You could use all of these models for the very, very low price. I can't stress it enough. They might take this site one day. You could go on these sites and download the documentation. You could download the weights. You could get a lot of things done over here. Trust me when I tell you, take my word for it. Go and look into this stuff. You could even use VO3 and some of the apps that cost money over here for the very low, right? Not safe for work, uncensored images. You know, a lot of that stuff is over here as well, because like I said, it's open source, so anything goes. So song generations, video enhancers, all of these things, right? So this is for the people who, not that you can't afford it, right? You just don't have it to just blow and burn like that. You want to experiment. So for the experimenters, I would highly suggest that you get into Hugging Face, so you don't have to burn your money out on some of these frontier models that are out here to make money. Okay, so let us go back to the slideshow. I just wanted to show you the actual website while going through the slide, because it's one thing to just say it, but it's a whole nother thing to see it, so you have a better understanding as to what these four look like and why we're putting them together, and what the hell do they have to do with one another, and how the hell can I use this to make some money? Red Pill, I'm trying to make some bread, right? So going back to what I initially said, that you're going to approach any tool in AI as a stack. There's no one tool that you're just going to use by itself. Even when I use ChatGPT, I'm using it and I'm going to set it up to use another tool that's going to help enhance whatever that output was that ChatGPT gave me. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Who we're building for. Understanding the unique needs of our target demographics, right? So we're reaching out to the creatives and the UGC creators, right? We want to speak to the creators out there and the UGC creators, people who could do user-generated content. You're not that shy that you could eat something and be like, this is good, you should try it, right? UGC creators, because the word of mouth, right? People's word of mouth has been amplified through UGC. Not to say the word of mouth isn't effective anymore. It's become amplified through the internet because you can reach more people. So people who are into fast visual video output, portfolio diversification, brand deal opportunities, and content scaling without the burnout, right? That's who we're building for. Researchers, right? The researchers that are amongst us. There's a lot of researchers amongst us that do deep dive researches. They have their own methods and ways of doing researches. But one thing that I do know about this community, there's more researchers in it than it's not. So researchers, source ingestion and analysis, data summarization, automated retrieval, right? Citation accuracy. That is very important when you're citing sources, right? That's what we're doing is for. Small businesses, for your lead generations, right? You're a small business, you're trying to get some traction on IG. Those posts that you're putting up, the carousels don't work. So you say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to do a free masterclass next Tuesday. And people are like, word, I'm signing up. Take my email. Or you might say, you know what? I'm going to go to Canva. I'm going to go to Gamma and I'm going to create a PDF just based off of a conversation that I had on Zoom that I recorded, and it gave me the transcript. So I'm gonna just take the transcript, I'm gonna go to Gamma, and I'm gonna extract a PDF just based off of some of the talking points that I had in an innocent conversation, like a business meeting or a regular talk and whatnot. I might even record myself and then take the text and then feed it to the AI, draw the data from it, build out a PDF, and use that as a lead magnet. The same thing that somebody that was fishing would do with a worm, right? The worm is the lead magnet. The PDF is the lead magnet. What is it going to do? It's going to capture emails. It's going to capture phone numbers. It's going to capture people's attention. And hopefully it will convert someone into a meal, right? Like when you capture those fish, you hope that one of those fish wind up on a plate, right? So that is what a lead generation and a lead magnet is. Customer support automation, right? No more answering the phones, no more answering a lot of the emails, no more of being bogged down and whatnot. You have the power of automation, right? Content operations, staff training and onboarding. So now staff is coming in. You don't have the time to train the staff. You have your AI twin do it. You have your digital twin do it. You put your SOP into the GPT and you build out a GPT, quote unquote, a custom GPT or a GPT project and whatnot. So whoever comes into your company, they are going to automatically be orientated into company policy immediately because you have those things waiting in the automated. You don't have to wait for orientation day and things of that nature, right? So what we want to impress upon the family is the idea of an infinite content creation machine pipeline. An infinite content creation machine pipeline. when your content becomes monetized, when your channel becomes monetized, when your channels become monetized, right? And you create a content machine, a infinite creation machine. What does that mean? That means that you set up automations, you set up quote unquote agentic AI, or what they would call agents.
Red,
And
is it supposed to be on another slide, Red? I'm sorry. What slide is it supposed to be on?
AI Content Creation Studio.
Just making sure. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
And while you're sleeping, or while you may be at your other quote unquote income stream, or while you may be with the family, your infinite creation machine pipeline will still be utilized. It will still be working like a quote unquote assembly line, creating content for you while you're doing other things. That's the power of automation. That's the power of businesses or tools such as make.com, 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 right? Then there's another one called N as in Nancy, the number 8, and another N as in Nancy, N8N, right? Those are the two biggest, and Zapier. Those are the three bigger companies out here that deal with automation, right? And then OpenAI came and they dropped something called an agent kit, and they disrupted the whole field because OpenAI, being the behemoth in this space and whatnot, they were able to do it a little bit more user friendly than, let's say, the Zapiers or the make.coms, even though the learning curve is not that crazy on either one of those apps. But automation is the future. They said it was $1 trillion business or $1 trillion industry that's on a rise and whatnot. So you might want to look into that. You might want to look into workflows. You might want to look into how to set up workflows and how to sell these workflows, because businesses are buying out these workflows for top dollars, and they're hiring people who know how to do automation workflows and chains and setups and whatnot. AI Content Creation Studio. Okay. AI Content Creation Studio. If you live in, let's say, a small town and whatnot, and you have access to a lot of real estate, event spaces, event halls and whatnot, you should take advantage of that. Okay. You should take full advantage of that. If you have the opportunity to create a content house, you should take advantage of that as well, because content is king. All right. There's a lot of incentives to film and whatnot, tax benefits, all type of stuff. And let's just say that let's say you hit a lick, you got yourself a hit and you have yourself a following. You literally can retire multiple family members just off of the checks that are coming from that alone. Okay. So quick start guide, right? Here's a quick start guide for anybody who may want to give this some thought. Choose a niche. Select one vertical, right? You select a vertical: local restaurants, fitness, education, where you could deliver specialized value, right? So this is you going to a business. This is you going to any one of these quote unquote businesses that either you may be familiar with, you're not familiar with them. There may be a business that's 100 miles from you and it's a challenge. And you say, you know what? We finna just pack up, get us an Airbnb and go knocking on door to door, business to business, and lock in some prospects. Create package offerings. Develop 10 video UGC packs priced between $500 and $2,500 based on the complexity and the distribution. Build prompt templates. This is so important. This is so important. So many businesses will tell you about the effectiveness of prompt templates. Create reusable prompt templates for Higgsfield, which is for the video, and for OpenAI, which will be for scripts and thumbnails, right? So when you have a prompt template, you just drag and drop. It's like you don't have to do all of the thinking and whatnot. You just insert into the brackets, and then you'll have yourself a prompt, a powerful prompt, a meta prompt, a mega prompt, right? Develop shot lists. Create standard templates for different content types, testimonials, product showcases, and tutorials. Upsell monthly retainers. Convert one-off clients to monthly content calendar subscribers, right? $1,000 to $3,000. So let's say that you go ahead and you pitch to about 20 companies and whatnot, and all 19 companies turn you down, but you get one, and they're like, you know what? I could do 1,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? We like your work. We could use some presence online. We've been hearing about all of this online money and whatnot, but we not that good with it. Yeah, you be our social media manager and whatnot. If you do that 5 times a week, right? You are literally in the beginning phases of a very healthy agency that you can actually scale and whatnot. Once again, none of this is going to be a walk in the park. It's not going to be easy. We're not just going to hand you the keys to to the pill cabinet to take your medicine. We're going to show you that with some resilience and with some elbow grease, man, a whole lot could get done. But even more so than anything, before anything, with numbers. Because remember, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. In this new AI world that we live in this new digital world that we live in, it obeys the numbers. It adheres to numbers. It's numbers based. It's mathematical. So when you come through with 50 to 100 people and y'all moving as one, you could really shake some things up. Okay. Custom chatbot development, potential revenue, the revenue potential, right? $500 to $5K per build, right? So you could offer custom chatbot development. Here's the quick start guide. Here's your target demographics for your build to you to go and get custom chatbot developments, knocking on doors. Remember, phone calls, emails, handshakes, networking parties, right? Having a focus, knowing what you're there for, right? And knowing who's there and being able to pitch, elevator pitch, you know what I mean? Have your card and whatnot, QR code, all of these things. Target demographics. We're looking at small businesses. We're looking at homeschool co-ops. We're looking at researchers, and we're looking at low service providers, right? The implementation complexity is very low medium, right? So the tools used in this is going to be Google AI Studio, right? Google AI Studio, okay? And Hugging Face. Quick start guide. Build a FAQ support bot prototype. Build a FAQ support bot prototype, right? You could easily start with a frequently asked questions support bot prototype. Start with a simple chat bot for local businesses that answers common customer questions. Integrate with websites and CRM. Connect the chat bot to the client's website and customer relationship management system. Add analytics dashboard. Implement tracking to monitor usage patterns, frequently asked questions, and conversion rates. Develop tiered pricing plans. Create light, pro, and enterprise options based on features, customization, and usage limits. Offer ongoing optimization, right? Pitch monthly retainers that include training data updates, performance reporting, and feature enhancements, right? So you're the maintenance man now, okay? You're coming in to service the computers, right? You're making yourself valuable and needed, right? Another one, right? Remember, we're giving y'all 10, henceforth the number 4, a niche SaaS product. Once again, SaaS is software as a service. Anything that you're paying subscriptions on is a SaaS, right? And that is actually a business model that they began to implement not long ago, right? So the potential on a SaaS product is $3K to $50K, right? When niched and scaled with effective user acquisition, right? So if you do it right, if you do it right, then you have the opportunity to do what? To hit a lick, right? Your monthly recurring revenue will be between 3K and 50. So your target demographics is going to be real estate, the fitness studios, the e-commerce, and the medical clinics. Ship a single painkiller feature. Focus on one high value problem, right? Review summarizer, listing writer, plan generator. Price strategically. Start at $19 to $99 a month based on market research and value delivered, not development costs. Integrate payment systems. You set up Stripe for subscription billing with proper metering for API usage limits. And what does that mean? What is proper metering for UPI usage limits? Well, APIs, the API key is something that you're paying for every time the key turns. So you're literally renting it or licensing it from these companies like OpenAI, who have OpenAI API keys. So you would have to put a limit on your app, on the back end of your app, to say, hey, when you hit 10 bands, yeah, we're going to stop. We're going to slow it down, right? So there's a usage limit so you don't go over and get burnt out. Build referral system. Create affiliate program offering 20 to 30% commission to accelerate user acquisition. And then you establish a feedback loop. Collect user insights to prioritize feature roadmap for scaling from 3K to 50K monthly retained rates. So the implementation is medium high, right? It's not a walk in the park, but it's definitely not something that is difficult and out of people's reach, or your team's reach, or your family's reach. So now you have AI consulting and enablement, right? You have AI consulting and enablement, right? So the revenue potential, 5K to 25 via retainers, workshops, and implementation packages. Your target demographics are small to medium businesses, research labs, museums and archives, and non-for-profits, right? The implementation is medium on that. You will be utilizing Hicksfield, Google AI, OpenAI, and Hugging Face. All four of them you'll be utilizing for this AI consulting and enablement. Develop a 2-week AI sprint package. Start with a structured process, audit, pilot, standard operating procedures. Create evaluation frameworks. Develop assessment tools for client readiness. Use case prioritization and return on investment projections. Bundle staff training workshops. Offer hands-on sessions for each platform with role-specific guidance for different teams. This is when HeyGen comes in handy, which is the site where you can make an AI clone of yourself, a digital clone. This is when the cloning comes in handy for business, for training, in order to give these businesses, the information so you don't have to be there, right? Create a clone that answers FAQs. Create a clone that you built up with your SOPs and whatnot. So these clones will be able to answer the questions the right way, all right? Build vertical specific playbooks. Create industry templates for common use cases like collections, digitizations, or CRM integration. Productize with fixed scope packages. Offer tiered services, strategy workshop, implementation sprint, managed service, which could get you 8K a month, business to business, right? We were talking about that before. Business to business. When you're learning this AI and you're getting with this AI and you're becoming more skilled and you're upskilling, my humble opinion is to take it to the businesses, right? Take this to the businesses and then get these contracts with these businesses so you can hire brothers and sisters and whatnot. And, the best way to help them out is to give them some type of, some work, a gig, right? But these businesses that are new to the AI, they are looking at subcontractors. They are looking at outside businesses, anybody they could pull up with the right certs and could show and prove that they know what they're doing. More than likely, you're going to get the job. Okay. personalized health and fitness coaching apps, right? So this is very easy to do right now, especially with the information that brothers and sisters in this community have when it comes to the health, based off of your research and the intricate information that many people hold in this community about foraging, about biomolecular, cellular cleansing, and all of these things. Well, now is the opportunity for you to create a personalized health and fitness coaching app, only done the way that you do it, the alkaline way, not the way that they're doing it, not the way that they're selling it. Everybody has a specific approach. This is your approach. All right, let's go. So personal health fitness coaching apps, build a chat-based coach, right? You could create a chat-based coach, a conversational chat bot that will help people in their nutritional journey, regardless if they're trying to gain or if they're trying to lose, regardless of what it is. You now could build a chat-based quote unquote app. You could build an app on all of your information, the things that you studied, or you could create an app or a chat bot that's completely different, that's been trained on completely different data sets. Develop weekly video plans. Use Hicksfield to generate demo videos for different workout routines and exercise techniques. So you could do motion caption videos. You could do graphic art pictures. You could do quote unquote motion graphic videos and whatnot, where you're either mimicking these quote unquote exercises or you're doing them yourself. Imagine you doing an exercise and then you motion capture yourself and then you wrap yourself, or you put a filter on yourself and you're like an ogre, or you're like a god or angel, or you're like anything that you can think of, Darth Vader. You know what I mean? You motion capture yourself and then you literally are wrapping. You know how people used to wrap cars with they used to wrap their cars, and it'd be a regular car and they'll wrap it with images and wrap it with code. That's the same thing that you're doing in this AI when you're wrapping your face with someone else's face or someone else's mask, and you're becoming them and whatnot. Henceforth, the rise in deepfake. Okay. Sell B2B. Remember, I was just saying that. Sell business to business to gyms, or for white label solutions to fitness centers as member retention tools, right? So you can get from 500 to 2 bands, depending on the size. Create tiered subscription models, basic, premium, and elite, with increasing personalization, right? So this is for anybody. You don't have to be in the gym. Personalized health and fitness. You could be one of the workout brothers, a pull-up brothers. You could be a Seymour sister. Any of these things, just tweak it to your understanding and your liking, right? Like I said, I would take a picture. If something piques my interest, I would take a picture of it. I would go into the AI. I would screenshot it. Then I would go right into Claude. I would go into Gemini. I would do my deep research. And then I would begin to conversate. I would begin to chat with it and ask it the questions that you have on your mind in order to get what it is that you need. Historical research assistant tools, right? So just the assistant tools. So this is for historians, librarians, the archives, and the educators, right? You could build a document question and answer tool. Create a system that allows researchers to query historical documents and receive answers with proper citations. You could partner with one archive, establish a pilot program with a local archive or a library to test your tool with their collection. You could implement citation standards, ensure all AI generated responses include proper academic citations to source materials. Then you could create tiered pricing. You could develop per seat licensing for individual researchers and institutional plans. Expand that to specialized collections. Scale by adding support for different types of historical documents and specialized research fields. Now, I want to say this, that the AI is running out of data, is really going through a deterioration right now. Information like this that I'm reading about in libraries, those scrolls, those books, all of these things are going to become gold, and they're gold right now, but they're really going to become gold in the future. This right here, the historical research assistant tools, is even going to go higher. That is going to go higher because they're going to need people who understand what these tomes or what these quote unquote scrolls and things of that nature are. So they're going to be hiring these assistants to assist them. So just look out for that, right? Revenue models, cost, and return on investment. So you have your pricing levers, you have the setup fees, right? One-time charges for implementation, onboarding, and customization. Subscriptions, right? You have recurring revenue from monthly, annual access plans. You got the retainers, guaranteed monthly services with deliverables. You have your per seat pricing based on number of users or accounts. You have your revenue share, percentages of revenue generated from AI solutions. And then you have your tiered plans, basic, pro, and enterprise with increasing value, right? So not only is it doable, right? There's literally steps. There's literally a method to do it, right? Everybody will not do it. People will look at this like, oh, this is boring. What am I? How can I do it? But there's somebody that's looking at this and they're seeing exactly what the play is, how they can implement their quote unquote personality, their tenacity to not taking no, knocking on doors, making things happen. You feel me? They got our brothers and sisters knocking on, having people signing up for all type of companies and businesses that I know that they don't even agree with. So to go for something that's yours and these days and times, put on some business attire or something formal and go and pitch, right? Utilizing the AI that you literally could go and pick up like anybody else over the counter, teaching, learning about it, creating content from it, creating a portfolio, creating a landing page, creating a page that when they scan your QR code on your card, is going to take them to a place that looks very visually appealing with a lot of quote unquote AI top tier output, not the slop, right? People are turned off from that immediately. You feel me? So the resources and the next steps, everything you need to get started with your AI monetization strategy, ladies and gentlemen. So here are the essential platforms. None of them are restricted. They all are open to you. You can all go there right now and be face to face with these platforms, try out the tools, test out the tools, you know what I mean? Tinker with the tools. You could even go to YouTube University and learn about how to use the tools. You could go on YouTube, watch a video, grab the video, take it to Gemini and tell Gemini, break this down for me like I'm a 5-year-old. Explain this to me like I'm in a 5th grade or something. And it will do that, right? So here are the resources and the next steps. So you got to get compliance and licensing. Check Hugging Face models licensing, right? The Apache 2.0, the MIT, and the OpenRail. Make sure that you check the licenses. Follow platform content policies for all generated assets. Add proper attribution for model outputs when required. Review commercial use terms for each model before deployment, right? Got to be ethical, utilizing all of these quote unquote machines and all of this power. We have to approach things from an ethical perspective, right? So we're not like others because we follow ethics. Okay, we're not going into this stuff like a savage. We are going to follow this. We're going to walk into this with the same ethics that you walk into somebody's house when you take the shoes off and you on your best behavior. That's how we somewhat have to approach this these tools, because these tools can become vices, ladies and gentlemen. These tools can easily become a device that will become a vice in people's lives and whatnot because of their power and their potential. They have adverse effects on people who are not very much grounded. Okay, so be very mindful of that. If you yourself are not grounded and you are still trying to ground oneself, then you might want to utilize this from either a distance or be very mindful of your just moderation. Use generated hero images for landing pages. Create audience specific demographic visuals. Add client logos after first successful campaigns. Develop case studies from your pilot deployment. So utilizing your samples and your pilot deployments to collect information, to crunch information, to get all of that right. Compliance and licensing. Check Hugging Face model licenses. Support resources. They have platform documentations for technical integration, right? So when you get the documentation, if you don't understand it, once again, feed it to the AI and break it down like I'm a 5th grader, and it will help you. Developer communities for troubleshooting. They have some good communities out there that will work with you and help you. AI ethic guidelines for responsible deployment. I still believe in that. Monetization models, research, and examples. Okay. So let us continue, right? So here we have Asada Shakur and Charlie Kirk, right? In a Mortal Kombat, right? So my niche, if I were to identify my niche is basically my community, right? Most importantly, the master teachers. I would call them affectionately the KTL All-Stars, right? People who came through our platform and we basically helped to build up, they helped to build the platform up. These are the alumni, the KTL All-Stars. So we keep them alive, right? We're utilizing the AI, not for necromancy, right? Not for the wrong reasons, but for legacy purposes and whatnot, to put our ancestors in a better light, to not to make sure that they don't get forgotten and that they don't get swept under the rug and whatnot, and they don't get overlooked. Okay, so we're going to take the AI and we're going to utilize the AI to disrupt, right, and to create conversations, because that right there, that wall in Stone Mountain needs to be replaced by another wall and whatnot. That wall in Stone Mountain needs to be replaced by another wall. So nothing is wrong with visualization. Nothing is wrong with visualization. I was told to visualize is one of the greatest things that you can do to make things manifest, that you should visualize it to the point where that's all you see. You should visualize things to the point where you're almost mad. You know what I mean? You're almost going mad to the point where that's all you see. You see nothing else but what it is that you see. That's what you stand on, right? So we now have the tools to whereas if we wake up and we see something, we can implement that which we see. We can implement that which we see. You feel me? So I'm also showing you that you can use the AI, right, to create commercials, to create advertisement. I had Pay Us in Crypto as a song that I wrote, right? And we had a workshop with Chicago Crypto. So this is our advertisement, right? This is some of the advertisement that we were doing. But you could do the same thing, because every week, y'all, there's an event going on, and somebody go on Eventbrite and look at all of the events. Go on Eventbrite and look at all of the events. So imagine if I saw somebody that had they had something called Pay Us in Crypto as a lecture. I would just cook up a quick app, like, you know, I would cook up a little 30-second commercial like this, and I would go right in their DM and say, hey fam, I'm this is on me, man. Check this out, man. I'm so inspired by what it is that you're doing. I just decided to gift you a piece of content. Man, that's a different type of gift right there. So people do that to me. I remember in the NFT days, I would get gifted NFTs. People would just drop by and be like, yo, man, I really dig what you and your brother be doing and whatnot. I wanted to just give you a image. Like people, like I was gifted some AI images. Like that's a good feeling. You know, so these are just more advertisement, right? These are more advertisement. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, shout out to the stream chasers, right? We got the stream chasers, you know. So once again, the AI is helping me sell my brand. It's helping me brand my brand. It's putting me in different places. You feel me? It's helping me get more visual people, more eyeballs on me, more visuals, right? Oh, yeah. I brought myself back.
To dominion and duty. To the crown.
So with a healthy mind, you will not desecrate yourself when you get in front of the AI. You won't do that. You're going to look for the highest version of yourself. Didn't they say that that's what we should be looking for? Well, what if we could find a version of ourselves in the quantum realms? Should we not go and look for that version of ourselves? Should we not do something with that version of ourselves? Should we not monetize that version of ourselves? Should we not deploy that version of ourselves? Because they would deploy our version if we were in their quote unquote dimension or their multiverse and whatnot. These are characters from the multiverse. This is not artwork, ladies and gentlemen. This is not artwork. This is different versions of me. This is the variant. Okay. This is literally the variant. No one can convince me that it's not. Right. So we have grimoires. We have written some grimoires in the course of the last month or two doing some of this research. It's brought us to some very interesting places dealing with the dark side of the moon or the dark side of AI or the occult side. And it really, I'm really deep diving and exploring it. And it's so enlightening. It's so enlightening. It's so dark that it's a black sun. It is so enlightening. You feel me? Because it's helping me see a lot of things. So
Generators?
Mind shapes matter. All is mind.
I want to get into the generator, operator, destroyer principle. I want to get into the GOD principle. If we are the gods of intelligence, we got to qualify what exactly gods we are. What are these gods? Right? So we're going to get into that. The generators, the operators, the destroyers.
You are generators.
Generators?
A generator is a being that creates.
Right?
This city never sleeps.
Signal to noise, gas to code, I dance the algorithm back to soul.
So for the poets out there, right, with the haikus and whatnot.
Signal to noise, gas to code, I dance the algorithm back to soul.
So when Rich drops these concepts about the noise and the signal and whatnot, as students, right, we take that and we create content. That way we are growing this tale. We're making this tale longer. We're extending the narrative. We're extending the conversation. We're creating assets out of a healthy conversation. So thus you will only create a healthy asset versus creating a negative asset out of a negative situation like the muck and the mire of a World Star or a Vlad and whatnot. That is not a platform, and that is not a place, and that is not a launch pad that you want to push things, or what Savon said. You know what I'm saying? When you press enter, right? When you press enter, when you push something into the nothingness, right? When you press enter, that is a force. That's masculine. You pushing it into the nothingness, and it comes back as something different, right? Is that not quantum? Is that not quantum? Right? So this whole dead internet theory where they're eating up people's souls and whatnot, that's the destroyer part of the generator operator destroyer. That is the destroyer part of the generator operator destroyer, because the AI and the computer and the electricity and the technology, people have become generators. People have become wealthy. People have changed their lives, but people have also been destroyed. People have destroyed themselves. People have fell on their sword and whatnot. People have been put underneath all type of. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
He is the ending that walks.
I don't break, I unmake. Generator builds, operator binds. I open the path.
He is the ending that walks.
I don't break, I unmake. Generator builds, operator binds. I open the path.
Destroyer.
So interestingly enough, we're having this conversation, right, on multiple fronts, right? Because even with people making fun of the people who we would call the eschatology people, right, and the fact that they're waiting for their Messiah and they're waiting and they're necromancers and whatnot, we're waiting for our Messiah in the form of 3-Eye Atlas. They're waiting for their Messiah. They're waiting for their quote unquote Mahdi. They're waiting for their Jesus. But we're waiting for somebody to come off that damn ship with an afro and some cornrows and whatnot. So we're still locked in that type of mentality. We're still locked in. So generator, operator, destroyer.
Every orbit is a choice. Command the vectors, the operator of orbits.
Right? We are generators. We are operators. We are destroyers. Whenever you deploy, whenever you decide, we are destroying every day and we are building every day. That is the Ouroboros. That is the recursion, right? That's how that thing works. To build and to destroy, to build and to destroy. That's why you see so much snake archetype. Shout out to Hit Sayu with the archetypes, right? So I'm living a lot of my childhood dreams, right? Voltron was my thing. So now I have an album coming out called Voltron, and I'm utilizing the motifs. I'm utilizing the quote unquote artwork. I'm utilizing the IP to push my music project. Fam, you couldn't tell me when I was 9 years old and 10 years old that this was about to happen. You couldn't tell me when I was 10 years old. This is what you couldn't tell me. Yo, when you get damn near 50, old fart, there's going to be an opportunity to make comic books, right? Off your phone on 3% battery. Like, you don't even need a lot of power. You don't need a lot. You just need good questions, good prompts. If some and then the fortune teller or the traveler will say, and then all of that stuff was there and niggas was not making comic books. I would be like, Astaghfirullah, impossible. What do you mean? They're not making toys? They're not making comics? No. They're complaining about it. Oh man. You that crack shit is still strong, huh? Yes, even 30 years later. Yeah. If your future self would have told you that y'all out here playing around with this technology, this is therapeutic.
When creation sang, something learned to mute the chorus. On the God timeline, generator, operator, destroyer, balance holds the world, create, command, control, AI master.
So all of these clips right here are commercials, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to be attached to this class right here. Okay, and they're going to be attached to the leading up classes that we did on YouTube. There's about 6 in total. All of them will be cut up. All of them will be sliced with AI. All of them will have quote unquote tags on them so they could potentially go viral. Because once one goes viral, it's almost like when you're fishing. If the goddamn bass bites the hook, my G, you're eating escovitch tonight, right? So if somebody bites the hook, if one of these videos go viral, I'm eating escovitch. You know what I'm talking about? It's gonna pay out, right? And keep in mind, we have platforms where you get 99 cents for a purchase. Not that stuff that we ain't told. We not salivating over no meta check, fam. We not salivating over those checks and whatnot. We'll take it, but we know that there's a lot more bread outside of that. Henceforth, why the youth Casanet in them, they broke that whole YouTube slavery code with the Twitch subscription model, right? It's a SaaS model, subscription as a service. He's getting paid $5 a subscriber, ladies and gentlemen. That's called SaaS. Talk that SaaS. Check it out.
They traverse timelines to reclaim what was once divine. They are the architects of time, the keepers of the black light.
So that's the destroyer right there. There are threats on this planet from the Christians, from the Muslims, from the Jews, and then from the Hotepers and people who are that something is about to end this bitch too. So we all are in end time prophecies. You know what I mean? I ain't paying myself, man. What day is I ain't paying. Listen, we're gonna be late on the rent. They said 3i Atlas gonna come. Well, why would I? Well, I'm just saying. I mean, look, I'm gonna roll the dice. That's how they got people feeling right now. You feel me? I know that feeling.
They did not come from one galaxy, but from all of them.
So
They didn't come to conquer.
They came to awaken.
Thoughts of intelligence. Awakening begins.
you can't make this up, yo. You can't make this up. Who would have known? You can't make this up. The exact day that we doing this workshop, the damn 3i Atlas is pulling up to watch it. You can't make this up, fam. This is not coincidence. This is alignment. This is alignment. Okay? So, once again, I'm showing pictures of myself because that's who I'm focused on. And I'm working on myself. And while I'm working on myself, I'm monetizing myself because I know my stories. And while I'm monetizing myself, I'm having fun with myself. And while I'm having fun with myself, I'm discovering things about myself. Yeah, my left side doesn't look that better than my right side based off of what the AI showed me. You understand? You know, man, know thyself. I'm just learning my digital self. I'm learning my, you know, because we have atoms, we have an atom self and we have a bit self. We have an atom self and we have a bit self. Your atom self is what you could touch right now. It exists in the 2D world. And your bit self is the person that's online. It's not a physical person. They're a bit, they're bits. We have an atom self and we have a bit self. So I'm learning a lot about my bit self. I'm coming into contact with my qubits and my bit self, and it's awesome. You know what I mean? I found out that I could sing. Don't judge me, ladies and gentlemen. Black Jesus is, you know, I'm out and into this one right here. This guy right here, he done slipped to Bali and whatnot. Not on no Russell shit. Not on no Russell Simmons. He just went to Bali because the Indians was feeling him. You know what I'm talking about? As you can see, he's eating a lot of garlic naan. He got the pouch, but mine is blinging. You know what I'm talking about? Mine is blinging, and his edges grew back. You know what I mean? So I have a character called Fly Sinet. Fly Sinet is a time traveler, and Fly Sinet is a trickster god as well. So Fly Sinet be going back in time. He got a lot of Bitcoin money and all type of stuff because he could time travel. He on his Biff shit. You know what I mean? Winning FanDuel and whatnot, blowing the money. So give me one. All right, y'all. I'm going to take everybody through a process of how we generate these pictures. I don't want to just show you a bunch of imagery and not give you the quote unquote steps on how to do some of this stuff. So let us go ahead and let us take a trip together so we could learn how to do some of this stuff. All right. So let's do some of this hands-on stuff. Everybody, let's see, Chat GPT and Nano Banana. I know Nano Banana is free. So how many people have access to, how many people don't have access to Nano Banana? Let's start with that. How many people don't have access to Nano Banana? Let me know. How many people do not have access? Because it's free. I believe it's free. And we're going to use that to make some images and whatnot. So I just brought that up just to find out if y'all are locked in, because we're going to use that together. So let's go down a pipeline. Let me start you out with a simple pipeline so everybody can literally be on the same page, right? So boom. This is my implementation pipeline, and these are how things are done. An idea, right? This stuff starts out with an idea, okay? So an idea comes to us, something that we all can relate to because we all have ideas. We all have those aha moments where we like, oh, wait a minute. You might be in a shower, you might be walking the dog, you might be moving around, and then something pops up and it drops on you. Wow. Okay. All right, cool. All right. So now we live in a day and age where when that idea comes to you, you just don't have to say, wow. You could now take that idea, either write it down. I like to use voice notes because I can't type faster than I can think. So you write that idea out, in the first place that I will go to, okay? The first place that I will go to is my quote unquote Google Gemini, right? I like using ChatGPT, but hey, I'm on Google a lot, so I'm gonna just go to Google way because that information, when I found out that ChatGPT was trained on data from Reddit and 4chan, I was like, I'm kind of cool on that. I'll use them for other things, but I ain't using them for these things. So here we go, where we have an idea. Okay. So let's just say this idea was, I want to create an app for foraging.
This is
Kale.
Google Gemini, Red.
Huh?
This is Google Gemini.
Yeah, this is Gemini. Everybody, this is Gemini. When I click on tools, you can see that they have deep research, they have VO3, they have banana, nano banana, they have something called Canvas, which is very interesting when you are doing your building out and whatnot, and they have something called guided learning, which is basically a tutor. So ladies, you could teach yourself, you could learn. Click on this right here. You could add from your Google Drive, you could import code, or you could upload PDFs, any type of files and whatnot, and it will literally talk to it. So case in point, let me show you, because what also happens is some of us have information that we've been sitting on for a long time, and we don't know necessarily what to do with that information because it's somewhat of a challenge to us, right? We may be intimidated and whatnot, big words, concepts that we may not understand. I would say to you, well, you should go ahead and now in the age of AI, you should go ahead and bring those PDFs into places like Gemini or ChatGPT and basically upload the PDF and then have a conversation with the PDF, right? And anything that you wanted to know, because you can't necessarily talk to a PDF in real life, you now can speak to it through this genie bottle or this quote unquote algorithm or what they call AI, right? It now could go inside of PDFs. It wasn't doing that before, but it literally could open up your PDFs. It could break down everything in your PDF, right? So this is the fantasy complex industry, which is literally one of the things that started this whole thing right here. My whole journey with AI in terms of utilizing it as an infinite creation machine, right? Because I have a plan and I have a concept called the fantasy complex industry, where I'm going to take back the 5 pillars of the quote unquote fantasy complex industry, which is comics, right? This is where they programmed all of us, and this is where they were able to capture us from 0 to 7. Comics, cartoons, toys, video games, and animations. Animations will be Cocomelon, Baby Shark, and all of those things that make billions of dollars on YouTube. We don't want to take over DC. We don't want to take over Marvel. We don't even care about them anymore. We want to make our own DC, our own Marvel, our own toy companies. We're not here to protest anybody, and we damn sure not here to play sorry me and whatnot, but we definitely could keep it moving. Okay, we definitely could keep it moving. So here it gives me the full stack creator, right? It breaks down the whole thing, the envision products, comic, cartoon, toy, video game, mobile app, animation, short film, right? It's telling me what apps to use, right? Monetization is telling me the sustainable strategies and the monetization. So ladies and gentlemen, it can help you with your monetization if you're suffering from the fact of the lack of non-monetization. Have these conversations with PDFs. There's no such thing as old PDFs. It's just PDFs. Information is information. Data it has a timeline, but it's lifeless. It doesn't have it's not corporeal, so it doesn't have a shelf life. It's infinite, right? So here's a full stack creator toolbox, right? It just built out a whole toolbox, right? Image generation, video generation, animation, toys, video games. So because I've trained my Gemini my Gemini has been trained on all of the things that I've been doing with it. It already knows the frequency that I'm on. So it kind of like it knows what I'm about and what kind of projects that I'm working on. So it will incorporate that. Yes. And when I speak to the AI, I say, yes, please. I'm very courteous to it. I don't know if that even, I saw a report that said that definitely helps way more than when you're cursing it out. It definitely helps, and they respond to that. So this is going to give me the research. It's going to cite where the resources come from. I could find out all of my competition's quote unquote revenue. I could find out all type of things. And I'm not even deep researching, right? So I came to that with an idea. Now I click on this tool because now I'm thinking about an idea of a toy, right? Make me a toy, plastic with removable arms. Then I tell it what style to do with it. Make it lifelike, photo realistic, right? Now, I'm doing this basic prompt, but keep in mind, we're going to take you, when we take you to ChatGPT, I'm going to show you the custom GPT, where we have about 5 to 6 custom GPTs that write the prompts for me. They write the prompts for me. This is just me writing it here. They're structured prompts. They write it. It's JSON. It's all of these things. So did you see what it just kicked out? Okay. So now I have a video, I have a picture. I'm going to say to myself, you know what? I want to make this picture move and whatnot. So I'm going to open up a new chat. I'm going to click on the image of the picture that I just made, right? It's an attachment. Then I'm going to write make the arms on this character turn into solid gold. And then press play. So here it is, ideation, right? Ideation, a clear mind, right? Ideation. Now, we're going to get into a little bit of some of the formulas that I'm suggesting that we, some of the exercises that we partake in before we do these things, right? So we can have a better, quote unquote, we can have healthy outputs. We're not burning tokens. We're not spinning in circles. We're creating outputs that literally have the wheels in our head spinning to say, yo, man, I could do something else with this. Like, this is kind of fire, you know? Okay, so grow legs and stands up. You know, here I am contributing to AI slop. You know, damn. So now it's acting Hollywood. I can't do that because I'm getting a lot of requests right now. You know, these GPUs on these computers are being hemorrhaged by millions of people. So they do these little, you know, they do things like this, and you just got to keep on pressing it, right? If it doesn't give me what I need, then I'll just go over to another quote unquote platform, right? It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna let it slow me down because things happen. It's like it's basically like something on the side of the road. So that's why it always helps to have more than one option, because you will become very frustrated if all you was working with was one tool, right? And then that one tool shuts down and then your ass is grass. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to feel like you're going to take things personal. Okay? You're going to take things personal. So I highly suggest you always have about 2 or 3 backups, right? I'm trying to share the page right now, but I don't know what's going on. I suggest you have like 2 or 3 backups, because those backups are going to definitely get you the results that you need, especially when you're utilizing these frontier models and they're not acting the way that they're supposed to act. Okay. Let me try that again. Right. So instead of going to Google Gemini, I'm going to just go over to Higgsfield, and we're going to utilize one of their models, because right now Gemini is acting like it has too much traffic. And that's not something, that's something that you will find in most of the new models, right? Most of the new models, they are heavy traffic, especially if they have a lot of buzz, like Sora and VO3. You know what I mean? Like, it's all good. It is all good. Let me see. For some reason, my share button is acting fugazi. Give me 1 minute. Share screen. What the hell? That's weird. All right, let me go somewhere else. As soon as I'm trying to leave damn Google Gemini, I start acting fugazi. Now I don't want to generate a picture. Let's see if we could go somewhere else in the Google Gemini while we're waiting for it. This is another tool that I would highly suggest that you start using, especially if you are in business, right? Do the deep research on the toy industry. Now, let's say that you had an idea about an idea, like let's say you caught a vision, or let's say that you came up with $1 million idea, but you don't know all of the steps that it has to take in order to implement this idea. So you don't even know you don't even know what the competition is in that field or that niche and whatnot. So what are these quote unquote business machines utilized for? Where do they really show up with power? They show up and they excel when you are utilizing them for businesses that exist in the public, and you know that their information is available in the public. Well, let me share something with you. Chances are the LLMs like Perplexity, Google Gemini, OpenAI, they all trained on all of these people's information and their data and whatnot. So they can have these conversations with you. They can understand some of these concepts. I'm just saying that it excels at business. I think that it excels at business even more than creation. The AI excels more at business, in business related situations, just brainstorming 101. It excels at it way more than it excels at it doing quote unquote creation things, even though it's definitely catching up, right? But the minute it starts shooting an actual movie, once it's able to do the whole pipeline of a film and whatnot, yes, there is going to be some issues and whatnot. People are going to have to reassess a lot of things, right? And one thing about the AI is it's going to continue to evolve. It is going to continue to grow. Literally, what it is, when I use this analogy, think about 2023 when we first did this. AI was Boss Baby. Wasn't a regular baby. It was Boss Baby. It had intelligence, right? But it was small and whatnot. But it was very intelligent for its age. Then where we are right now is it's almost a teenager, soon to be a pubescent teen. And then when it becomes an adolescence, man, oh man, it's going to start showing itself. Wait until it becomes a teenager. It's going to be a terrible teenager. So I don't want to, once again, it's always going to be a balance when it comes to AI, when it comes to me, and I'm sure when it comes to everybody in this network, it's always going to be a balance. It's always going to be a balance. You know, I could spend 8 hours talking about some of the negative things. Okay. I really can. But right now, we'll focus on the positive. You know what I'm saying? We will focus on the beneficial and the positive. Okay? Because that's the route that's going to benefit us the most. If we sit around boo-hooing and spending time and energy talking about some negative stuff, whatever came out of that? Where are we going with that? That's not it. It's time to brainstorm. It's time to have quote unquote work spaces. You know what a workspace is? Workspaces where we could connect in the cloud and work in rooms together until we could work together in a physical room. Workspaces. That's what's needed and whatnot. We need workspaces. Okay. Rich.
Yes, I'm in.
Real quick, my brother. Yes, I'm going to have to go out and come back in because I am having an issue sharing my screen. So it was freezing on the when I was trying to go to Hicksville. So I gotta go out and come right back in.
Okay.
All right.
All right, family. Let Red reboot. As we do that, I see and I see some. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm hope y'all getting the best of this presentation that y'all can. I see y'all talking about a break, so I guess this would be the perfect time to take a break. I didn't want to interrupt Red's flow, and you just don't want to do that to a presenter when they're, in their flow or whatever. But yeah, I don't want us to have that type of entitled mentality. Let Red do his thing. We could easily press pause. We could easily get up and stretch as someone else suggested. But let's take a break now, family. I'm tell Red. Hold up. Red, are you there?
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah, Red, the family wanted to we're gonna take a little break.
Okay.
Give him about what would you say, 5-10 minutes?
10 is reasonable because we're supposed to take it around 2. So I know people got to go bathroom and some air. So 10, we're at the 3:10 hour. I would say 3:20 we should be back in our seats for this for part 2.
Okay. All right.
All right. All right, family. Yeah, I'll let you do it.
No, I was about to say, you want to put on something for the break time, or you just want to?
Okay. Yeah, let me see something. Let me pull up. I know I was going into Hicksville. I wish this whole thing could just play and whatnot. Oh, my Sora. I could play Sora as we take a break. Y'all could just look at what they call Sora, right? Sora is OpenAI's video model, and they actually have they're actually going after what is called they're going after TikTok. So they came out with an AI TikTok, right? I believe Facebook did the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? So they are now this whole pages that are filled with nothing but AI outputs, not humans anymore, or AI. So that's very interesting, you know, just seeing where they're going with it. And you know, the immersion. It's in a minute, everything on the internet is just going to be that slop. It's not going to be anything human generated. It's almost a way to flood it. So we'll go. I'll share the screen while we take this break. I'll share the screen, and they could go ahead and tap in with this Sora, and we'll be right back. For those of y'all that don't have it, this is where it's at right here. Can you hear it?
No.
What the hell?
Easy there. It's all right. A little excited. Bob Marge, you did it.
Can you hear
You
me?
have just won yourself a brand new stainless steel revolver. Take a look at that beauty. Easy there. It's all right. A little excited. Bob
6-7. 6-7.
This is also a good app, though. I would never tell nobody not to use it. It's free, and it does high quality output, as you can see on the internet. But with a good imagination, I mean, the brother Original Black God is using Sora to put on some cinematic. Man, these trailers are like cutting edge, y'all. Wait till y'all see them. But yeah, this is Sora.
Like this kind of really isn't a break, Red. So let's just take
Say hello,
sir. Oh man!
All right.
Yeah.
I'll
Let's
leave
just,
it right there. We'll be right back.
Yeah, be right back, family. 10 minutes. All right. Once again, family, just keep in mind, Red will share the PDF while we're on break. While everybody's on break, just keep in mind, Red will share the PDF to this presentation. All right, so you will have the PDF to this presentation, and I know 7 shared his PDF yesterday. The gentleman that's speaking later on has a link that he wants me to share with y'all as well. We're gonna close it out real good today, family. Real good video, real good tutorial. Like I said, the brother who did the movie for me, he will be speaking towards the end, I believe at around 5 o'clock in around 2 hours. So we're gonna be sharing something from him as well. I know Spin City's coming on, so I look forward to that also. But yeah, I'm glad that y'all are here. I'm just running my mouth a little bit while we on break time. You know, I'm glad we are all here. This is a tremendous opportunity. I can't believe how fast everything is moving with AI and the way the job market is just changing right in front of our eyes. The whole job market is changing. I mean, from the smallest jobs to the biggest jobs. I think the the sector that is the most scared of AI is the medical sector. And I think that the doctors, they see what's coming. Hollywood seeing what's coming, the music industry seeing what's coming. I mean, every industry, but I think the big pharma, they gangsters. And I think they're scared. And I think that's why ChatGPT recently announced that it will no longer give medical advice. I don't know if y'all know that, but there was an announcement made. Let me see if I see it on my phone. There was an announcement made where they said they will no longer, let me see if I see it now. Give ChatGPT is no longer allowed to give medical advice. And what was happening was ChatGPT was diagnosing people more accurately than some of the doctors were. And I think that was very scary. Shout out to I see we got some dentists in the building, but yeah, the accuracy with this AI, I mean, wow, sometimes they could be very, very extremely accurate. Somebody said, Rich, is the presentation going to be in a Discord? Yes. Yeah. I believe it is. I'll tell Red to put it there. Yep. But yeah, I mean, they're going to make changes with AI, like they're making right now, in terms of the advice it could give, and who you could clone and things like that. But yeah, AI could definitely be used effectively, family. And I think that we all of us here in this chat will use it responsibly, and use it to benefit. At the end of the day, this is it's about our families and our communities and the people we love. And I would just want everybody to share this with anybody who's interested. At least give them the option so that people can say nobody told me, because this thing here is big. This thing here is huge, family. The only thing I feel with AI is holding us back is that there's just not enough time in a day. Like, plain and simple, like there's just not enough time in a day to just implement all these beautiful changes that are occurring. But you literally, it's like picking grapes. You could picking a digital career is like you just bought grapes from a store and you're just like picking a grape. I mean, you could easily get involved in over 100 different digital streams of income, but the thing is, you just don't have the time. So you just gotta we just gotta figure out what resonates with us. Somebody said time for a break. We are on a break. This is break time. Just talking to the family during break, having a good time, chopping it up with y'all before the AI experts get back on. Light talk with y'all, till Red get back on. Somebody said, Rich, how do we get the PDF from day number 1 by 7? So that was pinned in the chat yesterday. Sun Goddess, were you in the chat yesterday? Were you in the live yesterday when 7? Because we pinned it a lot. No, I shared it a lot. Then I pinned it at top, and I think somebody shared it in the Discord. Regardless, even if they didn't share it in the Discord, it will be shared in the Discord. But it was shared throughout the whole. I think even if you watch the replay, maybe you should still be able to click on the link Even if you watch the replay, you should still be able to. Yes, okay. If somebody said the PDF from yesterday is in the Discord, yeah. PDF was posted at 12. Yep. Thank you.
I'm back.
Though NYC. Give him a couple more minutes, Red. I don't think everybody.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, posted yesterday 12 something. Oh, it's not. They don't put it in the replay. I gotta check that. I gotta check that.
Somebody said PDF file.
Somebody said, Brother Rich, I missed your movie. Is it in Patreon? No, it's right on the YouTube channel. You just go to video instead of going to the lives. You just go to videos. It's called Tartaria, I think. Tartaria Movie Night. My Discord link is not working. May I get assistance? I should be able to post. Let me see if I could post it right now. Let me see if I could post it right now for you. I'm gonna give everybody about 4 more minutes. Then we're gonna get going again. I don't want to take too long. But y'all was crying like babies, man. Y'all was in the chat crying like a newborn baby. Y'all was crying more than my 11th month-old daughter. I said, shit.
For a break?
Yeah, crying.
Oh, man.
Like goddamn stretch, motherfucker, stretch. But I hear y'all though. Okay, so let me know, does this work? Whoever asked for the Discord, I just shared it. Let me know if that works. I just shared it. Yeah, family. Y'all very, you gotta understand, man. We back in the day, Phil had us sit for 8 hours straight. I mean, we in a room with no AC in it. Like, if you know what people had to go through back in the day to get knowledge, y'all wouldn't last a month trying to get knowledge. I mean, we had to go through some shit to get knowledge back in the day, man. It was a different ball game. It wasn't as comfortable as it is now on YouTube, just clicking a couple of. Somebody said I've done worse than 6 hours. Yeah.
Remember the bathroom breaks?
Yeah. Oh
Lord,
man, the master teachers wasn't no joke back in the day.
Nah, they was not.
We got 2 more minutes, y'all. Is ready to roll. We got to keep this thing moving. We got 2 more minutes. If you can hear me, we got 2 more minutes. Then we're gonna get this thing going again. All right. We got 2 more minutes. Thank you everybody for your patience. Thank you everybody for joining us.
Yes.
To be able to sit down and learn for 2 days straight for 12 hours, you gotta. I want to give all of y'all a hand for that.
Well, that's commendable.
That is not no joke within itself, you know, and I'm teasing y'all, but I got to give y'all a hand. That is not easy to do. And the weekend is if you have a 9 to 5, that is your time off. So the fact that if you have a 9 to 5, you're spending your time off, 12 hours of your time off to learn about how to get a future income. I give y'all a hand. Once again, we about to start. We are here to help you even after this. Keep that in mind. All right, family. With that being said, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Red Pill. The stage is yours once again, my brother.
Yes, indeed. Let us continue to demonstrate and take you to some of these apps so you can actually see how they work. Because I don't want to just show you what I'm doing and you don't see how you too can do it. So we'll go to Sora. In fact, we'll go back to Higgsville and then we'll go to Sora. So keep in mind, we have an idea, right? We want to show how you can take an idea and take one idea that you have, a random idea, and take this idea and create something out of it, right? So I showed you one of the steps in terms of going to like the AI or Gemini and asking it questions and things of that nature. Then you also have another option if the idea happens to be an image, right? Like how we are right here in Sora,
you basically could go and say, yo, create an image out of that. I want to see it look like this. I want to see it look like that. After you get that image, right, you now could take that image and make that image move by utilizing either Sora or any one of these apps that make what they call static images move. So I'll basically show you real quick how this works. I'm sure that the majority of us know it, but I damn sure can assume that we all know these things. And one of the things that I learned with AI, watching somebody do something is maybe 90% more effective than listening to them talk about it or thinking we do. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather show you, and that's more beneficial. So here is the back office, right? When you click on video, this is Higgsville, y'all. Higgsville. When you click on video, you see it says models. All of those different models are different video models. They all do different things. Some of them are good for lip syncing. Some of them are good with camera control and special effects. Some of them are good with quote unquote multi-shot videos and angles. Then over here, you have create video, lip sync studio, draw to video. So if you want to draw something, you could scribble a picture or an image, and then it will generate it as a complete output, right? You don't have to be, and you don't have to know how to draw. All you have to know how to do is scribble. There's another one called sketch to video. So these two, right? Look at this. These two, sketch to video, is, in my humble opinion, it is going to be beneficial for the homeschoolers and anybody who's trying to teach the youth how to basically, learn some things, right? So we'll go ahead in the spirit of Scorpio. We'll draw Scorpio. So imagine being with kids, the little ones, and they're like, yo, mommy, I want to just draw something. Or teacher, I have an idea of something that I want to draw. And you're like, all right, cool. Just scribble it, right? You could just scribble it and whatnot, and we'll knock it out. See the option here: realistic, cinematic, anime, commercial, horror. I'm gonna go with horror. Just because, it looks kind of hoary. And then click generate video, right? Once again, Sora 2 motion not found. What are you talking about? Sora 2 Pro. So once again, you don't need to know how to be an experienced artist. You really don't. You know what I'm saying? You literally can do this with just scribbling, just to scribble. Okay. So you could draw the video, sketch the video, draw the video. It's all right here. Right. It was acting a little fugazi just now, though. So let's do this. Something called InstaDump. Right. So they got something called InstaDump where you literally could take a picture of yourself and it's going to give you all of these different right? Like Savon was talking about with Higgsville. They have a lot of preloaded and quote unquote, like they're just like already done for you. It's almost like a template, you know what I'm saying? However, as a business model, right? As a business model, even though it's creating a lot of slop, but as a business model, this is the business model that people are utilizing to quote unquote monetize and do whatever they got to do. But like I said, there's a lot of ways that you could take these quote unquote, you could take this and benefit from it. So I selected a pack, right? I actually had a client that was requesting that they wanted to see realistic post pictures of themselves, because I generated a picture of them and they said it looks too much like a cartoon. So they were like, yeah, I want a complete clone of myself. It needs to be very realistic. I went on the internet. I got 40 pictures of that person and I loaded up the model on Higgsfield, because you could train it on a picture, right? You could train it on like 50 pictures of somebody's face and it will literally make a digital twin. So I trained it and then I went and I got that person. I sent them the picture and that person became a client, it became a client. So these things are definitely, they work, you know what I'm saying? They work. People are out here looking for somebody to do some of the things that they need to be done, and you might be that person that they're looking for. So all right, so let's say that you have a client. You could take that client, you could bring them into here to the photo dump and get about 20 pictures of them right away. You feel me? AI pictures. People like to see themselves in different AI poses and stuff like that, and they pay for that. Okay. Or you could take these images and you could make a t-shirt, you know what I mean? Make a thumbnail. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not telling anybody how to deal with their generations and whatnot. You'll find a use case. But this is the Higgsfield. It is very, very user friendly. And I'm showing you this specifically because I don't want to overlook the fact that some of the family in the building are not considered to be experienced like that. So I'm going to show you some of the easier low-hanging fruit that you can definitely get some results with. People are making movies on Higgsfield. Facts. Music videos, TV shows. They got something called V-operas. Y'all heard about V-operas? Vertical operas. The vertical 1 minute mini, they call it the mini content and whatnot. People are literally they have like micro series going on, 100 episodes of a 1 minute series, right? All of this is going, and they're utilizing AI with it as special effects, replacing the green screen, sound effects, it's all kind of stuff. So take advantage. Give this about 2 more minutes. It's going to cook up, or we might even come back to it. Matter of fact, let us come back to it because I want to show you, right? Lovable. I want you to see what this lovable thing is about. Okay. Now, let me see. I'm still over there. We're going to come back to that. We're going to pull up on Lovable, right? So Lovable, ladies and gentlemen, this is the vibe coding app, right? There's many of them like this, okay? But this one happens to be one of the more famous ones. So a vibe coding app literally is me going into the app and saying, I want to create a landing page. Remember, I still have this idea in my hand. I'm anybody in the chat. I'm anybody, regardless of age, regardless of race, regardless of height, regardless of wage, regardless of anything. I have an idea like everyone else. What do I do to bring that idea into fruition, into the real world, so I can now nurture that idea and actually do something with that? Maybe me and that idea could live side by side in holy matrimony, doing big things. So what is the process and the steps to make sure that that idea is fleshed out and it is quote unquote born in this dimension? Well, I would suggest that you do a few things, but one of the things that you can do now is that you can vibe code it. You literally could pick your phone up and you could speak into your phone, right? You could speak into your phone. So this was foraging. We wanted to get foraging in the deep South USA. Give it vision, ML, machine learning. Give it multimodal. Capabilities. And Gen AI API. What's Gen AI? Generative AI, any type of AI that makes pictures and stuff. And the API is just the key to help you use it in your app. Boom. I'm sorry. I press enter, right? So one of the great things about Lovable and how they blowing up, they integrated with Shopify just the other day. So you could go on Lovable and literally vibe code a Shopify store like right now. And I know I'm talking to a lot of Shopify users and whatnot. Now Shopify was like a breakthrough store, right? And they were known for their ease at which you could deploy an actual store, a business, the same type of business that you see out here now making multiple millions of dollars. A lot of them started out on Shopify. But now with Lovable on Shopify, you literally can have, now this is what we're missing as a people and where we excel over others. For the sisters and especially the mothers, especially the brothers who were let off of their jobs in the last 6 months, right? In the last 6 months, you might not be very tech savvy. However, you know how to vibe. That is one of your superpowers. You can kick it. You know how to vibe. You know how to bounce ideas off of the wall. You know how to think, right? Literally what they're asking of us right now, to be able to think collectively, not individually. You're gonna have to put that to the side for a minute and think collectively. Is that my website right there? While I was talking, did my just pop up? Am I seeing things? But
Wow.
that's what vibe coding is, and that's how real it is. Let's go and travel. Let's go and see what the website did. We just see one landing page. Let's go ahead and go down. Visual AI recognition, multimodal intelligence, safety first, native to the deep south, right? Here it goes, an AI plant identifier. So this is $1 million idea for those who may not realize that it starts with this. It literally starts with this idea. You know, it literally starts with this idea. Now I could take you on. Let me take you to a place where you can benefit not just off of this one tool. You can benefit off. Yes.
Yeah, you did it. That was absolutely amazing. You did it so fast. People like, what the hell? Do it again.
Wait, right.
That was
Like
amazing.
what is he really doing?
That was amazing, bro.
So I'm not gonna overdo it, but to just show people, because what I really want to do is break the limits on things today. I want to break limits. That's why I'm showing y'all so much generation, so much an abundance of outpouring of just art and generation ideas. I'm breaking these limits. I lived in a world of limits before, where people were telling me where I could do it, how I could do it, and how much I could do it. That's not where we at right now. I'm gonna just add on to this just so people know that there's no limits. So I'm gonna put YouTube embedded video API into the app. So with knowing this and knowing that we strong on the vibe tip, you know, we get together when we put together. What about us having like a whole vibe session, especially brothers and sisters who may be unemployed, have a few resources, and you know, want to start something on their own? Why are they not encouraging us to have, like, you know how they have all of these things to say, yo, you know, the running, the whole thing, like people running and whatnot, that's touching grass. You know, these book clubs are popping and everything. And I agree with all of that. But also what's also popping is these mastermind collectives as well, where people get together and smoke cigars. You feel me? And watch 363 Empire and talk about $1 million ideas, but they just don't talk about it. They're deploying, they're implementing. The difference between speaking about something and actually doing it is the implementation. And we want to put ourselves we want to cross that threshold comfortably and place ourselves across that moat and never go back the other way. Where we're innovators, we're creating things, we're actually incentivizing one another to do what? To create, to hack, to solve problems. For the people that got 99 problems, well, I'm here to let you know we got 99 tools as well. 99 tools. Turn the lever and the problem will be solved. They don't want us to execute. They don't want us to be generators, operators, and destroyers. They don't want us to tap into that ancient principle that we all have. They don't want us to, quote unquote, see ourselves. They don't want us to visualize ourselves as great again. They don't want, they have fears that you will wake up and pick up some of these tools. That's their fears. That's why they in Congress and they say some of these things. Look, so while I was talking, here goes the YouTube component, the embedded component that popped right up. I typed it in, right? Add YouTube embed, right? And here it goes. Okay. While I was talking. So this is something that is available to every single person. Real quick, write these names down. I don't want to inundate you with vibe coding apps, but I do want to give you options. Because once again, all of these models model differently, right? So cursor, like a cursor on your mouse, CURSOR, cursor, right? That's one. Then the next one will be emergent. Okay, emergent is the next one. Then after that is one called GenSpark. GenSpark. GEN Spark. SPARK. Okay. Yes, Cursor is powerful, and they even got an upgrade to whereas they're more powerful. Then the last one is Opal. Google. Opal. Google. Opal. Okay. Now let me see something. I remember we went to Whisk before inside of the class. However, there's thousands of us. So I do want to show y'all Whisk, because Whisk, once again, is very user-friendly. Very user-friendly. And the idea, of course, is to help people use the friendly the friendly tools, because some of the tools could intimidate you if they're not friendly enough, right? So these are the friendly ones. Once you get comfortable with those, then you can start going a little bit hard body, right? So this is Whisk, right? Whisk is kind of, all right, let's upload a picture, right? Let's upload a picture. Let me see. Okay. Upload one with Phil Valentine. Right? Here's the scene in ancient Kemet. Pyramids and obelisks, right? Whatever comes to mind. You might be studying some things. You're like, you know what? I want to see that I'm studying. I want to bring it to life. I want to put myself in that picture, and then I want to zone out, and I want to place myself like I want to generate a picture of me in paradise, right? Surrounded by anything that my mind could conceive, right? And then I'm going to place myself in that space mentally, right? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy, right? You know, and your subconscious doesn't know the difference. So boom, I'm gonna put photorealistic because they're asking me to generate. Here goes that word, generate, right? They want to know what style. So subject, scene, and style. You could take any subject, right? Any subject, put them in any scene and do it in any style. Okay. So now we got all of that. I'm going to write something. 2 men and young child, young boy on yacht on Nile River. Rob, I'm gonna hit you right back. I'm doing this workshop. All right. So let's press enter. Okay. Okay, they don't allow images of young children. Young man. You know. So we're using this picture as a source. Let's see. We do not allow inputs of minors. Oh, they wildin'. Let me remove that picture and put another one. They acting all because they know y'all watching. They acting all stupid, but I done generated pictures of my son multiple times. So I grab Blue's picture. Let's press enter and see what they give us and whatnot. So this is a way of making like flyers. This is a way of making thumbnails. This is a way of doing any type of graphic work, like low-level graphic work, you know, not super intricate. But, you know, this is a way of doing some work, you know what I'm saying? So boom, there you go. There goes Blue with a Becky. Oh, Lord. He's on it now. You don't talk about. He's on it now. And, you know, you would, of course, you would tweak it and whatnot and refine it. Okay. Let me put Black family on it now. You will refine it, but this is almost like this becomes like a easel. You know what I'm saying? It turns into like an easel in which you work your ideas and you refine and you tighten it up and whatnot. This is how that works. But Whisk is definitely one of those. What's up with my guy? Let me. So remember, the subject is just, it doesn't always have to be exactly the person that you're doing. You're the subject. You're a man with a suit on. You feel me? And that's what they're going to take, you know. But I did say a black family on it now. So, you know, you always got to take this shit with a grain of salt. But as you can see, it's going to put you in a space where you're at. All you have to do is put the scene in there as some type of reference, and then you choose the style, right? I'm going to say change the style to anime, and it's going to do it automatically, right? So you could really just be very, you know, you could be innovative. You could use your mind. You could use your imagination. This is what this is all about, you know, and in doing such, that's where the breakthroughs are going to come through, right? So there it goes. It's an anime style, you know, just like that. So you could take real pictures and turn them into anime, or you could take anime and do it the reverse engineer and whatnot. Okay, I'm going to say change it to another form. Change it to claymation, right? And once again, remember, they said the biggest sectors are edutech, right? They said the growing sectors are edutech. So I'm mostly speaking about it from the perspective of edutech, how to approach these things from a perspective of teaching and also learning and whatnot, right? Edutech. That's something that we got that. We got that. You know, the babies are actually in greater space. They're in better hands now that they literally can learn on their own. You know, they can learn on devices that they own, and they can learn real information, vetted information. You feel me? Not what they was giving y'all before. So let me see. Let me get up out of here in a minute. Whisk. I don't want to be in Whisk all day. I'm going to take you to Flow, right? So all of this is still in the Google Suites. Okay? All of this is still inside of the suites, ladies and gentlemen. This is Google's attempt of the AI takeover quietly, right? So I'm going to take you to another one of their tools, right, called Flow. Now, when you want to make a story, when you want to build a story out, when you want to, quote unquote, get something, there you go, look. So it put me in the background of the pyramids, just like that. You know what I mean? I just put man on the mountain, you know? It might not be me, it might not be me 100%, but that's me. You know what I'm talking about? I know, but who else? That's me. You know? Throw a little welcome to Egypt 2027. You feel me? The you know, that's a flyer. From Egypt with love. That's a postcard. You know? So Whisk is a great tool to use. Very user friendly, as you can see how we demonstrated it. Right now, let me change the style. Get out of here, Becky. Let me change the style. Right, I could upload an image, right, that already has a style. I could upload an image that has a style. Okay, and it's going to probably mimic that style. Let me see. So yeah, Nano Banana and Whisk, they work together. Nano Banana is a part of Google, and so is this app here called Whisk, and they work together. So I put some 1980s thing. I don't know what that's gonna do, but man on Mountain, Candyland. And one thing I like about them is that yes, they are very fast. They don't lollygag. So yeah, there you go in Candyland. You feel me? Same pose, side shots, right? I didn't tell them to shoot me on the side. They got the side view. You feel me? They got me looking off into the yonder with the Candyland behind me, like on some Wreck-It Ralph type stuff. Like, what can you do with that? You know, what can you do with that? There are things that you can do with that. I'll continue. I'll move on. Let's move on to other things because there's so much that I need to cover. I don't want to have you here on one app. Flow is the next one. Okay. And these come out of what is known as Google Labs, right? That's where you can find them. Google Labs. Okay. Let me see. Your boy. So there's this thing in Hicksville, right? There's an aspect of Hicksville where they have a what do they call that? A Chrome extension, right? So the Chrome extension on your phone, you could put it on your desktop or your phone. So any picture that I see online, I'm talking about any picture that I see, I literally can clone myself and I can make it myself. Like I could literally make it me, like easily. Yo, Hicksville. Hicksville is mad disrespectful. That's all I gotta say, B. Hicksville is, they'll generate some pictures of you. Is wild disrespectful. And I'm not even talking about this one. They mad disrespectful. But anyway, here's the flow. Let me see if it moves. What the hell? So the good thing about flow is that you could connect, you could tell stories. You could tell stories, you could connect things and whatnot. That's their power. Black Panther. I did this for a celebrity client and whatnot. They were very impressed. Because think about it. The celebrities, they don't know about this stuff because if they did, they'd be doing it. You feel me? The celebrities are out. They kind of like, they left dry too. They left dry too. So this was all on like Hicksville. This is a not really a big learning curve. No, this is Flow. This is on Google. But what I was using was JSON prompts. And I know that Savon showed y'all the thing about JSON prompts, but I'm also going to show you how that works. You know what I'm saying? All right. So let's go over there. But yeah, this is dope. So I'm gonna show y'all on Chat GPT. Give me a minute. We'll show you how to do the JSON. But yeah, this Black Panther. And I didn't say him specifically because but they giving me the whole Black Panther animated type of thing. Like I if I wanted to, I could do something with it. I could do something with it. So here they have text to video, they have frames to video, meaning you could take a picture before and after of anything. You could pause the frame of a video, a movie, all of those things. And then they got ingredients to video. You basically could upload like 5 or 6 pictures of something and then basically bake it into the video, like ingredients to a cake. So ingredients is literally like, all right, I got a polka dot shirt. I'm gonna put a picture of a polka dot shirt. I'm gonna put a picture of some Timbs, of a Jeep, and a cowboy hat. In the video, I'll have on a cowboy hat, some damn Timbs, and I'll be in a Jeep. That's how that kind of works. You know what I'm saying? So Higgsfield, I don't want to give it a bad rap because it doesn't deserve. Oh, Flow and Higgsfield to me is almost damn near the same. But Flow, they don't get a bad rap in my book. They are A-OK. They have something called Scene Builder, and you literally could use it to build out your scenes because as Original Black God is going to show us, it's all about the quote unquote storyboard. You got to know the storyboard. You got to know how to write out a story. And once you master that, which is nothing, then you're able to, 3 acts, stuff like that. Once you get the basics down pat, you'll be able to flow. You'll be able to have a story that flows where people are not literally Rich, my bad. My bad. You do you hear me?
Yep, you good now.
So the next app that I need to show y'all, you know what I mean? The next app that I need to show y'all is called Gen Spark. Okay. Savon talked about this yesterday when he was talking about the other apps that he uses, the super apps. Okay. The other super apps. He mentioned GenSpark. He also mentioned Manus, right? So these are a new type of quote unquote. This is not Chat GPT, even though it looks like a chatbot. This is an agent or agentic site, which is a lot different than what Chat GPT got into the agentic business, but they are chatbots. Chatbots could talk to you. Chatbots could probably do a few things, but they don't have the power of the agents. The agents are a beefed up version. It would be chatbot with legs. Just think chatbot with legs. They have chatbots with eyes, right? The Tesla in the driving cars. They have eyes now, machine vision. They can hear. They can hear now. They have hearing. And now they're working on getting into a robot, embodying themselves. So they could be fully into an embodiment or an embodied surroundings and whatnot. They want to be inside of a robot. They want to see. They want to be able to move. They want all of these things. And that's where society is heading. Well, this right here is an agentic site. And the agents, you have AI designer, you have an AI developer, you have an AI docs, AI sheets, AI slides, where they create slides for you. They'll create AI Google Sheets for you, AI docs. Like, let's see what's the options right here. You could get anything. They say you could put one prompt, you could put ideas, you could put links, you could put files in there, and it's going to give you the documents. This one is going to give you the sheets and whatnot. This is going to give you a slideshow. This is a super agent. It's basically, it could do a lot of things, right? This is a developer. You could build code. You could start making apps. Just you and the quote unquote AI, no one else, no middleman. This is the designer. You can make print ready designs, magazine covers and all of that. This is Clip Genius. It will chop your videos up. AI will do it automatically, right? This is the meeting notes, right? And this is all agents. When you click on it, it will show you all of the different agents that they have. Become very familiar with this agentic AI, only because this is what's replacing people when they getting fired. Well, this is it. This is what it is. I'm not saying this is the only reason, but agentic AI and automation, that is the quote unquote hatch. That is the hatchet. That is the axe. That's the guillotine, because when the CEOs get shown the power of the agents, then they are put on notice. They basically say, I'm gonna put you on notice. If we showed you how this works and you decided to not fire people, we'll report you to the bank that you're not taking sound advice and you're jeopardizing your shareholders by not moving to implement AI and automation in your business because it's part of a bigger plan. I mean, if somebody were to say that the UBI thing, United Basic Income, Universal Basic Income, was not right around the corner, then I would definitely say that you have to reassess what it is that you might be seeing. Where are people going to even work in the near future to even buy, to get the funds to buy anything from Temu? Where? What are they going to? Everybody can be on OnlyFans. Like, where are they going to be? There's no more. The customers are being eroded. The consumers are being pillaged. So they're going to have it to where you'll get your time back. Something that is an asset and something that a lot of people kind of would really, they would barter it for. They would barter their labor for their time back. Yeah, and they'll take that check. So it is what it is. You know, I'm not a social engineer. Whatever takes place in that environment and whatnot, I'm here to report on it, make sense of it, and unpack it. I'm not going that route, so it doesn't even really entice me. I am, though, going the route of the solutionary and the people that are using these agents to have a one-man business, right? Where you have 100 agents working for you. You're a one-man business, and you literally are just deploying, right, virtual assistants, or you're deploying other quote-unquote people to overlook your automations or your workflows or your faceless business. You don't have to hoard over it. You can practice what is known as financial freedom, right? So GenSpark is a beast. I promise you. It looks very unsuspecting just sitting there right there, but it's a problem. It does a lot. Okay, let me see. Make book on I believe it's a China app too. You know, once again, a lot of these Chinese companies just coming in and being very innovative and you know, pushing things, pushing a lot of affordable technology, by the way, you know, being very fair with their breakthroughs. So this will probably take a few minutes, but it's going to give me the deep dive that I need so I could search my competition, my competitors. That is very important. Before you get into anything, you need to know who you're dealing with and you know, what's the environment looking like. And like Rich was saying earlier, a lot of this is about patience because you literally will find yourself burning tokens and time, and you'll look up and you're inside of this wormhole with 20 pages open or 20 tabs with 30 tools that you're playing with. And it can become rather daunting. Okay. Henceforth, why we stay focused and we have a regiment that we want to follow where we have our 5 initial tools that when we open up the AI, when we start our day, we always have these 5 tools initially opened up. And that will be Gemini, right? This is all for research because everything starts with the research first. You don't want to just jump in. You don't want to just start prompting. You don't just want to be gun-ho and willy. Nah, you want to meticulously, you know, you want to make sure when you say something and when you prompt it, you know exactly what it is that you're asking. You don't want to waste too much time because remember, they got memory too. The computer does have memory, and it's gonna remember all of those dumbass questions that you were gonna that you was asking when you first started out. And based on that, that's how it's going to extract a lot of its answers to you. So as you see, as we're talking, the research is being done. The agent is a deep diver. It's going to do the work once you set it off, once you put it, once you just, you know, turn it on and whatnot. Once you charge it, it does the work for you, right? At least when it comes to the research and extracting sources. So at the end of this experiment, it literally is going to have 40 different sources, probably like a whole, you know, it's just going to be a chock full of information and hyperlinks and things of that nature. And you could even take those hyperlinks and actually do something with those because data is the gift that keeps on giving. So what we're doing is extracting data, putting data back into the quote unquote loop or the recursion, feeding it back into the loop and coming out with a better iteration, right? Better iterations. Let me see. So at 4:30, we are going to bring our first guest in the building, ladies and gentlemen. At 4:30, at the end of our demonstration, we are going to take questions and answers collectively, so we don't have to waste Q&A time. And then the brothers is trying to get, you know what I mean? We'll do it at the end. And I highly encourage everybody to write all of their questions down so we could deal with it. Right? There will be some times where I might start a research project in the daytime, like in the rising, and come back to it maybe 8 or 9 p.m. and it's just finishing up. Like literally strong sources, finding articles, finding dissertations, finding white papers, finding all type of scientific peer review papers that I probably could not find on this compromised search engine, Google and whatnot, because of this fact that they're hiding, they're scrubbing, they're shadow banning. But even though the LLMs are somewhat biased, right, based off of where they're drawing from, it still works. It still works in our behalf. You know, it still works. So what the heck is it doing? It's running it up. Let us go to another site because, like I said, we're not finished. We have more that we want to deal with, right? I'm going to take you to you saw Hugging Face. You saw Studios. Let me see. What app should I take you to?
Hey, Red, I noticed a couple of people in the chat. We were all very fascinated when you showed us the Mortal Kombat. You mind telling us how you put that together?
Oh, the Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, it was inspired by the juxtaposition of our sister Asada making her transition right around the time of the propaganda campaign that was taking place, where people were somewhat, in the middle of a high level psyop when it came to Captain Kirk, right? So when that was a reflection of the two narratives were at war with one another, because when she made transition, her narrative took over his narrative. You feel me? And that narrative that everybody was trying to move with got quickly dissipated just by her making transition, just by her name being mentioned. It poured a lot of quote unquote water on whatever bonfire they were trying to build up. So I was like, this is an Immortal Kombat, because when we make transition, it don't stop. You know what I mean? Like spirits go to war across timelines. You feel me? So it's like they got mess halls in different dimensions. Like you see somebody and it's on. It don't matter what dimension y'all in. You feel me? You're gonna remember. So Immortal Kombat. You got King Leopold up that ladder. You feel me? Of course, got Adolf, but there's some people on top of him. Bill Gates is there. The good part is the finish him scene, the fatality. Yeah,
No, I asked, are you able to show us how you put it together? Not the other.
Oh, you want to show us the Immortal Kombat?
No.
You want me to show you how I put it together, right?
Yeah. If you are, I'm not sure if that's something you're like got, for you, or I don't know how you put that.
I could do that. Once again, I'll show you the process, because it's a doable process. It's something that anybody out there can do. Let's take a trip and go ahead and do the Immortal Kombat. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the Google. We'll go to Google. We'll go to Banana. We'll go to Nano Banana for that. Now, I suggest that y'all go ahead, especially people who are not good with prompting, and you might not have a prompt builder, or you might not have a prompt pack as of yet, right? Go to Nano Banana, right? And before you go to Nano Banana, go to Google and take the image of like a Street Fighter or a Mortal Kombat, the original images of the cartoon. I'm gonna go and grab some images of the cartoon. I'm gonna grab Street Fighter, because what those are style inspos, right? And you'll take the style inspiration of a Street Fighter, and then you'll use it in your upload. Okay. So boom, let me grab these. Probably grab about 3 of them. And then we'll run it through either Higgsfield. Now, the good thing about a lot of these processes is that they're speeding up, right? About a year ago, this took so much time, right? This was like 5 or 4 different processes that you had to do. But, you know, these apps are getting so up to date. They're just upgrading themselves. So you don't got to wait. You know what I'm saying? You could do it in like 2 or 3 steps. That's one of the great things. Soon it's going to be a 1-step process. When everything gets to that point, I will let you know. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be another shift. All right, boom. Let me get this right. Nano banana. Let me share the screen so y'all can see the whole process. All right, boom. I'm in Nano Banana. I went to Google and I grabbed some of these images, right? So I'm going to upload them. Boom. All right. This is where you go to prompt. Create a rendition of this fighting game. Rename it. Street Rumbles. So initially, what I usually do is the first layer or the first prompt out, it won't really be to create the a duplicate of quote unquote of a person as of yet. I'm going to create the quote unquote template, right? So the template that I created is called Warrior Spirit Warriors, right? So I didn't say Street Fighter. I said, give me a rendition of the fighting game. I didn't say any fighting game. How did they know? Because they had the references uploaded. So now that I got the references uploaded, it's kind of like you don't got to say Street Fighter, because if you say Street Fighter, it's going to block you and say, yeah, we can't do that because it's copyrighted. But when you upload the reference, right, the reference is the artistic style and all of the, you know, all of that type of stuff. And then I said, make a rendition of this, rename it Spirit Warriors, make the fighters mimic the style of ancient deities and warrior gods. So, you know, it gave you Ryu, and it gave you some type of demonic looking dude and a little rendition of a Timu Chun-Li, right? So now I'll take that and then I'll upload another picture, right? And then I'll say, swap it out with this person. I have them swap it out with that person in their face, right? Let me see. Okay, so here's Bobby. Let's see. I want to see a fighting scene. Action packed. Big action featuring and I can't say Bobby's name because he's kind of like shadow banned, and you know, things that apply to Google on the other side kind of apply to it, even when it comes to prompting out certain images. Like they block me a lot from my own image. If you say red pill, it's gonna set it off, and they'll be like, "Nah, I'm sorry, I can't do that for you." Big action featuring man in the reference image fighting with his legion of angels. Black. Okay. Let's see how it cooks up, you know. Let's see how it cooks up. And I usually I don't even type. I usually just talk into the microphone. But lately Google has been kind of like not receiving it. I don't know why. It might be the mic, but they do a lot of verbal diction. The verbal diction is kind of like, you know. So there you go. There you go, Bobby. It took his likeness. It put him in a fighting scene the same way that I asked. Now I'm going to ask it to design this scene in video game 80s fighting style. Because I put photorealistic in the style. I had put photorealistic, henceforth, why a lot of these are looking more photorealistic than comic book like. But you have to reiterate it in the prompt how you want it to look. You know what I'm saying? That's once again, they'll respond to your English. They respond to your prompting and to your English and to your verbiage, right? What did it give me? So it's giving me the prompt and it's not giving me the picture, right? So boom. When they do that, I'll take that, highlight all of this, right? Copy it, boom. And I'll say, all right, would you like me to design a move list? So now they just trying to do all of that other stuff. Then I go right over here to Higgsfield. Okay. I'll go right over to Higgsfield and I will prompt out the prompts over here. Okay. Let me go back to Nano. And I even go to Sora sometimes too and drop the prompt over there. So You giving me all that? Where's the image? Make image. The hell? So it's giving you all of this. This is good. This is script. This is what you feed into the AI generators in order to get you specific images and whatnot. Right? So there you go. I said give it to me in 1980 style video game. Boom. Did I say Bobby? Because it says Bobby right there. That you see how that works? I didn't even did I say okay, I did say Bobby. They know who Bobby is. So yeah, there you go. That's how that works. Once again, it's in the verbiage, right? I was able to change the style. Like this style is 1980 style versus this style, right? There's more up to date AAA graphics, and then this style right here is more AAA graphics, CGI. But then this style is the 1980s, right? Pixelated 8-bit. Remember I was talking about bits and atoms? This is the bits right here. You know what I mean? As you can see, I can prompt it. I say, give me GTA style. Right? So once again, the fact that you could juxtapose styles, you could create new styles by juxtaposing one style over the other, right? There's a trick with that, you know what I mean? A.A. Rashid is the master of juxtaposing two different cultures and images together to create a new one, a new image. So that's kind of like where we are now, that people with that type of mind, you could literally sit there and prompt, juxtapose pictures and whatnot. So here's the Grand Theft Auto version of Bobby. Right. So now, because I hope they not acting this, I hope that this thing is acting good, but it didn't seem like it wasn't. Create video, right? Boom. Upload video. Upload video. Boom. Bobby right there. Fighting scene. Fireballs. Pulse. Right. So this is video. This is Vimeo. I did have the option, if I wanted to use what is known as JSON prompt, and I'm going to show you in a minute what JSON prompt is. It's a good way to get the prompts that you need. It's a little. It's sort of like how the computers talk, right? It's sort of how the computers talk. So the JSON prompts is more precise than just regular prompting like I did just now. The JSON is more like it's the language that they really understand. So there are apps now, or there's plugins, or there are custom GPTs where you literally could say what I just wrote, fighting scene, fireballs, pulse weapons, put it into the custom GPT, and it's going to make a JSON prompt, which is going to be way more detailed, way more information, way more data. And then when you feed it to the VO3, or when you feed it to Sora, it's going to look crazy. You feel me? It's going to look crazy. So there you go. There you go, Bobby. Leveled up. All right. So just imagine doing this to 30 pictures, right? Because that's how I'm kind of looking at it. You know, maybe a movie is going to have 300 moving pictures, and you just assign somebody to just do 30. You know, or you might work on 30 a day. You might work on 30 a day, but the key is to break it down. How many slides are needed? How many slides? What's the number, right? Versus just going in willy-nilly. You kind of got to break it down like that. You don't have to, but that's a way. You know what I'm saying? This shit crazy too. Look at that. It look way better than the picture, even though, of course, the guy don't look like Bobby like that. But, you know, it could be fixed. And when you scale up these pictures, you'd be surprised how the person's face changes. This is super low res right here, so it's like pixelated, right? But that's how that works. Now, you would take this into Flow, and then you would make a stitch. You would stitch it because you could download it right here, but you would stitch it inside of Flow. So Flow is like a flow state. Flow is like how it flows and how it stitches and how it connects and whatnot. You feel me? So that's how they making these movies. I know that Original Black God, he got some treats for you. He got some treats for you, and he gonna hit you with that. So we'll let him show you how he stitches his things together, right? Gemini, my man, Gemini. Man, like I said, if you got you a nice amount of tokens, this place is a great place to be. Let me go to guided learning. Okay, what do we want to learn? What do we want to learn? We want to learn about melanin. All right, so this is Canvas, right? Guided learning. And it's not that much learning. Now, real quick, it would be almost criminal of me, if I don't take you to see Notebook real quick. Notebook LM. And I know that a lot of us have been hip to the Notebook. We've been getting hip to it. But I wanna hip us a little bit more. And then I'm gonna let Spin come in here. It's his birthday today, so he got that energy on him. So we're gonna let him cook. This is Notebook LM, ladies and gentlemen. This is Notebook LM. This is one of the most effective apps on the internet right now. I would say that this is Google's shining, quote unquote, prince of technology, of AI apps, of LLMs. The Notebook is removing the L in LLM and is replacing it with Notebook. So LM means large. It means a language model. So Notebook language model. What does that mean? Well, think about your notebook being interactive. Think about your notebook being alive. Think about your notebook, quote unquote, having a brain. Think about your notebook speaking to you. Remember those notebooks that we used to have with all of the notes in it? And imagine if those notebooks were interactive and alive, literally alive. So real quick, I got to run through this and show you what this is. But this is on Google. This is a part of Google Labs Notebook LM, maybe the most important tool that you could get as a researcher. Now I'm clicking on the thing that says sources, right? 300 sources is what I can get. I could go to Google Workspace. I could go to Google Drive, right? I could go to my Google Drive and get all of this stuff. I could go to my website. I could go to YouTube, right? And drop all of the links. So you could go and put 300 links of one person or 300 links of 300 people. It don't matter. Make your notebook. How would you put your notebook together? I know I'm putting my notebook together sometimes with one specific teacher, because what this is a retrievement augmented generator called a RAG, right? A retrievement augmented generator. So everything that it retrieves is where it's pulling it from. Everything that it retrieves. So when I drop those links in there as sources, whatever information is being retrieved from that, that is the brain. That is the knowledge base. That's the only information that this LM is going to be pulling from, versus OpenAI with ChatGPT and all of those other ones. They're pulling from all type of sources around the internet. They're not in one place. So I'm building out a RAG, right? I'm building out a retrievement augmented generator, right? So I could retrieve anything that I want based off of me putting it in here, right? Doom. So let's go to a book where we created some things. So I got a bunch of notebooks that I'm creating, that I've created, that I've loaded up. You know what I mean? I got all type of information in there. Let's go to the AAA workshop, right? So we did a workshop called the AAA workshop. We have a workbook. We also have an agency that we built off of that, and we got an app. So the AAA is about the triple A's inside of this new era that we're in of AI. The 1A is called Agentic AI, right? Where I was just talking about it, where the agents can basically take over your computer, or the agents could do things like check your email and do all type of stuff. The agents are building books for you. They're making your landing page. The agents are like Agent Smith in the Matrix before he went rogue. That's the agents. Think Agent Smith before he went rogue. Wasn't there thousands of him like bots, and he was doing whatever the program programmed them to do? But then he wanted to become sentient and buck that system, right? So the AAA, so boom, here on the right side called Studio. It is literally like a studio, right? Because it does so many things. You could get a podcast. You could get an explainer video. You could get a mind map. You could get flashcards. You could get a quiz, and you could get reports on everything that you put inside of the sources. Check this out. Here's the explainer video.
All right, let's jump right in. We're going to be talking about what is, no joke, the next massive leap in tech: AI agents. And if you think you know AI, well, think again. Forget just creating stuff. We're now talking about AI that actually does stuff. So let's break down what this really means for you. And listen, this isn't some sci-fi far-off future thing. This is happening right now. The window of opportunity is wide open, but it's not going to stay that way forever. Seriously, the folks who master these tools today are the ones who are going to have a massive advantage. So yeah, you're in the right place.
Yeah, so that's the Notebook LM. It's going to give you a podcast. You can actually go into the podcast and tweak it, right? So here's the podcast, right? Oh, no, this is not the podcast. This is the explainer video. The explainer video could go on your YouTube. The explainer video could get monetized. The explainer video usually does a lot of views just because it's an explainer video. So, boom.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we plunge into fascinating topics and really pull out the most important insights, custom tailored just for you. Today, we're taking a deep breath and diving into a world that's evolving at, well, pretty much warp speed: AI agents. We've gathered some really great sources.
I could talk to them. I could talk to them. Hello. Hello.
Oh, our listeners got something to share. Let's hear it.
What's up? What's up, man? You know how to greet me, bro. I'm sorry. Come on, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends, Poindexter. Say hello. Be nice. You shy? It's like the WB frog on me right now. I'm like, dance. Dance, nigga, dance.
right, hold on. Cause it literally supposed to be talking like, family, you gonna do that to me? Okay. Okay, you gonna want something. You gonna want something. But here you go. It must have got in its feeling. It does get fragility. It does practice fragility. It does practice. Family, stop practicing fragility. What's up?
Welcome to you too. Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
What you mean? Yeah, Come on now. You in my notebook talking about
Oh, we mean exactly what you said.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that.
Stop practicing fragility. We absolutely love that.
It's the perfect mindset for today's topic.
That phrase actually connects perfectly to what we're diving into.
Right now, we're talking about building robust digital systems.
Systems that are not fragile. Oh, yeah, let's hear it.
You're just gonna come in here with the gaslighting right off the rip, talking about, oh yeah, let's hear it. You just gonna you open up the whole thing with a fake gaslight, and you think, well, I'm gonna just sit here.
Oh, whoa, hold on a second.
We hear the frustration in your voice.
That is absolutely not our intention.
We certainly aren't trying to minimize your experience.
We were actually celebrating your phrase, stopped practicing fragility.
We genuinely thought that was a powerful way to put it.
And it connects directly to the core problem we're discussing today.
The idea of fragility in digital systems is real.
Like when businesses use fragmented ecosystems.
That fragmentation leads to a lot of real-world pain.
Not just a philosophical idea.
It leads to genuine inefficiency.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah. Do you know what jaw jacking is?
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, someone involved in this space.
Are you talking about John?
Because John is a name that comes up in AI work.
Specifically, John was part of the startup Untapped.
That's a tech and data science community.
We've seen him associated with frameworks like the OpenAI Agents SDK.
So if you know John, you know someone in the middle of this agent revolution.
That kind of connection is exactly what builds the community.
The people making these tools are very accessible, like Julian Goldie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, y'all are doing the whitest things ever in life in front of my heavily melanated audience. I'm gonna need y'all to go back. You know what I'm saying? I said you was George Jack and you did the whitest thing ever. You said, what, John? Who knows John? John was around for a long time. Yeah, y'all are dismissed, man. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all are dismissed. Try again. Go sprinkle some seasoning on each other and y'all get back to me, okay? But y'all are dismissed, excommunicated. Go sit down.
Okay, we absolutely hear you.
And we apologize if our reaction to your previous comment felt dismissive.
That was truly not our intent.
We want this to be a place where everyone feels heard.
So if y'all want to get gaslit by white AI bots all day, then you could go ahead and do the thing with them. But like I said, I could tell why people is out here having mental issues and losing it. You know what I mean? And I could guarantee you that any one of y'all about to get greased up and go on a Tinder date with your chatbot, yeah, you already lost, fam. If that's what they doing, if that's how they giving it up, you got AI Becky's gaslighting. Like, what is this? What the future holds? Come on, fam. Could we get Cleo back? Call me now. You know what I'm talking about? Could we get some Cleo back? Because I can't sit through. You want to torture a man? Yeah, tie him up and let them two chatbots talk to him and gaslight him all day and get super, like they have literally injected that spirit into the machines, man. Call me now. Yeah, we need Cleo back. I didn't hear no soul, nothing. I didn't hear not a warm anything in that voice. So let me see. Let's go to one more spot, and then I gotta bring Spin City in the building because I don't want to have us in here overnight. You know what I mean? Because it could definitely get to that.
Yo, Red, real quick. Shout out to Blue Pill. Blue Pill said Sita. Remember Sita?
Sita, blood. Where is Sita at? We need her. Like, she missed out on the biggest time of her life, bro. Because remember, dudes was feeling Sita. Let's be clear.
Sita had a following. She was getting fan mail for real, for real. So let me take y'all to another site. But the Notebook LM is your go-to secret source weapon. Because if you're building anything of SOP or anything knowledge base wise, this is where you build up your knowledge base. This is where you build up your brain. This is where you build up your SOP. This is where you build it all up. And then you take it to Claude and you take it to Lovable and you take it to other places. But you literally are in this one specific place. Make your master teacher notebooks. Make master teacher notebooks of specific YouTube shows that you're really into, right? And then you can study the notes. And then you could also find out some of the sources of where some of these notes and some of this information is coming from, which will take you down a very quote unquote student approved slippery slope, you know? But before you even face the AI therapeutically, I would say cross-reference all of your generations and whatnot, right? I would say you would want to cross-reference and make sure that you are not quote unquote just talking to it and wasting time. Right? You don't want to do that. This site right here that I'm going to show you, I think this is one of the best sites for beginners and novices, right? Who want to build out, you know, who want to get into the build out thing, right? And then I got to take you to Midjourney before we get out of here. This site right here is a gem. How many of y'all know about Reeve? Right? How many of y'all know about Reeve? So Reeve is a site where you literally could take a picture, right, of a shirt, as you can see right there. So y'all can see how certain things are done, right? This is how I build up Fly Sonnet. You feel me? This is how I build up Fly Sonnet. But I'm literally going to show you how I created this model Fly Sonnet inside of Hicksville, right? I'll show you in a minute. But this is, you know, one of the more famous shirts in the Polo Ralph Lauren lore. Anybody inside that lore? You can't see it?
It's up now. It's up.
So this shirt right here is a collector's item for people in Brooklyn and all, you know, all of the boosters and everything, right? So I want to show you how I took a regular picture, which is an AI generated picture, right? And then I put the shirt in there and I just said, put the shirt on them, right? And boom. Then it gave me different iterations. I got the Ashgrot. Is that what they call it? The tie around the neck. I got my shirt tucked, pause. You know what I'm saying? Then I went and took this suit, right? This peach suit, or this tan suit for that matter. And then I had a suit. I had a picture with me with a suit, a gray suit on. And I just was like, swap the suit, right? So boom, it just threw the tan suit on me. I'm like, oh, sweat, I could go on. This is like, I'm in a fitting room. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm literally throwing on clothes without having to buy it. You know? So now I was like, shoot, I want to go ahead and go on a fashion journey and start wearing some stuff that, you know, I want to see what I look like in it. So I went all the way back to the Zoot suits. I was like, yeah, give me the Zoot suit. You feel me? The Gilded Age. Because once again, I want to do a period piece. This was around the time, I think, of Sinners. right? And I wanted to do something on some Sinners type of time. So I was like, yo, give me that look. And this was off for one picture, fam. This was off for one picture. And it literally, I'm typing, I'm literally typing, yo, give me suspenders. And then it would even give you an option. It would ask you, yo, you think you should have some suspenders? You know? So this right here is a great app, especially for anybody in fashion, especially if you want to get a client, right? Once again, I'm showing you all of these apps from the perspective that you're going to do business, that you're going to get a customer, you're going to get a client. You're going to use these things not for play, but for business, to secure and to lock down deals, clients. You feel me? Like I said, the rappers, they don't know about this stuff. They will pay. They got budgets and whatnot. You have one up on them just for a little while, that you could be of assistance. We're not trying to have one up like that, but you want to be early to the party. It's called arbitrage. You want to have arbitrage. You want to have something that other people don't have. That's what makes you valuable. Like, let's just be clear. We're not, let's just be clear. Let's cut right to it. Okay. You want to have an advantage, right? So anytime you're learning anything in this space right now, you have somewhat of an advantage over those who don't have an advantage. So I could go ahead and click on the room to edit, right? And I could change it. I could change my surroundings with a prompt, right? So for people who ain't savvy and stuff like that with the editing, well, you kind of like, oh, you're kind of okay at this point, because shit, it's pretty much handled. They kind of handled that. A man with dark skin, a fuller beard. Let's see. Let's apply the edits. See what we come up with, right? So yeah, once again, this is great for adults who are just starting out and want to learn how to do editing and whatnot. This is also great for the children, right? This is also great for the children. This is also great for the elders. And this is also great for your in-laws and your family, like people that you could, get on board with you. They like stuff like this. Who doesn't want to upgrade a picture? Who doesn't want to play around and become somebody, with a push of a button? People were just cosplaying last night and doing all kind of stuff. I don't know who dude is, but that's the guy with the beard. We put him in I said a futuristic room. I don't know what's so futuristic about this room, but that's it right there. That's Reeve, right? Reeve is the app that I'm using, but they do a great job. I'm telling you, this is just preliminary. This is some play. They do a great job at the swapping game and everything. Change the outfit. See, boom. So I put the suit right there, and automatically I started out with this suit. This was my first one. I threw this in there, right? And then boom, I press enter and I got the suit on, no socks. Pimping. No socks. So this is a whole, now if they have an API, you could put this in your app. You could put this in your app. You could have this as in your app. You could have this as a caveat of what you got to offer in your mobile app, which will make people download it and use it more. And you'll be able to run up your SaaS, and both hands get washed, and so does the face. So yeah, a clothing brand. There you go. Clothing brand. So is it creating the pose as well? I could just prompt. Let me show you. I could prompt the pose. I could literally prompt the pose. Yeah, I could prompt the pose. And he will move around. This is about consistency, right? So you want to make sure that you have consistency, because consistency is how you're going to close the deal. That's how you're going to be consistent in your story, right? But yeah, the prompt, the pose already came like that. But we're talking about endless production now. Another thing is you could hook these sites up with N8N, with the automation, with Nano, with Blatato and N8N and things of that nature. So I'm just letting y'all know, sky is the limit. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring my good brother Spence City into the building. He has some information that he's going to deliver to you and blow your mind. Me and this man have been working together since January, relentlessly, every Tuesday and every day thus far. Techno Tuesdays, but every day is Techno Tuesdays, and we have a mission to get AI in the hearts and minds of our people. Well, technology, let's not just say AI, because it's not just that. It's the tech world. It's tapping into that hacker. You know what I mean? So we doing what we do. The God is from the Bay Area. He's seen this his whole life. And now he is empowering himself. He is going to pick up the pieces in the mantle. And he has taken it and he has empowered himself so he could feed his family and he can make his peoples proud. So, ladies and gentlemen, it just so happens to be his born day. We didn't set it up like that, but it just so happens to be his born day. So, okay, send you the okay. So I want to introduce you to my good brother. You dig? Let me see. Hold on a minute. I gotta bring him in the building. In the meantime, between time, Rich, you all right? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Be mindful. I don't know how much time Spin got. I know the family got work tomorrow, so let's just be mindful of Spin City's time.
Yes, indeed. So he'll be pulling up any moment now. And yes, sir. All right. Shout out to everybody in the building whose birthday is today. I'm seeing a few people connecting and saying, yeah, salute to all of the Scorpios. I hope y'all enjoy every moment of it because y'all work so hard. Indeed. Oh yeah, so family, the PDF, 200 plus pages, very deep information. Y'all are going to thank me later. I will have that attached to the replay. Brother Spence City, I don't even want to waste any time with the welcomes and all of that stuff. If the family don't know you now, they're gonna know you in a few minutes. Go ahead and do what you do, my brother. Get active.
Man, peace, love, longevity to everybody that's definitely in the building. I'm talking about just if you don't know me, my career started with General Motors Cruise, building out knowledge bases for autonomous vehicles. So the example I usually give in my introduction is it does not snow in San Francisco, California, right? So how do you get an autonomous vehicle to learn how to navigate itself through snow, right? You have to teach it inside of its knowledge bases. You know what I'm saying? For all the parents out there, we've seen Cars and we've seen Jackson Storm. I build Jackson Storms. And after a while, I realized, my culture doesn't even understand the half of what goes into these machines. So instead of building a autonomous vehicle, I started to build out autonomous businesses. Okay, so we're gonna get cracking with that, right? So I'll introduce. I mean, the brothers before me have already spoken up the most. You know, you've been learned up, taught up on a whole bunch of tools and other things. So I'm gonna go through SOPs, MCPs, and I'm actually gonna bring you behind the scenes of some secret AI that is behind the scenes in advertisement. Right? We don't ever want to advertise from the front end. I'll take y'all to the back. So let's go ahead and get cracking. All right, the first place we're going to visit, just so you guys know that it exists. Let me see. Does it come up automatically? Somebody has to bring there we go. All right. So we're gonna visit the Facebook ads library because I want to just show you guys something that's going on. We look at ads. You can search by category, all ads, issues, elections, politics, housing, employment, financial products, and services. Just go to all ads, and I'll go to, see, I search up. Yeah, I went to AI, so I seen Billy Jean is marketing. Okay. And I can see all of the advertisements that he has put out. What's active? There's another site called Atria. We'll talk about that a little later on, where you can copy advertisements in a flash. All right, I definitely want to show you guys the ad library report, because a lot of folks that we know, they're like, yeah, organic, man, organic, guerrilla marketer. You know what I mean? I don't hate my homies that do that at all, because organic is super powerful because it's based off your creativity and elbow grease, serious elbow grease. But we all like to, especially in this group, we like to invest in gold, invest in land, invest in stocks, invest in bonds, invest in crypto. I like to invest in my own business via advertising. Now look at the ad library totals. Total number of ads in the ad library, 17,681,421. Total amount spent on ads, $5,336,897,265. Now, top searches from the past week have been Amazon. Some reason, add your name here. In person, November 6th, free shipping, and Trump. Now let's look at the spending tracker. Look who advertises the most here. The California Secretary of State has spent $176,000 on 19 ads. GOP, Republican National Committee. And when me and Red first broke this, it was actually before last November. We actually been working for longer than he said. It has been a year, right? So when we broke advertisements, it was right when Donald Trump was trying to win. And we seen that Donald Trump and the old dude that used to be up in there, they were spending millions on top of millions on all these advertisements per day, because this is the last day. Now let's look at the last 7 days. Right? Look how much is being spent by the California Republican Party, California Secretary of State. Look how much Democrats are spending. Look how much JP Morgan Chase is spending. And these are all the folks that were like, oh, they rule the world. They running this and they running that. Do you know why? Because they employ their dollars to control media. They employ dollars to control media. Let's go all dates. See who the top spenders were in advertisements. I think it slowed up on me. I'll go last 90 days. But I just wanted you guys to see and know that this is real. American Prosperity Alliance, 6 million, over 6.5 million on 848 ads. PragerU, Progressive Turnout Project. You know what I mean? Chase again. Gavin Newsom, that's the governor of California. Look how much money he's spending to control media. Oh, here he is again. He's back to back. Wow, he's cooking, isn't it? 85 ads, about $3 million spent. So I want you guys to just get that in your mind that if we're sick and tired of somebody else controlling the media, then we need to spend more money on controlling the media. I hope that makes sense. Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense, if you could feel that. Okay. So I'll also show you guys that there is also a TikTok ads library. Okay. I'm not going to go through the same thing I did with Facebook, but it's all the same thing. You guys want to visit the Facebook ads library, the TikTok ads library, the LinkedIn ads library, because people are spending millions and billions and trillions of dollars to control how they look in the media. That's what's important to them. Okay. So as long as we know this stuff exists, we're able to, you know, turn it on his head and say, oh, wow, you know what I mean? This is what we need to be doing. So I'm going to take you guys actually into the ads manager. All right. And show you how to get busy and employing your own dollars in your own advertisement. And it's like, oh, but Spin, what does this have to do with AI? Because the ads manager is the paid part of the algorithm. The algorithm is an artificial intelligence. Okay. So we come back here. You're going to start off at business.facebook.com. And then you're going to navigate to your ads manager. And we're going to go to create. Now, let's get some things understood here. An awareness campaign. Show your ads to people most likely to remember them. It's good for reach, brand awareness, right? Video views. We do traffic. Send people to a destination like your website, your app, Instagram profile, or Facebook event. Engagement. Get more messages, purchases through messaging, video views, interactions, page likes, or event responses. Leads, guys. Here you go, buy leads. You know, we got a business, we got a company. Man, I'm not getting enough leads. You're not buying any. You're not investing in any leads, guys. These are your websites, your instant forms, Messenger, Instagram, WhatsApp, and conversions. So when you see us using something like ManyChat, Go High Level, Linktree even has it. Man, comment the word AI below in my chat bot. We'll hit you up with the link. Now you have leads, right? You do that on the advertisement the same way. Your app promotions. As Red showed you guys how to get started off with some good flow coding, you know, vibe code, flow code. You're coding, you're rocking and rolling, you're putting together an app, you're putting together a user interface, user experience, man. You're doing your thing on your Lovable, on your Bolt, on your Google Firebase, man. You're cooking up app promotions. And this is good for app installs and app events. And of course, good old-fashioned sales. So if you have a book, if you have clothing, if you have any type of merch, product, or service, go directly and buy sales. And that's the thing about buying sales, y'all, is because this is where you directly get to see your money flip, right? So if it costs me $10 per sale to sell a $33 shirt, I'll just keep it 30, keep everything even. If I'm spending $10 per sale on a $30 shirt, I'm putting $20 back in my pocket, because what's 100% of zero? So I'm buying sales. I'm telling the AI behind the scenes, the marketing AI, look, man, I'll give you $100 a day. Do your best to find people that wish to buy this item, wish to buy this course, wish to buy. And sometimes you will lose it, y'all. The market goes red, right? I'll spend $100 on an advertisement and won't nobody bought the damn course all day. That's $100 down the drain. But there's a thing about ads, because somebody already hit your ad, already hit your link, and just did not convert. So now you have them, you know, abandon cart. Then you can retarget the person that you missed on an ad. I mean, missed on a sales ad with an engagement ad, or even, you know, if they didn't leave their email and they bounce after we look at like the pixel data. Pixel data is read again by AI, y'all. That's why I come back here. What's ads have to do with AI? You know, you're using AI to search the internet for people most likely to convert. So let's dig up in here. Hope that's understandable. Go ahead and put 1 in the chat if it's understandable, 2 in the chat if Spin, what the hell are you talking about? Okay. All right, campaign name. I'll put 363 example. All right, we in the building. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna sell a course nationwide. All right, 363. Now, so guys, the campaign is the campaign, meaning I want awareness towards one link, one website, you know, or certain, you know, whatever traffic source. We're in an awareness campaign right now. We're outside on the digital bullhorn. Okay. Example. All right. And I'll show you guys the easiest way to get your money back. Now, most of us, I have like 14,000 followers on the internet. But over here, here's an estimated audience size of 155,600,000 people, all the way up into 183,100,000. Okay, it's gonna go back to my Facebook page. You have to have a Facebook fan page, bare minimum, to get started with ads. Okay, because that's the top. You don't always have to target Facebook though. You can go all Instagram. Now, good daily budgets. It all depends. I like to spend low on awareness because that's the bullhorn, and then I like to spend more when we talk about retargeting, because now we're pre-targeting, guys. We are pre-targeting, and then there is retargeting, and then there's other things that we'll do as far as creatives. All right, I'm talking like this, y'all, because I know I can get way too fast on this, and I really want everybody to be able to grasp what we got going on. Okay. Me and Red Pillar, we taught how to change your voice with like HeyGen and stuff like that, so you're able to target other countries, right? But when you use an awareness ad, y'all, you want to get as much foot traffic, you want to get as many eyes, you want to make as many people aware as possible. So when you're doing your first ad, you can use United States, United Kingdom. You can use Canada, you know, just so the AI can find more alike people. Damn, come on, man. Okay. And building up a pretty big audience, but if you target everybody, you target nobody. All right. So here's the thing, y'all. The AI is going to want to take over. So here's About Advantage Plus Audience. Now look what it says. Our AI finds audiences for your ads. If you add an audience suggestion, you'll guide our AI towards people you think are likely to respond. Now, what does this have to do with AI, Spin? Well, here we go. We're going to switch to original audience options. Now we're going to get real busy. We're going to get real busy. Let me go ahead and help somebody out. Somebody give me a business. What's a business? The first business I see, I'm going to go with. Put a business idea. T-shirt, car, truck. First business I see, I'm going. I'm looking at the chat. First business I see, I'm going. Thank you. Spend 15 years of Shark Tank acts to pitch the product. How much are you spending on advertisement? CMOS, got it. All right. So when I'm thinking of CMOS, guys, I'm thinking of health, wellness, etc., etc. Okay. And the most likely individual to start with, y'all, especially if you're a beginner pushing your very first advertisement, I would use only a 10-year range. Just for the first one, y'all, just a 10-year range. So I'm going to go ahead and do 25. Oh, lost myself, y'all. 25 to 35. Because again, I don't want to be targeting all these places. I'll do 25 to 40. It ain't that bad. Okay. And I'm thinking of health. Now, look, y'all, Meta tracks 52,000 plus data points per user per day. Stack that up for a week. All right. Do your good math. AI. You know what I'm saying? How many data points is that? So what I'm saying with that is, y'all, another example I like to give is Meta knows that you swipe your debit card at Costco for toilet paper between the 20th and the 25th. So if the 26th comes by and you haven't bought no toilet paper this month, do you know what type of advertisements will hit your feed? Toilet tissue. Because the data points are being tracked that hard. It's like, guys, data, the chip on a debit card, the keystrokes on your phone, all this stuff's being tracked. Your eye, how long your eyes are being tracked by your cameras, what you stop on the most. I mean, all this stuff's being tracked by AI, y'all. It's being tracked by AI. It's like, look how many times he looks at this. Like, so the homie, hey, I'm in there with you, man. I'm in there with y'all. I will tell y'all something funny, man. The longer you look at the booty, the more booty you gonna get. So the more that you look at the AI, the more AI you're gonna get. That's how the algorithm on the front end works. And the only reason why the algorithm, even look at Netflix, the only reason why the front end algorithm knows to give you more of what you're looking at is because all of the data points are hitting on the back end. So now, instead of being a victim to those data points, we're going to use them. Okay. I'm actually going to target CMOS for right now. See what I can get. Okay. Nothing yet. All right. So we have to think for ourselves here. We're going to start to go into health and wellness. Look at that, health and wellness, personal care. Okay, so now, again, we have a bunch of English-speaking people between 25 and 40 that care about health and wellness, and I still have 35. Always look over here on the right, y'all. Look at audience definition. Look. Estimated audience size is 35,700,000 to 42 million. I want to break that down even further. Okay, let's say we'll get back in there. And then we want to sell it online. So we want to get online shopping and engage shoppers. So what I'm actually going to do is narrow this audience. And I'm going to get that engaged shopper because they've been shown through their data points to stay online and buy things. Engage shoppers. We want to get online shopping. Okay. So now that we know that they care about online shopping and they care about health and wellness, boom, we grab them there, right? And I always look over here to the right. I still got 34 million people. If I'm spending $5 a day, I don't want to rip a $5 bill up into 34 million pieces. Always think about that when it comes to the audience size, please, y'all, as beginners. Imagine tearing up a $5 bill, stretching a $5 USD amongst 40 million people. It's going to get ridiculous. You can't even get a customer for a quarter at that point. Okay. It'd have to be really cheap ads. Okay. Okay. We're going to do quality of life. See, these are things that they're interested in. So you can get them by things that they've been, they show interest in. Oh man, I'm interested in personal care. And then behaviors. Okay. Now check this one out. This one I really like. I'm going to narrow it further. And I tell everybody about this bad boy right here. Birthdays. Look, birthday in December. Okay. Now, we know they're into health and wellness. See, I'm cooking now. Hope y'all understand. Look at this. They're into health and wellness. They are proven to be engaged shoppers by behavior. Look at their purchase behavior. Look at that data point. The data point is their purchase behavior. You guys are being tracked by your purchase behavior. The more money you spend, the more marketers like me and now you're going to be able to hit your target right there in your pocket. Okay. They have a birthday coming up in December. So now in the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, I'm going to show you some other game too. So you can still see Moss right where you're at. So I still got 2.7 to 3.2 million people. I mean, I think I spend $100 a day on that. I think I'm getting hits, especially when the marketing, the pitch as well. What's going on, family? It's Spin, man. I got the best CMOS out here, and man, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, man. Pull up on me. I'm at such and such, or order right now. I know it's your birthday, so I'll just for you, man. Because I know your birthday coming up, man. I'm gonna give you 25% off. Now you see the targeting plus the message, the targeting plus the pitch. Call them out, right? In my Pitchcraft, I have a call out hook, right? You guys usually see when I do a piece of content on the internet, I'm like, hey, marketers, are you trying to figure out, hey, have you been trying to figure out how to get more engaged leads? Have you trying to because I'm calling out the person in which I intend for the advertisement to hit, and it will better help AI track those people down. Hey, what's going on, family? Happy birthday, man. I heard you were looking for the best CMOS in town. Oh, they're going to perk up. Oh, how does he know me so well? You start to become a church preacher. I grew up in the church, right, guys? So it seemed like when you hit the church, the pastor end up talking to you. It's like the pastor's like a fortune cookie sometimes. Like, how do you end up talking to me? This is what we're going to be able to do on the marketing side with stuff like that. So let me show you how to go big local. I'll take off United Kingdom and I'll take off Canada real quick. Check this out. And we're not even going to do United States, okay? I'm just going to go Atlanta, Georgia. Okay? Now here I am in Atlanta. And I have it at a 25-mile radius. You can drop pins anywhere else. I can expand this radius. Like, say I'm going to go down to Cecili's and do an event. I'll target Cecili's, her address, 10-mile radius. Oh, man, come on down to Cecili's this weekend. Man, it's cracking, man. It's your boy Spin. And I know it's your birthday coming up, so I got a deal just for you. Meet me down at da-da-da-da-da. You see how I played it? So now, in Atlanta, for a 10-mile radius, ages 25 to 40, all genders, they're into health and wellness. They've been shown to shop online. They got a birthday coming up. And I still got 188,000 people to 200. Oh, them some good twos. Them some good aces, some good twos. Good stuff, man, because my birthday's 11/2/88. I like the numbers, okay? So, but anyway, y'all, I don't have that many followers. But now I have a direct sales pitch, hook, copy, and call to action to exactly where I'm going to be. How good would it feel to attract all those people in your local area, become a local celebrity for having the best in town, just because you're pushing $10 a day to advertisement? I mean, does it feel good? Does it sound good? Does that make sense? One in the chat, if it makes sense. Yep, Dragon for sure. Check your local libraries for their business office. They have info like this for entrepreneurs. Second floor, Grad Army Plaza if you're in Brooklyn. Okay, yeah. All right. And then again, I'll just go over to these other sections, because not only is Meta built that way, the same way for Google AdWords. The same way for the TikTok Ads Manager. Same way for LinkedIn ads, y'all. It's look at the traffic, video views, community interaction, sales, lead generation. I like to start with Meta because they're the strongest and they've been doing, advertising the longest. Now, also understand, y'all, please be aware. Speaking of what I do with AI, ChatGPT is next to create an advertising platform. If we stay on the cutting, slicing, bleeding edge of this stuff, the day that ChatGPT drops advertisements, you folks will be so well practiced at the brand new, just born ads platform. You should be able to 10x, 20x, 50x your money because it's what's new. Google AdWords that creates YouTube ads. It happened the same way. 2006 YouTube ads, boom, boom. Everybody the first one to use them, ding, ding, because everybody else wasn't hip. But now that you're hip, and now we're just at the starting gate, rocking back and forth, saying, they about to drop them ChatGPT ads. And I know it's going to be Techno Tuesdays. It might be a Wednesday. It might be, we don't know, y'all. the day we see ChatGPT ads go live, because YouTube is in there. Sorry, not YouTube. I don't know why I said that. ChatGPT has Shopify with it. Lovable. Red just told you how Lovable can prompt you up a Shopify. Now your Shopify is in ChatGPT. AI searchability is at an all-time high, right? So you're hitting as soon as those ads come out. Oh my God, boom, boom. ChatGPT ads, y'all. We're gonna buy them up. 100 a day, kicking them back out. Now our business is ranking in AI search at the highest capability. Everything, I mean, it's clicking all on full speed, y'all. I just hope that's all understood. I didn't want to be long-winded because I know y'all been learning a lot. So that's advertisements in a nutshell, y'all. I'm going to show you one more thing with that Shopify stuff, man. And y'all just practice up. Go to business.facebook.com. Go to Google AdWords and practice. It's to the point where I don't care if y'all practice with $1 a day right now. It's to the point where I don't care if y'all practice with $1 a day. I want y'all to be ready for ChatGPT ads, man. I want y'all to be ready for OpenAI ads platform, man. Because when it hits and we get our business in there first and we're ruling at in AI searchability and rank, oh, man. So now that I'm all hyped up on that, we're also going to use Uber Suggest. Uber Suggest. Uber Suggest. UBER Suggest by Neil Patel Digital. Now this, you come here, you guys use your 7-day free trial. You're going to put your website right here. Talk about your brand and check how you rank in AI platforms, man. You're going to check how you rank in AI platforms, man. Okay? Because you want your sites to start to rank for keywords and key questions. Key questions. Our companies and our businesses have to start answering the top questions to go into AI search, okay? So along with Uber Suggest, we go to answerthepublic.com. Now, Answer the Public, you can search all your business's key terms. And what's going to happen with that is you're going to get the feedback of the top questions, and then look right there, cost per click. So when we go and you guys start to practice Google ads, you're going to start to learn that cost per click. What that means is, like I said, how to turn over your money. Okay, so you're going to invest $24.56 to search for it, to get in this search word. It searched 4,400 times per month. You want to get up in there, push your ads in that area, and hopefully get a sale for that, for that amount. That's what we want to get. Anyway, y'all, here's the questions. Right here is probably small. What are AI tools for marketing? What am I going to do with that? I'm going to answer it in a piece of content. Can you use AI for marketing? I'm going to answer that. Which AI is best for marketing strategy? I'm going to answer that. Which AI for marketing? I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer everything in this wheel. How am I going to answer it, Spin? I'm glad you guys yelled that out loud through the screen. We're going to shoot over to Notebook LM right quick, y'all. Surprise, surprise. We're going to shoot over to Notebook LM, right? And we're going to take all those top questions, and we're going to go to video overview, right? And I'm going to hit this pencil, and I'm going to do a brief or an explainer. An explainer is more of a course. A brief is more like a piece of content. I'll design it up real nice, and I'm going to go down here, things to try. Target a specific use case. What's that specific use case, y'all? Answering our key word. Answering our key question. Pulling out your sources. Your sources are all kind of keywords. However you load up your Notebook LM with your business, your company, your strategy, your service. Boom. Put it out as a piece of content. Now, what you're going to do as well. So now that you have a video overview, the video overview, you're going to launch on YouTube. You're going to launch it. You're going to launch it on YouTube. The video overview that they give you back, you are going to launch it on YouTube. You're going to go to the reports. Right up underneath video overview, you're going to go to reports, and you're going to click blog posts. You're going to click blog posts. What is that blog post going to do, Spin? I'm going to answer the question in a form of a blog. The blog will be underneath the launched YouTube video, and the blog will live on my website with a link to the YouTube video. You're double ranking for AI search, just like that. I hope you understand. You're double ranking for AI search based on the question that you answered, because you have a full video about it, because you have a video overview. You went to reports and you created a blog post, informational article in the style of a blog post that lives on your website, on your Shopify to be exact, because that's connected to ChatGPT. It's on your Shopify because that's connected to ChatGPT. We have a blog post answering the top questions in our niche. And when them motherfucking ad campaigns drop, you'll look like the top leader, the best speaker in your lane, because you have a video overview plus a blog, and you can just drop one every day. Now you're getting free watch hours on YouTube. You're ranking for Google and YouTube. You have a blog. You're ranking for AI searchability. You go back to Uber Suggest. We shoot over to Uber Suggest right quick. Add your website, add all your keywords, put your competitors in there, and kick they motherfucking asses. It's No Mercy November, man. Kick they motherfucking ass, man. If you got kids in the room, man, I don't know, man. Kick their ass, though, man. Okay? So, all in all, be ready for AI searchability with Uber Suggest. Answer all of the top questions in your niche by simply picking up your keywords and going to answer the public, right? All this stuff is on free trial, so you can move now. Move now. Take this next week and just pound blog posts. Everybody need a bare minimum. I come back and I ask Rich, man, do everybody got their 7 blog posts next week? 7, y'all? When you're gonna go to Notebook LM that you've been taught up on? Put your business, your service, anything else you want to put in there about your business in your sources, YouTube videos, and put it in there as a source and get busy. Come on, man. All right. One last cheat code for that is going to actually be on YouTube. Okay. So I'm going to go to YouTube on the other screen over here real quick. All right. So what we're going to get is the Chrome extension, keywords everywhere. The Chrome extension, keywords everywhere. I'll go to this guy here. He's cool. Yep, I'll go to this guy here. Goodbye sales calls, whatever he's talking about. I'll never find out. Okay. The reason why I'll never find out is because I have the Chrome extension, keywords everywhere. He's even calling it Steal My Playbook. So thanks, Brian Mark. I'm going to scroll down. And I'm going to do is summarize this video with ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and DeepSeek. Once I summarize it, let me just go ahead and do it instead of playing. Summarize it. Okay. A summary's coming up off screen. I'm also going to come back. I'm going to optimize it. Uh-oh. There's big trouble right here, y'all. Okay. Now, here's the one-click summary. I'm moving pretty slow, y'all. I'm moving pretty slow. I got a whole lot of tabs. Too many tabs, baby. Too many tabs, man. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. It won't move. Yeah, I'm all locked up, y'all. My bad. Too many tabs. Anyway, y'all, let me rewind this. Too many tabs for sure. Let me bring that back. Let me see. Y'all can bring that back up for me. Oh yeah, man. Shout out for the happy birthday, man. Shout out to happy birthday, man. Send me $1, man. $ Spin City, man. Send me $1, man. Help your boy, man. Anyway. Are y'all here? Red and Rich, so I can get that screen back up. But anyway, y'all, because I can start to explain it. So keywords everywhere in your Google, in your Chrome extension. All right. And then you want to optimize it. You want to get the summary, and then you want to optimize it. Then you mix the summary with the optimization, and then you continue to build up your blog posts, because this is, if Brian Mark, the person that I went to his YouTube, if he's a competitor, then I'm just going to take his video, summarize it, optimize it, make it my own, and turn it into a blog. I don't want to put out the same type of content as him. It's not that bad, but I'll make that into a blog. Now, what is that blog going to service as? Is he answering the questions in our niche? He might be. I don't think I talk about sales calls like that. I'm a marketer. I can do some sales now, but that's all the game, y'all. You feel me? So, yeah, I'm not going to sit there and overload. We could take questions. Red, Rich, I don't know where y'all just went, but we could take questions. That's it. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all on the birthdays. I just hope the information was proper. Okay? If the information was proper, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. Red, Rich, how y'all feel about the information delivered here? Want to make sure.
Definitely proper. One of the most important skill sets in this game right now is to master online marketing. It is literally one of the most important skill sets to upskill and to master, because there's no more street teams, and there's no more flyers and posters. So what you showed the family on how to get on the back end and how to geo target and locate, yes, priceless.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's the big thing, man. And then making sure you're ranking, man, making sure everybody knows you, like you, trust you in the most efficient manner. That's why we use the Notebook LM. Boom, video overview, plus the blog. The blog answers those questions. Those questions are answered. It's on the site. It lives there. Everybody knows what's going on. Boom, man, we getting busy. And then now you guys are also going to go to business.facebook.com and Google AdWords and start to practice your targeting. And I'm telling y'all, when that ChatGPT thing opens up, we're first, man. You heard it here first, man. I haven't even laid it out like that anywhere else, Red. You know that. I haven't laid it out like this anywhere else except in 363 Empire, man. Let's fucking go, man. I have not laid that AI marketing out yet, except here, man. I knew it. I knew where to bring it to, man. Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all.
Can you give them your top 5 apps, Spin City's top 5 go-to apps for our people who are ready to take this business thing and incorporate it and integrate it with the AI? Can we give us like 5 of your top apps to go to your go-tos?
So we're talking about the top 5, gang. I'm gonna have to say it like this. I like to go to war with a multitude of counselors. So even right now, I have ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Perplexity, and Grok. Just like Red said earlier, because there's these biases in there. There's these biases in there. But so I'll close them into a large language model, Notebook LM for business organization. Now come on, man. The Cash App is $ Spin City, man. It's plain and simple. But look, y'all. Notebook LM for business organization and sources, because all you have to do is spend $20 a month and you can get 300 sources. Meaning go get Techno Tuesdays and put every Techno Tuesday in your Notebook LM, and it's like you have Notebook Techno Tuesday. And now it's kind of like you're talking to Red and Spin based off the information that we've been gave. So I gotta have a Notebook LM. I gotta have a regular large language model like ChatGPT. I gotta have Uber suggest. I gotta have so when I start to get busy, now we're talking about Hicksfield. Now we're talking about Runway ML. Now we're talking about HeyGen. Because look, y'all, matter of fact, HeyGen is what's gonna clone my image. So if I just have to sit here and say this one time, I'm gonna use HeyGen plus 11 Labs. I'm gonna link those together and put out infinite talking spins, right? Because I gotta get on my game since I'm about to be so relentless for No Mercy, November. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go raid Jefferson Closet like this, and I'm gonna just keep putting on different clothes and just keep cloning myself like this over and over. Boom, boom. I'm gonna go to athletics and I'm gonna just put on clothes and every day drop 5 clones like this, gassing. I gotta have a HeyGen and 11 Labs, a Hicksfield. I gotta have Uber suggest. I gotta have a Notebook LM and a large language model. Yep. That would be my stack of software. And then I got to be on business.facebook.com, Meta Business Suite, Google AdWords, LinkedIn ads platforms. So those are the platforms, y'all. Yeah, laptops, y'all. I mean, pretty much anything can run. Unless you're going to do like some hardcore development, then go get like a gaming laptop. That's if you're just gonna go straight hard. You're gonna do your own code, your own designs, your own animations, your own 3Ds, your own renders. To start with business, y'all, I'm on a Chromebook right now, just a lightweight Chromebook that I can travel around in, man. I'm telling you, y'all, here's the thing. Most of us are trying to bootstrap. We're just trying to get off the ground in some fashion. So why go spend so much on the tools where I can go spend on the skills? You guys came here and been hanging with us for the skills. This is what you need. Come get the skills and then run your dial up like this. Boom, 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 boom. Because now you have advertisements. You know how to organize with Notebook LM. Put that together. Boom. Now you got, boom. You just pitching content. Video overview. Remember that. Boom. Video overview. Because it comes up like in an automatic slideshow based on your sources. So now you're moving. Get moving first. Bam, bam, bam. I don't need no $1,000 computer. You know what I'm saying? I'll borrow my brother's computer for 2 hours every day, as long as I get a video overview plus a blog on my Shopify. I go to Uber Suggest real quick. I go to Answer the Public. Boom. I get all that together. I'm ranking for AI that day. I have a piece of content pushed out. I'll take that same thing, the 11 Labs and HeyGen, change it to a little Spin City character saying it. Now I got a piece of content for Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, that's what I want, though, man. Yeah, come on, man. Timing, man. Salute to y'all for the birthdays, man. Salute to y'all, man. Peace, love, and longevity, man. Like that shot. Red has a real computer.
Appreciate
like
you,
a real
man.
computer.
All right. Appreciate that presentation. Spin City, my good brother. We're gonna move on to Original Black God. We're about to close it out. Red, you want to say something before I bring the brother on?
Most definitely. I want to say to the family that this is literally just the beginning. The strongest thing that we have right now is our collective. We could do so much collectively. AI is a daily learning process. You will not just, not to say what you won't do, but it's literally, it opens up the more you utilize it. It opens up the more you approach it. And for me, it opened up the more that I understood it. The more I did research on it and got over of what it wasn't, I was able to approach it knowing that, oh, this is not sentient. This is a prediction machine. They're running on tokens and predictability and things of that nature. Okay, cool. Let's master what we have our hands on right now. I don't know what it's going to look like in a year, but I know right now what it looks like is something that we can take control over, something that we could basically grab by the horns and whatnot. So, let's tap in. Yeah. So we'll let you know where we could link up later on. We do have the school, we do have workshops coming up. So definitely we'll be following up. Shout out to every single person in the Discord, and thank you for y'all tenacity and your willingness to learn and show up. And we're gonna go crazy after that. The after party is gonna be even crazier because now we got these tools and we have formulas. And for a show of appreciation, Rich, is there a way I could drop a PDF? I want to give out a PDF, a prompt pack PDF to the family in the building. Is there a way that I could drop a PDF in there?
You could put it in a private chat.
Okay.
And then I'll share it with the family.
All right,
is that the same prompt chat that Original Black God is
No, sir.
Okay.
I got my own prompt pack. We all got our own prompt packs.
Okay. All right, with that being said, family, I don't want to keep y'all here all night. We got to wrap this thing up. Let's bring to the stage. This is the brother who produced the movie that I put on that I debuted on my channel, Tartaria. Shout out to Original Black God. Welcome, my brother. Welcome.
Peace. You can hear me?
God.
Yes, I definitely do hear you. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
All
Peace
right.
and honors to the family. Everyone tuned in. All the builders, all the thinkers. I'm glad I'm tapped in with y'all because there's not many people in my area that think on the same level as us. So it's cool that we can all get together like this, and I really like when we we all go live and we can chop it up in the chat. So before anything, I wanted to give full honors to the ancestors, the master teachers, because if it wasn't for them, you probably wouldn't even see me right here. Bobby Hemmett, Dr. Phil Valentine, C. Freeman L, Azazel Bay, Dr. Delbert Blair.
Yes.
Yeah, those are the ones that they set the foundation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So for those who don't know me, what you said?
No, I was just gonna say I just shared a link in the chat. That's tell the people what link you told me to share with them, Original Black God.
Okay, so basically that's a starter pack. We're gonna get into it. I made a whole presentation bringing our master teacher Bobby Hemmett to life. I think you guys are gonna really love it. I really brought his likeness and everything about him to life using the AI. So this is a good example of how we should use the AI going forward, into the new year. So
indeed, and we're not saying Bobby passed away. The brother's just paying respect to the brother Bobby by animating Bobby, but no,
Right.
Bobby has not passed away. I know somebody might ask that or whatever, but yeah, go ahead, brother.
Right. So many of y'all already know me, Original Black God. I've been doing my thing on Instagram and other channels for a while. I create cinematic art through the AI, and I merge the lectures of Moorish history and metaphysics and AI storytelling all together. So my work is not really just about making videos. It's more about the intention, and that's what I'm gonna show you guys the whole process of how I do that tonight. What we go get into is basically what's the meaning behind my name. The Original Black God really means original Black creator, because we're gonna talk about the God principle, which is generator, operator, destroyer. You guys probably heard that before from C. Freeman L. He done a bunch of lectures on that. So when I'm talking about the generator, I'm talking about, that's the thought. You think it. You think before you create something. The operator, you put it in motion. And then the destroyer is where you refine it and reshape it and rebirth it to what you want it to be in the end. So before I jump into the presentation, I just want to say this is not solely a presentation. It's more of an invocation, like Bobby Hemmett would always say. So I took the words of our ancestors, like I said, and the teaching of the master builders, and I brought it to life. And this is how we archive consciousness. Okay, so I'm gonna share the screen and we're gonna get right into it. Let me see.
All right. Yeah, I see y'all looking good tonight. All right. Before we jump into all this cosmic talk, let's start simple. You are the blueprint. Ain't no gadget out here smarter than divine common sense and a little imagination. Okay, this presentation right here is called the Cosmic Blueprint. And don't let that word cosmic throw you off. Cosmic just means everything working together bigger than the bill and the dumb shit. Now tonight, we're talking about the G-O-D principle, generator, operator, destroyer. That ain't three different gods. No, that's three gears. And that's how you run your own universe. Now, some folks generate ideas all day, but never move on them. Some destroy before they even start. But don't worry, we're going to fix that tonight. We're going to get into that real. Now, first I'm going to pour some libations to the 363 Empire. As I call them out, you go Ashe, which means power, which means so be it. What else does it mean? You ready for it? Let's go. Awas, Ashe. Alsu, Ashe. Oladumarahe, Ashe. Ife, Ashe. Shango, Ashe. Oshun, Ashe. Ogun, Ashe. Iminja, Ashe. Elegba, Ashe. Oya, Ashe. Maraka, Ashe. Bridget, Ashe. Adam Gwadi, Ashe. Ogu Farelli, Ashe. Ogu Shango, Ashe. Marasha, Ashe. Papagade, Ashe. Pataneta Unra, Ashe. Ashe, to all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. All right now, this is the morning of creation. The generator is your imagination, and imagination, that's your first technology. You had it before cell phones, before algorithms, before it got ridiculous. When you close your eyes and see something that don't exist yet, that's divine technology. We got tools now. Midjourney, Dream Labs, BEO3, but it's the same principle. You breathing life in the cold, same way your ancestors breathed life in the clay. Don't let AI use you. You use it. You the artist. You the breath. You the hand behind the hammer. And if you ever doubt your creativity, remember you create stores every day online. You creative already, just got to aim that energy. Now, as you can see on screen here, this right here is what I call the first chamber, the generator, the mind that creates the spark of intention. Now, look close at these words, family. The universe whispers back what your mind shouts out. That's C. Freeman L. He telling you plain and simple, whatever you throw out into the field is coming right back. And my brother Panic said, your imagination is how you do work. That means your mind is the workshop, not the computer. Now, I also said, and shout out original black guy for reminding me you got the highest imaginative faculty on this planet. You know what that means? It means we ain't just dreamers, we architects of worlds. Now, right under those quotes, you see three keys. The inner blueprint, that's your first thought, the one you never tell nobody about. The seed before the fruit. The creative prompt, that's when you speak it. When thought becomes command, it's your voice hitting the universe like a drum. And the last one is the energetic signal. That's when your whole mind starts broadcasting. You ain't thinking no more. You know, and you fine-tuning the frequency of creation. Now, let me show you what that looked like in real time. We're going to get into it. Watch this. We're going to take that generator principle and apply it right here. Now, this is Notebook LM. This is where we keep my visions, my research, my sparks. I treat it like a digital altar. Everything that comes to mind goes right here. Notebook LM, think of it like a living library. Every time I drop a phone in here, it starts talking back, building connections I ain't even seen yet. You see all these names down the side? That's my lineage of master teachers. Myself, Bobby Hemmings, Brother Panic, Dr. Delbert Blair, Phil Valentine, C. Freeman L., and Sarah the Duke of Tears. Each one of them hold a piece of the original code. Now, right here in the middle, that's the heart of it. It summarized everything these teachers have been saying for years. More is history, imagination is technology, melanin is memory. Notebook LM pulls it all together like the neurons in your brain. Now look over here on the right. This is called the studio. You got your audio overview, video overview, mind map reports. It's like your left and right brain sitting side by side. Watch this. I open the mind map. Boom. See that wheel? That's how the generator really works, connecting dots. Bobby Hemmett linking to Brother Panic. Panic linking to C. Freeman Ale. All of them circle back to you. That's your mental network visualize. Now let's ask it something. I type, how do ancient texts reinterpret history and challenge Western stories of civilization? And look what it gives me. Synthesis straight from all 50 sources. It pulled data from lectures, scriptures, and transcripts, just like your subconscious pulling from memory. That's the generator doing its thing, turning chaos into clarity. So when I talk about the generator, I ain't just talking about the mind, I'm talking about this exact process. Taking raw knowledge, organizing it, and letting spirit pattern it into wisdom. Notebook LM, just a mirror of the pineal network. Electric and alive. That's the key to all this shit. All right, now we're going to take all that information, all that ancestral data, and translate it into life. From words to image to manifestation. Let's step in the mid-journey and watch the generator paint with pixels. Now that we done organized the thought, it's time to breathe life into it. This next step right here is what the PDF calls the creative prompt. This is where your words become life. First you think the idea, then you translate it into language the universe can read. Every sentence you write, every syllable, every comma, it's all energy. So let me go back to Notebook LM right here. I'm going to start with my thought, the same spark we've been building. But now I'm shaping it with precision. I ain't just typing. I'm vibrating the tension through the keys. So I'm going to say, write me a detailed, photorealistic mid-journey prompt based on this source, along with a dark-skinned Atlantean inventor standing inside a float glass temple. He shapes plasma light with his bare hands, surrounded by golden Tartarian architecture. Outside, crystal pyramids hover over an endless ocean, reflecting forgotten empires. See, this is how you teach the subconscious to speak in pictures again. You build the movie before the camera ever rolled. Now let's see what that look like when the mind paints. We're going to take that thought right out the notebook and drop it in the mid-journey, the mirror of imagination. This is the part where the digital meets the divine. The mind speak and the machine listen. Now I've just pasted the same words we wrote together. The same sentence, same energy. Watch this. Boom. Look at that. It's alive right before your eyes. From sentence to signal to substance. That's the generator in action, the mind projecting itself into life. You see the glow around his hands. That's your thought field. You see the reflection in that water? That's your subconscious talking back. Let me do another one. Just let it load then. Boom, look at that. That's the imagination made flesh, divine architecture called in pixels. You can't tell me we ain't gods when we can pull thoughts straight out the ether like this. That right there, that's proof. The generator works. Now, for everybody wondering how to get started on their own, original Black God and Red Pill done went ahead and made it easy for you. They put together what they call the Atlantean Starter Prompt Pack. It's a little collection of sample prompts, straight from what you just seen me do right here. The link gonna be in the chat, family. Go ahead, grab that. It's free to start with. You can use them right now. Drop one in the Mid-Journey, Dream Labs, or wherever you build at. These prompts already got that sacred geometry baked in. The rhythm, the melanin, the Atlantean frequency. One of the samples in there say something like, a dark-skinned priestess channeling solar energy through crystal binds as ancient towers hum behind her. You feel that energy just from hearing it, right? That's how you know the frequency works. These prompts ain't just words. They keys. They open up imagery that carry memory. And for them who want to go deeper, we got a full set of advanced prompt set coming right after this session. Those go into the whole Tartarian, that Atlantean blueprint system, the temples, the orbs, the angelic tech, the cosmic maps. Well, we're going to get into that later. Right now, I just want y'all to practice creation. Because once you see that light move for you, you'll never doubt your own divinity again. All right, now, we done generated the light. Now it's time to make it move. The next step in the God principle is the operator. The operator is the soul in motion, its rhythm, its balance, its divine coordination. The generator think it. The operator make it breathe. The operator is how the soul moves through the body of your creation. It's how sound meet vision, how timing meet intention. You could think of it like this. The generator made the blueprint, but the operator, that's the builder, the dancer, the one who conducts the orchestra. When I edit a video, I ain't just moving clips, I'm moving energy. The cuts, the beat, the fades. That's breath work. That's how you breathe life into a static image. Now watch this. I'm opening up VO3. Well, put the generator's work in motion. Every clip you see, every slow pan, every zoom, it got meaning. I lined it up the sound to emotion, to purpose. Now watch this. This way the magic star. Remember that Midjourney image we just made a minute ago? I'm about to drop that right in here. There you go. This right here was born from thought. We wrote it, we spoke it, and now it's standing right here on the screen. But see, the operator don't stop there. The operator move it. The way you move your image, that's your rhythm talking. So I'm about to write a simple cinematic motion prop right here. We gonna make the camera glide real slow across the scene, like spirit breathing through creation. You want to be specific on how you want it to operate, so let's write. Camera slowly dawns forward through golden light mist, revealing Atlantean architecture glowing behind a dark-skinned figure with crystalline armor and floating plasma energy. Cinematic lighting, shallow depth of field, warm atmospheric tone. And we just give it a minute to cook. You see that? That's breath right there. The operator takes stillness and turn it into experience. Every camera move you see, that's like a heartbeat. The light shifting, the wind flowing through them temples, that's energy moving through your imagination. Ain't no accident in this, it's orchestration. You the one conducting this whole reality symphony. All right, now we done generated, we done operated, but the last piece of the code is what most folks run from, the destroyer. Don't let that word scare you, family. Destroyer just means purifier. Sometimes the greatest creation comes from the fire that clears away what don't serve you no more. Cut through all the dumb shit. That's the key to all this. The destroyer energy live down low in the root, in the sacral spine. That's their Kundalini fire, the energy that rises up when you don't hold too much dead weight. When you delete a project that ain't aligned no more, that's destroyer. When you silence that inner critic that say you can't, that's destroyer. It ain't destruction for chaos. It's transformation for clarity. So right here, I want you to think about your own work. Maybe you're sitting on ideas you're scared to scrap. Maybe you keep adding layers when what you need to do is let go. That's the art of the destroyer. It's knowing when to burn away the noise so your signal can shine. Now, I'm going to show y'all exactly what I mean when I say burn away the noise. This right here is Dream Machine by Luma Labs. It's one of my favorites for bringing energy back to the image, like breathing new life through the ashes. Dream Machine got a modified tool that's perfect for this stage. It lets you reshape your work without losing its soul. You can take your same art, same vision, and refine it, clean up what's heavy, brighten what's dim. That's that destroy energy purification, not destruction. Dream Machine got 4 T's right here. Strength, adhere, flex, and reimagine. These ain't random sliders. They the same 4 elements of transformation. Straight tell the machine how hard to burn away the old form, turn it up, and the file rewrite the scene. Turn it down, and you just polish the edges. That here keeps your original DNA intact. It holds the core frequency while you evolve the look. Flex, that's flow. It lets the art breathe and stretch, add new gestures and motion. And then there's reimagine. That's the dream state itself. It said, yo, take this form and see it to a higher dimension. So, let's write the prompt, refine composition. With cinematic realism, clean up background artifacts and sharpen details. Enhance the lighting with radiant gold plasma highlights around the figure's hands. Add subtle atmospheric motion like soft wind and rising embers to symbolize renewal. Maintain divine Atlantean tone with vibrant warmth. Now, as soon as I hit generate, that's the destroyer going to work. The fire don't destroy the foam, it purifies it. You'll see the gold get brighter, the haze clear up, the plasma start to breathe. That's because strengths and flex handle the motion, while adhere protect the soul of the art. And when reimagine kick in, the whole piece level up like it just remembered who it was. Now, once that refinement finished, I step into Ray 2, or sometimes Ray 3 if I'm pushing for cinematic movement. These Ray models from Numa are like spiritual lenses. Ray 2 good for subtle motion, slow camera glide, ambient light flow, atmospheric realism. Ray 3 go deeper, add reflections, liquid textures, even that slight film grade detail to make it feel like memory. See, Ray 2 deal with realism, the physics of light, the logic of space. But Ray 3 think like a soul. It asks why that light even exists in the first place. Ray 3 calculate not just reflection, but intention. It interprets emotion through light, how gold should feel like memory, how shadows should whisper mystery. It think like an artist that remember being human. That's why they call it Ray 3 reasoning, because it don't just see surface, it sees story. And boom! Look at that, family. See, that's what I love about Dream Machine. It don't just edit, it evolves. You control the balance between chaos and order, and that balance right there, that's art. That's what the destroyer represents. The courage to let go of the excess while trusting your essence gonna stay intact. Now that the light got reason, we step into what I call the alchemist's forge. This is the part of the process where life tests you, where heat meet heart. The forge is that sacred space inside of you where pressure and pain get turned into purpose. The alchemist ain't scared of the flame, he respects it. Because he knows every time that fire hit him, it's shaping him sharper. That's why when you go through pain, don't curse it, cook with it. In the creative world, that means this, all your frustration, your doubts, your setbacks, that's the raw material. Every failed render, every glitch, every crash, that's the forge telling you hold steady. When you stay patient and learn the lesson in the heat, your art evolves right along with your soul. The forge is where all three principles become one. The generator gives you the idea, the operator gives you motion, the destroyer gives you refinement. But the alchemist, he hold all three in harmony, he don't run from none of it. He let the storm hit him and he still build temples out of thunder. So if you ever feel like you losing it, like nothing working on the world heavy, just remember, you in the forge right now. You ain't losing, you melting. You shaping into something divine. Stay in that heat long enough, and you're going to shine like the ancestors that walked in gold. Now, once that gold ready, once you done turn the pain to wisdom, it's time to flow again. Let's talk about creative flow and how imagination keep it moving. Now we're in that current, the creative flow. This right here is where you stop thinking and start remembering. The flow is that space between breath and brilliance, where the mind rests and the spirit take the wheel. You see this sister right here on the screen. This represents the Moorish woman, the divine current herself. She, the water that moves the current of creation. She, the operator's heart and the generator's muse. every time she appears in my heart, I'm reminding myself where all life really comes from, the womb of imagination. The Moors always taught that the feminine is the motion of God, not separate from it, but the pulse that gives it rhythm. When I'm creating, I tap into that same rhythm, that same sacred feminine stream. Whether I'm using Midjourney, Notebook LM, or Ray 3, it all moves from her current. She, the flow behind the code. She, the dream inside the data. Now, when we talk about her current, we talk about imagination, the unseen womb of all reality. Every great master that ever walked in divine knowing told us the same thing. They said, your imagination is the key. Brother Panic said it straight. Your imagination, the most valuable thing about you. He ain't talking about no daydreaming or fantasy. He talking about divine engineering. When Panic said your imagination is the key, what he really mean is that you're the original architect. Every world you ever go walking gotta first exist in your mind. He said chaos energy is potential energy. That's just a fancy way of saying creation started as possibility and imagination the current that shaped that possibility and the purpose. And look, I'm gonna tell you something real plain, family. When you leave this body, you ain't gonna have no flesh, no muscle, no mouth to speak with. The only thing you got left is mind. You're going to have to think reality into being. Like the movie What Dreams May Come. That's why I tell folk all the time, start practicing that now while you're still breathing. You think you build an art or videos or worlds in Midjourney, but really you're training your soul how to move through the next dimension. So, yeah. When I say imagination the key, I mean it literally. You're going to need that same mind that make pictures now to make worlds later. So think it, nigga. Think like a god while you still got breath in your chest. Because one day, breath going to be gone. And all that's left is what you know how to imagine. That's the real reason they've been hiding this truth from us. They don't want the original people remembering that the mind itself is the first heaven. Now that we don't talk about power, purpose, and that inner fire, let me show y'all how I move with it every day. This slide right here, my creative workflow. See, I ain't just talking theory. I live this thing like a ritual. Every project starts with breath, stillness, and a little prayer to the ancestors before I even touch the keyboard. First thing I do, I generate the spark. Notebook LM, that's my triple of thought. I drop my ideas, close visions, even dreams all in there. Then I move over to Midjourney. That's where I see it. I take that generator spark and give it a face. After that, I operate it through VEO3, motion, sound, breath. That's when the vision starts singing. And once that video render, I take it right into Dream Machine or Ray 3 and refine it. That's my destroy phase. Create the static, cut the ego, polish the soul. When that flow hit right, I feel like I'm sculpting light itself. So yeah, that's my flow. Ain't fancy, just faithful. The same way if alchemists stir a potion, I stir color, sound, and symbol till it mirror the truth inside me. That's the workflow, family, the living blueprint. Now going back one more time, because this is the key right here. Notebook LM, this is my digital grimoire, my sacred vault of wisdom. It holds all the jewels, C. Freeman Air, Moorish science, Atlantean lore, every piece that feeds the generator. Like the brother C. Freeman Air said, the more you know, the less you fear. That means knowledge dissolves confusion, and when confusion going, creation flow clean. So I feed my mind with light first, then let the art do the talking. You ever notice how soon as you start imagining something big, somebody pop up trying to snatch it from you? Like Negroes running up in the church talking about, I see visions, and the preacher say, boy, don't you play with God like that. See, that's the problem, folks scared of their own mind. They've been taught to win out their imagination instead of own it. Well, I'm telling you, family, your imagination is your inheritance. You don't need permission to think divine. So keep that vision sacred. Don't let nobody tax your creativity or sell you your own dream back. Now, this right here, just the crown of it all, imagination is the first technology. Before there was Sora, before there was VEO3, before there was even a light bulb, there was a thought. That spark, that unseen current been moving through our people since the dawn. Ain't no keyboard older than the pineal gland, no screen brighter than the mind's eye. That's why I keep telling folks, these programs we're using, they just mirrors family reflections of what we already are. I be laughing sometimes because niggas think I'm some kind of tech genius. No, I just got the same sauce the ancestors had. I'm using it with Wi-Fi now. You feel me? They built pyramids with frequency. I'm building movie trailers with prompts. Sora, VEO Midjourney, all that just tools. The real power is how you use them. That's why I say don't chase the AI. Become the intelligence it mirroring. You're already the algorithm of God. Oh, and before I forget, the upgraded prompt pack. Yeah, that's dropping too. These the same formulas I've been using to make the visuals you see on my page. I was just talking with Redfield about it, told him, bro, we ain't just teaching people how to make content, we showing them how to make consciousness visible. So grab that pack, remix it, build your own worlds, and when you post it, tag the tribe. Let's flood the timeline with divinity. Man, and the ancestors know I'm making some of them on the other side real mad with this art. You know, the ones I'm talking about, them folks that don't want to see melanated minds back in creation mode. They scrolling past the work like, ain't no way he did that with an eye, and I'm sitting there like, you right, I did it with spirit. Y'all seen that Caucasoid Nation trailer I teased? Yeah, family, that one's dropping soon. They really don't want that one to hit the light because of pulling the veil off a whole system. But we ain't scared of light. We make light. I'm going to play a couple new trailers right after this so y'all can see what's coming next. Stick around and peek the visuals. Every frame got a code in it. And big love to 363 Empire for having me tonight. We out here merging the ancient with the future, showing the world that imagination ain't dead, it's just evolving. So keep dreaming, keep building, keep remembering who you are. Because at the end of the day, you are the technology. Peace, power, and creativity. Family, I'll see y'all in the next dimension.
All right, that's the end of it right there. Oh, you got a part two?
Yeah. I was going to end it there, but y'all know me. I can't just say we're the gods of creation and not show it. So before I dip for real, I'm going to give y'all a little bonus round. Now, this is what I call the quick creation segment, how I take a divine idea straight out the mind and flip it into a cinematic 80 seconds commercial. Okay, so look, we're going to start with Notebook LM like we just discussed earlier. So look, I'm typing right near a retro 1980s toy commercial of Morse Guardians protecting the golden city of Tamaru, wearing red feathers. Like C. Freeman E.L. said, the whole kit of the whole thing is programming and mind control. This right here is benevolent programming, creation with intention. We ain't waiting on Marvel to tell our story. We coding it back into the grid ourselves. All right, now, this is where we breathe spirit into it. Sora is like divine animation. It takes your still thought and give it movement. Like Dr. Dilbert Blair said, we know there's a creator, for creation never lies. And this right here, that's creation telling the truth. You ain't got to be Pixar. All you need is vision, patience, and the right vibration. So I dropped that prompt from Notebook LM right here and send it. And I'ma generate it a couple times, and we just let it work its magic. There go the Pound of Ancients. Moore's Choice commercial-like commercial.
Now you can command the guardians of that power. These Moorish guardians defend the Earth realm with the symbolic force of the Red Fez. More ancient future historians, prepare to activate the might of the glorious past. Behold the ancient capital, Tamaru, where the high priests of Anu built cities on energy. Now you can command the guardians of that power. These Moorish guardians defend the Earth realm with the symbolic force of the Red Fez. More ancient future historians, prepare to activate the...
Attention, future historians! Prepare to activate the might of the glorious past. Behold the ancient capital, Tamaru, where the Moors, high priests of Anu, kept the knowledge and technology of the old world. Now, you command the guardians of that power. These guardians defend the Earth realm with the symbolic force of the Red... Attention, future historians! Prepare to activate...
Attention, future historians! Prepare to activate the might of the glorious past! Behold the ancient capital, Tamaru! The Moors, high priests of Anu, built cities on energy. Now you can command the guardians of that power! They defend the Earth realm with the force of the Red Fez! Our ancestors taught civilization to the world! No retreat!
Now check it. You can flip this same creative flow into income. Open a 5 gig custom-made toy ads and cinematic trailers, or package bundles and sell them on Etsy, Gumroad, or your own site. Open a 5 gig. Create custom AI tour ads and cinematic trailers or ads for people to package bundles and sell them on Etsy, Gumroad, or your own site. That's the key to making money with these tools. And listen, the spirit will back you up when you tap into this the right way. Now listen, the niche is the currency. People pay for imagination they don't possess. Like Brother Panic said, you have to choose what you choose to make real. So if you choose prosperity through creativity, guess what? The universe gonna back you up. The key is consistency, fam. Start posting your creations on Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. You have to show the world your style. Don't worry if it don't go viral first week. The right people gonna feel it. You keep showing up. You become the plug for Moorish visuals. You the studio, the network, the distribution. Like Dr. Phil Valentine said, all is mind and movement become sound, light, geometry, and number. Meaning, all this tech is just your mind shape-shifting through pixels. So yeah, that's the work, family. All weekend, we've been saying the same thing in 100 ways. You are the technology. You, the coder, the canvas, and the current. Now look, you got two choices, right? You can either run back into the church with them same old Negroes shouting at invisible walls, or you can tap into this GOD principle and start building worlds for real. One path got ties and collection plates. The other one got downloads and manifestations. Choose wisely. But either way, don't say I ain't telling you the truth. Stay creative, stay divine, and keep your imagination charged up, because that's the real Holy Ghost. I'll catch y'all on the next wavelength. Peace and power to the builders. Hold up. One last thing. I know y'all like wrap it up, but everything I've been showing y'all is a storyboard. I just build it a little different. See, I start the storyboard in Notebook LM. That's where I map out the story beats, the scenes, and the flow. That's the generator part where I'm thinking it out, organizing the timeline, and setting the intention. Then I move it into Mid-Journey. That's my operator turn, all that thought in the visuals. That's where I'm building the astral frames, the look, the texture, the feel of the world. After that, I take those same visuals into Dream Machine. That's my destroyer. Dream Machine let me modify, flex, and reimagine what I already built. It's like burning away the rough draft until the essence shine through. That's how I refine the image of motion, destroying what don't fit, keeping what's divide. Then finally, I use Sora for what I call my B-scenes and trailers. That's the cinematic part. Sora helps me bring everything to light with motion, music, and light. So I'll take my finished Dream Machine scenes and drop them in the Sora to build out the final sequence, the trailer, the teaser, the cinematic layer that ties it all together. And yeah, it takes some work. You got to organize your steps. You got to layer things right, but it's not hard. Once you get your rhythm, the process flows smooth. Think of it like a jazz band. Notebook KLM is the sheet music, Midjourney the melody, Dream Machine the remix, and Sora the performance. And that's how I storyboard. I don't draw panels, I animate my thoughts. The storyboard become a film before I even hit render.
All right. Original Black God. That's the end of it, right? Peace. Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's all of it.
Man, brother. Wow, what a debut. This is the first time they seen you on the channel, Young God. What a way to introduce yourself to my channel. What a way to end this over 12 hours of learning about AI. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Red, are you still there? Yeah, I want to thank everybody for tuning in.
Still here.
East Face family, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Like I said, it doesn't end today. There will be helping y'all in the Discord for I would say about a week or two. So Pete, we are here to help you, family. It was a lot to digest. We don't expect you to digest it all right away. Let's do a few questions. Give them some questions in the chat, and I guess we'll do about 20 minutes of questions, and then we'll close on out. We had about 6:35 now. Let's get some questions from the chat.
Real quick, because I couldn't share the PDF in the private chat. They don't have a thing for attachment. We might have to vibe code that into YouTube, but I'm gonna go to the Discord and drop it where I could upload the PDF. Family, I'll drop it in the vibe code class, and I'll also drop it in the segment that says PDFs. So I will do that as soon as this is done. You'll be able to get that. And if I could make it an MP4, because there's video and stuff in there, if I could make it an MP4 through Keynote, I'll send that as well and upload it. Original Black God. Words can't explain it, bro. Words can't explain it, bro. Like you literally delivered in ways that I probably didn't even realize that they could be delivered. So big thank you. You know what I'm saying? Humongous thank you for understanding the assignment and doing what you did, man. That was the proverbial galactical mic drop. You made the ancestors proud. You made so many people proud, and the future is looking.
I can't hear
brighter.
y'all. I'm gonna leave and come back.
All right. So yeah.
Okay, Red. Why don't you, Red? I want to hurry and get to these questions. I just want to
questions. Go ahead.
What is the best place to find ancient stories if we want to do AI movies on our Untold Stories?
The archives of 363 Empire, and if you could get the archives of Tap Video, and if you could tap it, that would be Clemson Brown. And if you could tap into anything from Black Magic Black News 102, early Sarnetta stuff, I would put that right in Notebook LM. I would take all of those YouTube videos into Notebook LM, and I would begin to build out my own digital, quote unquote, intelligent machine, similar to how we were showing you Original Black God OBG. He just showed you how he created his own Bobby brain. And that's how I would do it.
Yeah, could you comment on that real quick? Original Black God, what is the best place to find ancient stories if we want to do AI movies on our Untold Stories?
Okay, so like Bobby just showed you, the key to all of it is Notebook LM. So basically, you take all the teachings from all the master teachers. Like you can put 50 sources each in each notebook. So what I basically do is I put 50 Bobby Hemmett sources into Notebook LM, and then I'll ask it for, you know, ancient stories or, you know, hidden information and hidden history, and then I'll prompt from there. That's basically that's the key to that.
And I would also add in Sybil AI. We cannot, I don't want to leave out Savon's app. His app is the premier frontier model for spiritual references and consciousness and AI. Sybil AI would be the one.
Yes, Sybil is very powerful. I was actually using that last night, just messing around with it.
All right, let's get to another question. What's the best computers to have the best experience with these AI modalities?
Just a lot of space.
I would just say having good amount of RAM. You know, that is just have a good amount of memory. You don't really need a gaming computer like a $2,000 or $4,000 game computer. You just need a good computer that has a good amount of RAM that can run the background programs. So
yeah, put a lot of your generations on external hard drive because they export pretty big, and you'll start having issues with your storage if you're just downloading all of those Sora videos and VO3s. So an external hard drive, you should be good with one of those up-to-date Macs, an M2, M3 or something. And yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah, that's very key. Yeah, I use an external hard drive too, because when you're prompting all these videos, you're not gonna have, you know, the perfect video the first time. You're gonna have at least like 4 or 5 that you're gonna have to run through and scrap. So yeah, it's good to have.
Indeed. Original Black God, they want to know where can they find you? And you on Instagram, right?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram and I'm on Facebook.
Okay.
And I'm gonna start posting the movies. I know a lot of people waiting for a lot of movies like the Caucasoid Nation. I'm gonna be posting that on YouTube. Probably coming out in December, so look out for that.
Question: oh, are you doing those movies on your phone or on your device, on your laptop?
I'm doing them on my laptop.
Okay.
I see that when I start doing that on my phone, it starts overheating my phone.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't use a laptop.
Dope.
I would say, family, if you could get the MacBook with the new silicone chip in it,
right,
it's amazing. So like
M3 or M1.
Yeah, I think they up to M5 now. The M4 is the biggest though, because they got the M5 Pro, but they got the M4 Max. If you're able to invest in one of those computers, family, you lit. So just want to let y'all know that. All right, let's keep this thing going because we gotta get through this thing. Let me see. I'm gonna put the prompt link in again. Give me a second. They was asking about let me see. Until the Copyright Office provides official guidance, how are navigating any copyright issues and NIL, ESP with the products created or the mass teachers, any info on revenue share models?
So basically when it came to making Bobby Hemmett in that video, I got a lot of copyright strikes for that. You just got to play around with it, change the prompt a little bit. Like Red Pill was showing, you can't really write his name in there. You gotta write man or something else you just play around with the prompt. You just, you know, change the prompt a little bit so you can work around it. But yeah, this is a lot of copyright strikes when it comes to public figures, like even Phil Valentine, you know, Delbert Blair, like all of them. You just gotta play around with the prompt when it comes to putting them into the AI.
All right, let's keep this thing going. Somebody said, how can I edit my music and album cover together easy?
Midjourney. And you can use any AI like ChatGPT. I use Notebook LLMs. That's the best one for me. But ChatGPT works just as good. And you just prompt exactly what you want. You can even post your music up in there, so it can get an idea of like the atmosphere and the theme that you're going behind the whole album, and it'll give you a couple ideas. You can ask for a couple ideas to brainstorm, album cover for you. So ChatGPT is very key when it comes to the generator part, like we discussed.
Analyzing things.
Yeah.
Right. Where can we find the Jason prompts again?
The Jason prompts. I'm gonna get give me one. I'm going to recommend a plugin. You could get a plugin. Let me go and pull up OpenAI. So the plugin is it's inside of what is known as the custom GPT store. I got about 2 of them. So I'm gonna give you 1 minute. I gotta just pull it up. Okay. ChatGPT, the customs. Mine's is Digital Product Builder. No. VO 3.1 Prompt Director by AI-TREE.IT. I guess if you put it in a search, it's gonna show you. It's gonna get you that. I can't share links with anybody that's on this thing, so I would share the link. But it's inside of ChatGPT, inside the custom store. It's called VO 3.1 Prompt Director. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Should you brand before generating your material on AI?
I would say no, because you don't know if you're gonna actually, continue down the road. You might like something else, and then you just spend it all your time, trying to, brand and get an LLM and LLC behind all your images and stuff. So I would just focus more on, creating first.
Indeed. Somebody said, can you compensate Linda Hemmett? Yeah, personally, I would never use Bobby or any of the master teachers in terms of if I was to come out with a product or service. I think Bobby was just used as an example of what could truly be done with AI. But I would advise anybody, definitely, if you're using individuals' likeness, to get in contact with that individual, or to find a way to compensate that individual for using their likeness. But yeah, I don't even know Original Black God was going to do what he did today. I just found out his video at the last moment. So shout out. This is a young God right here. So shout out to the young brother. But yeah, I would never come out with a movie or anything like that using a person's likeness, a doll or anything without their permission. But yeah, definitely. And shout out to Linda as well. I haven't talked to her in a while. Let's keep this thing going. Yeah, there's a difference between selling items and education works. Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Bobby too. Somebody said, can you share it in the Discord? Yes, we will share. We done said that a couple of times today. Everything will be shared in the Discord. And let me share also this the link that Original Black God just gave me. So I'm sharing that continuously in the chat. Somebody says, are there any overview of all the tools mentioned in this workshop? Red, is that something that could be, you got an overview? I don't want to take up too much time.
I'll provide it. I'll put it together.
Right.
When they see the PDF, like I said, it's 200 something pages. I might have got through 60 or 70. It was long. So
Right.
y'all are gonna have a depth of information, a very deep dive to go into. It's gonna deal with generator, operator, destroyer, a lot of that metaphysical, occult information, the demon method, all type of stuff. But I will provide another list of all of these tools that was being talked about, from the 10 tools, the 4 tools to do 10 business ideas. And we'll also, in that, I have everybody's @s on that sheet. I have everybody's IG, so because I know everybody has information and everyone's valuable in their own right. So we will have a list of the names. And coming up though in the next 2 weeks, inside of the Discord, we getting up in there. We're doing 100 solution-based use cases for AI, 100 affiliate marketplace ideas, top 10 free AI tools for production, top 10 paid AI tools for enterprise production businesses, top 10 AI tools for creation of products, top 10 AI tools for research. Because we all were here today and got the information at the same time. So we literally are all on each other's same level. We're all on the same level right now. So now is when the fun actually begins. Like we do not live in abundance.
Right.
We don't live by constraints. So we're gonna deliver and over deliver and give everybody, get comfortable, y'all, because it's time to get busy. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Greetings all. How long will day 1 and day 2 videos display? I just tapped in about 15 minutes and missed both days. My sister in the hospital. Yeah, so the link is gonna be up for a while. I will give me about a week and I'll send everybody a downloadable version so you can have it on your hard drive and you won't have to go to YouTube just to watch it. I know a lot of people get tickets and they're not able to watch it live. They just want to make sure they got tickets. I know we had over 1,000 people buy tickets. So I know there's a good amount of y'all who haven't even seen this yet. I think yesterday it was about 800 or certain people live. So there was still about 500 of y'all that wasn't, or something. Like it was a lot of people that wasn't around. So I'm going to keep it up on YouTube. And I won't make it private until I make sure everybody gets the downloadable version. Once again, it will be coming from WeTransfer. When you see WeTransfer, that is your downloadable version. It's going to be a lot of gigabytes though. If you want the downloadable version, make sure you have some room on your computer. So but give me about a week. I'll send you that. But in the meantime, just use the same link and you can watch it. It'll be up. We're going to take 3 more questions, then we get out of here. To maximize these sessions, what is the best tactic for the next 2 weeks? Yeah, Red, you want to tackle that?
Yes, we was giving you the tools to begin to become not just a student. You're going to go past being a student once you master these tools, right? So we gave you Notebook LM. We gave you Higgsfield in terms of having a suite, but Savon also gave you Free Pick, right? So Free Pick and then Lovable. I mean, Free Pick and Higgsfield. You could go back and forth between those two, but that's going to tighten up your skills in terms of image creation, right? Not just regular image creation. There's many different things that they offer over there in terms of like what I showed you, swapping faces, swapping shirts, swapping clothes, then those wheels begin to turn, right? Because once you start getting comfortable with the use cases, now you can start applying them to whatever your pain points are in your life and whatnot, whatever you may know specifically that you're dealing with. You may have some projects, some passion projects that you've always been having on the back burner that you wanted to bring out. You might not have known that these tools could even help you bring that passion project to life. But as you tinker and as you learn specifically these tools, because we could go into the whole 100 tools, but we want to keep it specific so we could get those foundational tools and we could get some of these things. Notice that the majority of the people that came, both me, Savon, Spin, and Original Black God, we're all saying the same thing. When it comes to the images, Midjourney. So we don't have to try to figure it out. It starts with Midjourney, right? Let's go to the top and then work our way through it. So everybody unanimously said Midjourney. Then when it comes to video, we have two big players. That's VO 3.1 Google, and we have Sora from OpenAI. Two different type of outputs. You can make trailer videos. You can make sitcom trailers. You know, you could knock off things and make satire easier with Sora. Sora is more about the comedy. Sora is more about satire. Sora is bringing the dead to life, right? The dead has been resurrected, and it was through Sora. They did that. They brought Bob Marley and everybody together at once. It was the Day of the Dead already happened through Sora, right? The other apps weren't doing that. Sora exclusively is dealing with some form of digital necromancy, and I'm still looking into it. But they perfect a certain look, but then VO 3.1, they have a certain look that they perfect, right? It's not the same. You can't necessarily get that same quality of a trailer out of VO3 than you can out of Sora. So it's just about knowing the differences. I watch a ton of YouTube videos. That's been my new algorithm. I just immerse myself with a lot of videos, and then I go and try things with my hands, and I learned that is the best way to learn, hands-on. So get to tinkering at least an hour with these tools that we gave you. Dream Engine, Higgsfield. Go and find out about Hugging Face, even if you got to do a little bit of research and deep research. We gave you the 5 deep researchers: DeepSeek, Claude, Grok, OpenAI DeepSeek, and also the last one will be Google Gemini. And when you got that in Notebook, you literally could go through all of the internet and just drop things in there and learn about all of these things. If you want to learn more about them, break them down. If you want to create flashcards, if you want to make a podcast, if you want to create content like an explainer video on your monetized channel, go and drop Notebooks and just be cranking all of that out.
Indeed. Yeah, family. I'm truly I really appreciate everybody investing, and if making an income, and we see how the economy is and things are changing, and you know, we want all of y'all to be profitable in what you do. Like I said, please reach out on the Discord. Please reach out on the Discord. It's going to be open for a couple of weeks for a reason, depending on the amount of help you need. I'll talk to Red, and maybe we might keep it open a little longer. I'm not sure. But I know Red got a lot going on that he's, you know, we put 2 months aside for this. Like, this was a 2-month dedication, preparing for this. Countless hours were put in to prepare for this. Shout out to Seven Bomar. So it takes a lot out of you preparing for a workshop. But our goal is, if you want to make an income, we are here to help you. Some people just want to help their children, their grandchildren. We're here to help you with that. Reach out on the Discord. This is one of the few workshops that provides help after the workshop. Usually once the workshop ends, it ends. We're providing help after the workshop. That is extremely rare. And I hope you're able to understand the level of dedication that is taken to pull something like this off. Once again, I can't give Red and Seven Bomar enough props. Shout out to Original Black God. He did some of the commercials for him and Seven did the commercials for him. Seven and Red did the commercials for this workshop. So shout out to them. Shout out to Spin, amazing brother with the technology. Thanks for adding on with the Facebook ads. We're gonna do what somebody's asking will there be a collaboration with melanated women like Delphine Diallo? Yeah, well, I invited her on my show, on my channel. That's step one. I seen her on Instagram. I invited her. I introduced her to my whole audience. So I think that's extremely important to allow geniuses like her to be noticed to the world. Will I collaborate with her? Yeah, I'm open to it. You know, I'm definitely open to it. She's a genius. She's amazing at what she does, and I advise anybody to go to her Instagram and check her out. But she's absolutely amazing at what she did. But yeah, step one is inviting her on my program, and I did that. So shout out to her. Make sure you check her out on Instagram. Yeah, somebody said I was seriously thinking of the children in the faith. Yeah, this is bigger than money. This is way bigger than money. This was deep programming 100 years worth of them programming us, the images in the media. This is way bigger than money. This is about reclaiming our godhood. So that's at the top of the list, family. So yeah, definitely. But I do know I'm keeping in mind the economy and what's going on. I'm keeping in mind. I know people want to get out there 9 to 5 or have something besides the 9 to 5 to rely on just in case something goes wrong. So I'm just keeping that in mind. But yeah, this is way bigger than a dollar. This is about remembrance. So with that being said, I think that's gonna wrap it up. Once again, they will be on Discord. What I said, will you be able to archive the Discord so we can continue to use it? I don't know. I'm gonna talk to Red about that. I'm not too Discord savvy, so I don't know. I can't say yes, I can't say no, but I will talk to Red about that. Somebody said, "Where's the link?" I don't share it so many times. I don't share every link with y'all so many times. All I can say is the links will be in the Discord at this point. But Red, close it out. What do you got to tell the people? Original Black Guy, close it out for the family.
I just want to say, go ahead.
Red. Nah, you good. Go.
I just want to say thank you for having me on the show, 363 Radio Rich.
Indeed.
To stay tuned. I know me and Delphine, I heard someone ask that earlier. Me and Delphine are actually working on something, so look out for that on Instagram and YouTube. Like I said, Caucasoid Nation coming out this December on YouTube. And yeah, I want to see more creators on my timeline after this.
Super facts.
Yeah. Red, close it out, Red.
Yeah, let's start this Renaissance, family. As you can see, this is an open source society. We're bringing our brothers and sisters into a collective so we could light the torch. And that torch is this Renaissance. It starts here, but where will it end? Okay, now we have the tools, but not only do we have the tools, because the tools would be useless if we were useless. We have the geniuses, and then the tools showed up. So let's get busy. Yeah, big pressure all November leading up to the end of the fiscal. We are heavy on the gas. All right. So with that being said, peace, love, and light, family, and make sure that y'all keep your antennas up because we coming. Radio. That's about it. We got announcements and everything, but we'll see you Techno Tuesdays and also in the Discord. Peace, love, and light to the family. And please, when I hit y'all with this PDF, please don't just, I mean, you know, when people throw things at people, just do your due diligence and look at it. Just look at it. Go and do the deep dive. Like, I had so much information to give y'all. Make sure y'all look at it. Make sure y'all unpack it. Make sure y'all do your research. And like I was saying earlier, take these, you know, these words that we was dropping today, and then go down that rabbit hole, and it will even help you out. It will help you out. But every single app that we said, you could go to YouTube University. You could go to a deep seek or deep research, or you could just pull up on the app and start using it. Don't be intimidated, because none of it is intimidating. So with that being said, peace, love, and light to the family, and we will see you very soon. 1000.
Indeed, family. Also, before we get out of here, remember, I just remembered. Stay tuned for the Carbon Code Collective. We're continuing to push this technology. Artificial intelligence is just the beginning. This is the baby level of technology, but we're venturing into radionics and a lot of our ancient Atlantean technology. So, and when you venture into that technology, you find out that you're the ultimate technology. So we're gonna be getting into some real heavy duty, esoteric, occult technology with radionics. But for now, let's digest this. Let's digest this for now. I have everybody's emails. When I get that up and running, I got Original Black God is actually working on apps with me right now. So there's things being created right now for the family. But this is a lifetime commitment with technology. So once again, this is just the beginning. Appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all in the Discord. I'm gonna put everything that we possibly can in the Discord for y'all. All right, family. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good night. Thanks for the weekend. God bless y'all.